Cavalcade of Kings. Under this inspiring title, conjuring up as it does in the mind's eye the pageantry, the drama and romance which threads itself through the history of the British Empire, we will, through the magic of radio, relive great scenes from the lives of England's kings and queens. No imagination, however fertile, however fantastic, could create fiction more thrilling, more dramatic, more romantic than these true stories of the rulers of England, which from a tiny island of warring tribes became the mightiest empire on the face of the globe. At the head of this noble cavalcade rides Edward the Elder, the first king of all England. Edward was born about the year 877 Anno Domini. He was the son of Alfred, one of the noblest rulers that ever sat upon a throne, and who, when our story opens, lies dying from a painful disease which had tormented him all his life. He has summoned his son Edward and his daughter Athelstan to his bedside.
The end is very near, Edward, my son, and ere tomorrow dawns, you will be king of the West Saxons. Be gentle when there is need of gentleness. Be strong when there is need of strength. Guard the peace of our people while peace is possible, but fight to the death of foemen who assail our land. Above all, be true in word, thought, and deed, for in truth lies the path to greatness. And the great king is the one whose first and last thoughts are for the welfare of his people. And remember, Edward, it is good for our people that they should be as free as their own thoughts.
I will remember, my father. My whole life will be devoted to my people, to my country, and to the ideal which I cherish.
And what is that ideal, my son?
The uniting of all the tribes of England as one people with but one king.
A great king is not necessarily one who rules over a mighty kingdom, my son, nor one that has thousands of soldiers and many ships. He alone is great who rules his people justly.
But, father, think what it would mean if the peoples of this land were united instead of being divided into rival warring factions, each tribe hating the other, constantly struggling to overthrow each other. Whilst this eternal strife continues, England will forever be at the mercy of invaders.
And what do you think of your brother's plan, Athelstan?
I agree with it with all my heart, my father, and so does my husband Ethelred, who rules Mercia. We have both made a vow to form an alliance with my brother Edward when he becomes king of the West Saxons, so that we might work together to bring about the unity of the English people.
I am content, my children. And now, Edward, call your son Athelstan to my side. I would like to buckle this sword around my grandchild's body with my own hand.
I will call him, father. Athelstan! Athelstan!
Yes, my father?
Come, my child. Your grandfather is asking for you.
I'm here, grandfather.
Come closer, my child, that I may look at you. Such hair of gold, such honest grey eyes, such straight limbs and sturdy body. What would you like to be when you grow to man's estate, Athelstan?
A soldier and a king like you, grandfather. I would like to sail in the ships you've built to other lands and conquer them for England, so that my people will call me Athelstan the Great, even as they call you, my grandfather, Alfred the Great.
Tell me, what else you'd like to do?
I would like to sing and play the harp like you and do good deeds for England as you've done, grandfather.
'Tis well, my child. I am satisfied that you are indeed worthy to wear this sword, which I have had made especially for you.
A sword, grandfather, to wear for my very own self?
No, Athelstan, a sword for you to wear for England. Help me, Edward, and you, Athelstan.
Father.
Raise me from the bed, that I may buckle the sword around his body with my own hands.
Gentle Edward. Is that comfortable, my father?
Yes, my daughter. Come, Athelstan. The sword set in golden scabbard, suspended from a gem-studded girdle, I give to you. There, 'tis buckled about you. Promise me you will unsheath it only to defend the weak, or in the cause of justice, or against a foeman of your country.
I promise, Grandfather.
'Tis hell. My dear children, all my life I have striven to live worthily, and I've hoped when death should overtake me that I would leave to the men who came after me a remembrance of good works done. Go you all and do the same, and remember, duty to our people comes first, and seek death before dishonor.
Father, my dear father.
Courage, my sister. Father, we both swear to serve our country faithfully and well. We swear to try and rule it as wisely and as nobly as you have done. And we hope that when our time comes, we will leave its peoples united in peace, love, prosperity, and freedom.
Then I die content.
And so, in the year 899 Anno Domini, Edward the Elder ascended the throne of the West Saxons. And though a vigorous and active ruler, he clung desperately to his father's policy of peace. A rising of the Danes on his northern frontier and an attack by a pirate fleet on the southern coast in 910 forced him to reopen the war which had ended 4 years previously in Alfred's victory at Hastings. In 912, his sister's husband Ethelred died, leaving her the sole ruler of Mercia. We now find Edward and his sister forming plans for the systematic reduction of Danish power in England.
My sister, we can and we will conquer these fierce Norsemen from Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, who invade our land from the sea, who plunder and burn our towns, murder our people, or sell them into slavery. We must destroy these heathen worshippers of Thor and Woden, whose special prayer are abbeys and the holy monks, or they will destroy us.
I am ready, my brother.
It might take a long time to accomplish our objective, years perhaps.
What if it takes a lifetime, my brother, so long as we do accomplish it and set our people free?
The Danes, hoping to draw Ethelfleda away from her objective, raided Middle England, but she never turned from her purpose, and conquering Derby turned south and forced Leicester to surrender. Ethelfleda then closed in on the 5 boroughs in the north, and Edward took Bedford, Huntingdon, and Southampton in the south. Then followed East Anglia, and the surrender of the Danes at Stamford, Nottingham, and Lincoln. In the midst of these triumphs, however, Ethelfleda was killed, her glorious victories only matched by those of Edward himself. Edward then took Manchester, and to complete his conquest he advanced upon Northumbria, the Anglo-Saxon kingdom, intending to make its ruler subject to himself. He is now camped with his army close to his objective, and we hear him addressing his soldiers.
Men of Wessex, you have served me loyally, bravely, and well. You have courageously fought by my side through this long campaign against the Danes. We have conquered the dogs in the south, the east, and the west, and my royal sister gained many brilliant victories over them in the north. But she fell in battle, giving her life for England, leaving me to complete her work. We have yet to conquer Northumbria, and our conquest might be dearly won, for Northumbria is a powerful kingdom. But with right on our side, and the souls of my royal father and my sister watching over us, guarding us, praying for us, we will win the battle, which will bring freedom and unity to our people. England will become one kingdom, ruled by one king. Our land will grow mighty and glorious, safe in the security of her united strength. Go now, men of Wessex, and rest, for tomorrow the final struggle for freedom begins.
Sire!
Yes, what is it?
A body of horsemen ride this way, sire.
Take the guards and have the horsemen stopped and questioned.
It shall be done, sire.
Who can it be, Father?
We shall soon learn, Athelstan.
Some treachery, I suppose.
I hardly think so. It would be a foolishness on the part of our enemies to walk straight into a den of Wessex lions.
Nevertheless, I'll keep my hand ready on the hilt of my sword.
You still wear it, Athelstan?
Yes, Father. And I've kept my promise to him who gave it me when I was but a child.
'Tis well, my son.
Sire, the horsemen are some of the followers of the kings of Northumbria. The Scots and the Britons of Strathclyde. They come with their masters in peace.
Tell their leaders I will give them audience. Conduct them here.
At once, sire.
Father, what can it mean?
But one thing, Athelstan. Peace. They come this way.
Edward, king of the West Saxons, I, the king of Northumbria, salute you.
And I, the king of the Scots, also salute you. As do I, the king of the Britons of Strathclyde.
Since you come in peace, I bid you welcome.
Sire, we not only come in peace, but we come in subjection. What use for us to pit ourselves against such a mighty conqueror as the son of Alfred? And on behalf of the people of Northumbria and the Scots and the Britons of Strathclyde, whose kings have elected me, spokesman for them, we beg to submit ourselves to you and agree to be governed by you and to accept you as our father and our Lord King.
Cavalcade of Kings. This is the second in the series of radio dramas based upon the lives of the kings and queens of England. When Edward the Elder, the first king of all England, died, he had accomplished his sacred vow to unite the peoples of England. The mantle of this noble king fell upon the broad shoulders of his son Athelstan, who came to the throne in the year 925 Anno Domini. About 12 months after he became king, we find him talking with his sisters Edgith and Edgifu. Athelstan is telling them stories of his father and his aunt Ethelfleda. And after many glorious victories, our Aunt Ethelfleda at last fell in battle, giving her life for England.
What was she like, Athelstan? I was too young to remember her.
She was tall and fair, possessing splendid physical courage, Christian self-restraint, and self-sacrifice.
Our father loved her dearly, did he not?
Yes, Edgifu. He adored her.
And to think that she died at the hands of those heathen dogs. What sort of men were the Vikings?
They were fearless and impervious to pain. They were capable of suffering unendurable hardship, and he only was thought worthy to fully deserve the name of Sea King, who never slept beneath a sooty rafter and never drank at the hearth corner. There is a story told of Snorri, the son of Torbrand. Snorri was the cheeriest of his brothers as he sat at table one evening, eating his curdled milk and cheese. And Gudde, his brother, said to him, "Why do you eat your cheese so slowly, Snorri, my brother?"
Goody, all lambs are slowest over their eating when they're fresh gagged. And I fear me I'm like those lambs. There seems to be a gag in my throat.
Let me look at your throat. By the gods, there's an arrow stuck in it.
Then be good enough to pull it out and let me eat my food in comfort.
That was the type of man who invaded England and eventually settled here.
But why did they come here? Could they not have gone somewhere else?
Yes, I suppose they could. But their choice fell upon England, and the reason for coming was that Harold, the son of one of the tribal kings of Norway, conquered the Norsemen and forced them to acknowledge him as their king. Some of the people refused, and rather than bow the knee to him, they left their country and sailed to the Orkney Islands, Others went south to the Isle of Man. Some went to Ireland. Harold had several sons, but only 2 survived him. One was Eric Bloodaxe, who went to sea in a Viking ship when he was 12 and did not return for 8 years. And the other was Hakon, who was born many years later. Eric now sits upon the throne of Norway, and Hakon is here at my court.
I've often wondered why, my brother.
I will explain his presence then, Edith. Some time ago, I sent a sword to Harold, which he accepted, thereby binding himself to me as my man. Before he died, he sent to me a ship richly laden with presents. I was holding court when his ambassador arrived, and he came before me, and he said,
Sire, I am come as the ambassador of my royal master, King Harold of Norway. He sends you a ship laden with presents. He also sends his youngest son, this child whom I bear in my arms. His name is Hakon. Won't you hold him upon your knee? See, he is so very tiny and such a pleasing baby.
Why, of course I'll take him upon my knee.
You have taken Hakon upon your knee, sire, and that means you have adopted him as your foster child.
What is this trickery?
No more than the sword which you so generously presented to my master, sire, which when he accepted it, made him your vassal.
And so I kept the child and brought him up as my own son. But I've grown to love him dearly.
So have we all. And I have a feeling that he will serve you well ere many years have passed.
Perhaps he will, Edith, for none knows what the future holds for any of us.
But surely you do not expect further troubles with the Danes, brother? I thought we were at peace with them at last.
In peace, 'tis well to prepare for war. And we have to be on our guard all the time against the pirates and traders who continue to harass our coast. Who comes?
Sire, there is a man without who brings grave tidings from the north.
From the north?
Send him to me at once.
Yes, sire. King Athelstan will see you. Please enter.
What news from the north do you bring?
Sire, Northumberland is in revolt against you, and the whole of the north is aflame. An alliance has also been formed between the North Welshmen and the Scots.
Oh, Athelstan, what will you do?
Do as my father did before me. Peace is at an end. Once more I must buckle on the sword of my grandfather in the service of England.
Athelstan, at the head of his army, advanced upon Northumbria and quickly subdued its people. He then rode to the west and broke the alliance which had been formed between the North Welshmen and the Scots. And as a punishment for their treachery, he demanded an annual tribute from them, forced them to serve in his army, and imposed his government upon them. The Welsh in Cornwall were also reduced to a vassal state, and he next drove the Britons from Exeter, which they had occupied with the English. Having at last stamped out the fires of rebellion, he returned home, where we now find him in earnest conversation with Charles the Simple, the French king at last, and his feudal tenant Hugh Capet, the ancestor to a long line of French kings.
Charles, you say you desire to marry my sister Edith?
Yes, Athelstan. That is the reason of my visit to England.
And you, Hugh Capet, wish to marry Edith?
That is so, Athelstan. You will give your consent?
If I only had the advantages of such a union to consider, I would gladly give my consent. But there are other things to be thought of as well.
You are afraid that you may be sacrificing your sisters upon the altar of their country, my friend?
That, Charles, is so.
I never thought I would have to remind Athelstan of England of his duty to his country.
There is no need to remind me, for I know where my duty lies. An alliance between France and England is something I greatly desire, for the south of England would then be safely guarded against attack. But already one of the women of my house has given her life for her country. I do not wish to sacrifice 2 more. I am torn between 2 fires, love of country and love of my own flesh and blood. I would far rather be standing on the battlefield where the spears and arrows fall thickest, for there I would know what to do. As it is... let's go outside into the garden. I can think better in the fresh air.
If it will enable you to make up your mind, let us do so by all means.
Then come this way.
You heard, Edith?
Every word.
What are we going to do?
Do you love Charles?
I hate him. He is so old. His face is pockmarked. His eyes are wicked and cold as a snake's. But I shall marry him.
I must marry the smug-faced Hugh Capet, for England comes first.
You must never let Athelstan know our true feelings. It would make him desperately unhappy to think he'd forced us to marry against our will.
Ygritte, are we big enough to make this sacrifice? Think what it will mean. Years of mental anguish, years of heartache, years of loneliness spent in a strange land amid strange people.
Don't, Edith. Don't make it harder. You see, I already love someone with all my heart and soul. And I must now put all that behind me.
Ygritte, little sister, I did not know.
It is true, Edith. I will try and be brave. The knowledge that I am doing my duty will help me bear my grief. But if it should happen to overcome me, I will remind myself that I am not alone in my sacrifice, and that we are both fulfilling our destiny and helping our brother, the King of England, to keep our glorious country free.
After their marriage in England, the two sisters left for France with smiling lips, but with breaking hearts. Another link had been forged in the chain of sacrifice which has helped to make England great. Sometime later, Athelstan engaged the combined forces of the formidable confederacy of Scotland, Cumberland, and the British and Danish chiefs of the west and east who had risen. His glorious victory at Brunanburh has been sung about in a noble war song, and the victory wrecked the Danish hopes which were further crushed when Haakon, the foster child of Athelstan, led the English forces against his brother Eric, King of Norway, thereby preventing further Viking raids at the coasts of England. At the moment, Athelstan is returning from his brilliant victory at Brunanburh, and we find him conversing with one of his generals.
Your remark about my sword, good friend Robert. You think it a magic sword, eh?
Yes, sire. I have seen you in the thickest of the fray, surrounded by foemen, but you draw your sword, and the flash of its shining metal seems to blind your enemies, and their spears lose their mark.
Oh, it is my talisman, Robert, given to me in my childhood by my noble grandfather, Alfred the Great. He bade me carry it for England, and only to draw it in the cause of the weak, the cause of justice, and the cause of freedom. I have kept my promise. Cavalcade of Kings. Canute.
Cavalcade of Kings passes slowly on, phantom figures from the misty ages, pausing a little while to enact once again poignant scenes from the mighty drama of England's history, and then moving on. Ethelred, Edmund Ironside slowly disappear as a broad-chested bronze giant with fierce blue eyes and long flaxen hair approaches. He wears the winged headdress of the Vikings and carries lance and shield firmly and proudly. It is King Canute who stands before you. Canute was born in 995 and was the son of Sweyn, King of Denmark, and a beautiful Polish woman. It is Denmark in the year 1013, and in the great banqueting hall of King Sweyn's palace, a feast is in progress, The old king sits at the head of his board, surrounded by his Vikings. They have but recently returned to Denmark from one of their many raids on England.
Where is my son Canute? Why has he not joined us in our merrymaking? You, Thorbrand, know you aught of him?
Nay, sire, unless he's gone down to the seaport to watch the building of his new ship. Shall I search for him, sire?
Nay, do not trouble. He will no doubt return when his hunger overcomes his zeal for shipbuilding. Come, drink ye, my brave Vikings. Drink ye and make merry.
Hey! Long live King Sweyn!
And a long life to Ethelred of England. For while he sits upon the throne, English silver will continue to pour into Danish coffers. 20,000 pounds he paid us last time. 20,000 pounds to leave him in peace.
The English do not know their strength, sire. If they did, they would not pay the Dane to leave them in peace.
Nay, they would drive him back into the sea with axe and spear, good Thorbrand.
The English hate us, sire.
Aye, but they have no man strong enough to lead them against us. Ethelred's reign is a reign of defeat and shame.
He is not worthy to rule so fair a land, sire.
Thou art right, Thorbrand, and I am tempted to cross the sea once more and take England for Denmark.
Hey! Hey!
When do we start?
Not so fast, my lusty fellows. Hast forgotten that Ethelred has but recently paid us 20,000 pounds to leave him in peace? We must hold to our bargain, at least for the present. Later, well, anything might happen. Here comes my son Canute at last. Come, my son, and join in the merrymaking.
Father, this is not the time for merrymaking.
I know of no better time, my son, than the present, when we have 20,000 pounds of English silver lying in our chests. Ethelred so generously gave it to us in return for our promise of a long peace towards them.
Peace? Peace, you say? 20,000 pounds of silver was the price Ethelred paid for the lives of hundreds of Danish settlers in England.
You speak in riddles, my son.
Then I will speak plainly, Father. Our ships had scarcely returned to the shores of Denmark when Ethelred ordered the West Saxons to arise on St. Brice's Day and massacre every Danish settler in their midst.
And whence came the tidings of such cursed treachery, my son?
A ship bearing some of our people who had escaped the English murderers entered our waters this morning, Father. 'Twas then I heard the foul tidings. They told me that men and women and even children had been pitilessly put to death. And that is not all, my father. Your sister, Gunhilda...
Speak, son, speak.
Her husband and child were butchered before her eyes, and after being tortured in this fiendish manner, she too was slain.
You mean the dogs have murdered Gunhilda?
Yes, Father.
But she was one of the hostages for the peace arranged between Ethelred and myself. He would not dare put her to death.
Gunhilda has been murdered, Father, and she died calling down vengeance upon the heads of her murderers.
Gunhilda, my beautiful little sister, murdered.
She was not the only one, my father. We are not alone in our grief. The blood of hundreds of Danish men and women has been spilt by the treachery of the cowardly weakling who sits upon the English throne. The time for feasting is over, I tell you, for we have men's work to do. Let us raise a mighty host and cross the sea in our ships to England. There we shall avenge our dead.
The Danish fleet landed near Exeter and began their war of vengeance. Ethelred and his wife Emma and their 2 sons fled to Normandy, and Sweyn was proclaimed King of England. A month later he died, and left Canute undisputed King of England. Canute banished his first wife, Elgafew, and her 2 sons, and married Ethelred's widow Emma. At the moment we find Emma conversing with Earl Godwin and some of the courtiers, whilst awaiting Canute's return from a pilgrimage to Rome.
Well, you are in happy mood today, madame.
And have I not good reason to be happy, Godwin?
For today, His Majesty returns from his pilgrimage to Rome.
We all rejoice with you, madam. His Majesty has been sorely missed.
Look, my lords and ladies. Even now the people are gathering in crowds outside the gate of the palace to welcome their king.
King Canute's greatest gift to his people has been that of peace. No wonder they come to do homage to
Oh,
him.
my Lord Duke. His Majesty's aim seems to be the obliteration from men's minds, the bloodshed which marked the beginning of his rule.
I shall never forget how terrified I was of him when he first appeared in England. He came as a Northman, passionate and revengeful, uniting the guile of the savage with the thirst for blood.
And His Majesty's first acts of government were a series of murders, madam.
Murders? Is this true, Godwin?
Surely, madam, thou hast not forgotten the fate of Edric of Mercia, whose aid gave His Majesty the crown.
Yes, madam. Edric of Mercia was felled by an axe at the king's signal.
His Majesty was wise in ridding the land of such a foul traitor as Edric of Mercia, who first betrayed Ethelred, my late husband, and who, doubtlessly, would have betrayed Canute when it suited his purpose to do so.
A murder also removed Edwig, the brother of Edmund Ironsides, and...
Please, Godwin, have done with your talk of murder, lest I begin to suspect you also of treachery to your king. Whatever happened in the past is best forgotten, and we will think only of the present.
I meant no harm, madam, for truly His Majesty has changed from a savage into a wise and temperate king.
And I love him.
As do we all. What say you, my lords and ladies?
See, my lords and ladies, His Majesty approaches upon a black charger at the head of his retinue. Look, the people are crowding around him. They seek to kiss his stirrup.
His Majesty has ridden through the gates of the palace, and is now dismounted.
Soon shall I be folded close to his breast.
Make way for His Majesty! Make way! Make way! The King approaches!
Peace be upon you, my lords and ladies. Emma, my darling wife.
Canute. Oh, my dear one, how good it is to see you again.
Kiss me, my beloved.
Not before our courtiers, Canute.
My courtiers are the quintessence of discretion. See, they have all discovered an object of mutual interest in the courtyard below. Now, kiss me. I've waited many weary months for the sweetness of your lips.
I love you so much that it hurts like a knife in my heart. Truly, love is a tyranny.
But a sweet tyranny, my beloved, because the lover endureth his torments willingly.
For 20 years Canute reigned peacefully and prosperously, well beloved by all. At the moment we find him walking by the seashore with Godwin and his courtiers.
Oh, it is good to be alive this fair spring morning, to see peace and industry around us, to hear the ring of the woodman's axe in the forest, the lowing of the farm cattle, and the sound of the gentle waves breaking upon our free shores.
Thou, sire, alone has made possible this scene of tranquility.
I have but tried to keep my vow to God, and if I have done aught beyond what was just, through headiness and negligence of youth, I am ready with God's help to amend it utterly.
Thou canst do anything, sire. Nothing is impossible to your Majesty.
Oh, have done with your flattery, my Lord Duke, for I want none of it.
Sire, I but speak as my heart directs.
Then I must prove your heart to be a liar. Come, set my chair at the edge of the sand, close to the water. Closer, so that the waves may lap the hem of my garment. Ah, 'tis done. Now I shall seat myself upon my chair and bid the importunate waters recede. This far shall you come, and no further. You see, my Lord Duke, what is the might of any earthly king compared to that of the Creator, who could say to the sea, this far shall you come, and no further, and be obeyed?
Sire, the rebuke was well earned.
Come, we shall go aboard the barge, and ye shall row me across the vast fen waters, so that I may hear the monks of Ely chanting in their abbey. 'Tis good to hear their voices.
They have good reason to sing, sire, since you have restored their religious houses, and leave them to dwell in peace and plenty. 'Tis said by all that merrily champed the monks of Ely when King Canute rode by.
Cavalcade of Kings. Harold, son of Godwin. With jingling bit and flashing swords, the Cavalcade of Kings rides on. Edward the Confessor is passing, and Harold, son of Godwin, is approaching. Harold came to power unfettered by the obstacles which beset his father. He possessed his father's courage, ability, and genius for administration without his father's excesses, and his military talents were displayed with great boldness and resource. It is London, January the 5th, 1066, and Edward the Confessor is dying. His wife Editha, the daughter of Earl Godwin, and her brother Harold are standing by the stricken king's bedside. In the background are the Archbishop of Canterbury and the king's councillor. Edward speaks.
I am glad that the Almighty spared me to finish the building of the Westminster, and my dying wish is that I be buried in it. You will see to it, wife?
I promise, Edward.
How easily the affairs of death are arranged. Ah, would that the affairs of state could be arranged as simply, but they can't. They can't. Editha.
What is it, my husband?
The great sadness is upon me that I have no heir to succeed me upon the throne of England.
Here is your brother's grandson, Edgar.
No. He is but a child, and England cannot be ruled by a child. For rapidly she is approaching a great crisis in her history.
Harold, what does Edward mean? What is this crisis which threatens us?
I think, sister, that the king refers to the possibility of an invasion of England from two sources, from Harold of Norway and from William of Normandy.
Yea, that is true, Harold. I have been foolishly weak in the matter of the Normans, and William, who is my cousin, arrogantly proclaims that he is my legitimate successor on the English throne.
William was ever the loud-voiced bull, sire. But I swear that if ever he sets a warlike foot upon English soil, he will have me to reckon with.
The blood of Godwin flows full and red in the veins of you, Harold, his son. And this good blood, fighting blood of a kind that England needs today. Summon my councillors and the Archbishop.
My Lord Bishop, and my Lord, His Majesty would have speech with you.
You summoned us, my son?
Yea, my Lord Bishop. Gather ye round closely, so all might hear. For I would set my house in order before I start on my long journey.
Edward.
Sweetest of women, to shed compassionate tears for one who has treated you so basely in the past.
The past is forgotten, Edward.
But is it forgiven?
All is forgiven, Edward.
Hast forgotten how I seized your jewels and had you imprisoned in a convent? Hast forgotten the many other cruelties I worked upon thee?
I have forgotten and forgiven all, my husband, for I truly love you.
Gracious and generous lady. But what say you, Harold? Are you so generous and as gracious as your sweet sister?
Have I not always served you loyally, sire?
No man could have served England and her king more loyally than thou, Harold.
Then, sire, let my past actions answer your question.
I am answered to my great content, and you have your revenge.
Revenge, sire?
Yea, revenge, Harold. For in the forgetting and forgiving of a wrong, one attains a mild revenge.
There was no thought of revenge in my heart, sire.
Noble Harold, I never even suspected there was. But time is short, and I must proceed. My lords, I am dying. I have no heir. England is at the mercy of two foreign powers, and she needs a strong man's hand to guide her destiny.
Is there such a strong, fearless nobleman left in all England, my son? If there is, bring him before us, for we have need of him.
My Lord Bishop, that man stands before you now, in the person of Harold, son of Godwin, and Earl of Essex.
But I am not of royal blood, sire.
It's fighting blood that England needs at this juncture, Harold.
But what of Edwin of Mercia and Morcar of Northumbria? Think you that they will accept me as their king, when they have always regarded themselves as my equals, and justly so?
My son, when I set the crown of England upon your head, no man will be your equal.
Does this mean, my Lord Bishop, that His Majesty's choice finds favor in your eyes also?
It does, my son, as it finds favor in the eyes of His Majesty's counselors. Have I your yea or nay, my lord?
Yea, my lord.
'Tis well. And now, Edward, my son, you can be at peace, knowing full well that your last wishes will be respected.
I am content, my Lord Bishop, and I die happy in the knowledge that my country and my beloved wife will be safe in the hands of Harold.
Harold was crowned King of England on the very day of Edward the Confessor's funeral. William of Normandy, upon hearing the news, immediately sent his ambassador to Harold's court, where we now find him.
How much longer have we to wait before the cursed usurper consents to give us an audience?
Oh, Harold seeks to impress us with his kingly importance.
Bah! The man's a fool if he thinks he can insult the ambassadors of William of Normandy in this churlish fashion.
His Majesty King Harold of England.
The clown approaches.
Yeah, and when he hears the tidings we bring, methinks his pompous bombast will soon disappear.
Hush, hush, here he comes.
Greetings, your excellencies.
Greetings, your majesty.
You bring tidings of your royal master, William of Normandy?
Yes, sir.
Well, what does he want of me?
Your resignation of the English crown.
Oh! William always was modest in his demands. Surely he would not be satisfied with just the mere crown of England.
Sire, I beg you to treat the matter with all seriousness, for it is not a time for jesting. My royal master considers his claim to be just and legitimate.
Very interesting. But I fail to perceive the justice or the legitimacy of his claim.
Sire has forgotten that you took the oath of allegiance to William of Normandy, and that you accepted many and costly presents when this public act was over, and further accepted as a signal favor the release of your nephew whom our master held as hostage.
The oath to William was torn from me under duress. I was shipwrecked near Ponthieu, where Guy of Ponthieu held me for ransom.
And William of Normandy rescued you and brought you to his court, where he entertained you in royal fashion.
Yeah, William was ever an opportunist, and he seized on the opportunity of my misfortune to benefit himself. I was in his power, and he forced me to take the oath on the missile.
Forced you, sir?
Yeah, I was led into the room, and although William chattered amiably at my side, the room was lined with his men, fully armed. The book was placed on a tub instead of the table. The tub had a cover over it, and after I had taken the oath, the cover was removed, and I saw that it was filled with bones which William alleged were those of long-dead saints. The bones made the oath more binding, I suppose.
Oui, and if you break it, sire, you will shock the whole of Europe and its morals.
An oath taken under such circumstances cannot be regarded as sacred, for it is a travesty, a mockery, and I refuse to be held to it.
That is your final word, sire?
It is. Go you both and return to your master, William of Normandy, and tell him that I refuse to resign the crown of England to the base-born son of a tanner's wench.
Later, Harold's brother Tostig joined forces with Harald Hardrada, the King of Norway, and invaded England in the north. King Harold encountered them and was victorious. We now find him at York, feasting with his loyal soldiers after the battle.
Out of the way! Out of the way! I must see the king.
Why, 'tis my brother Gurth. What brings you here in such sorry plight? Wine and food for my brother.
Harold, I've ridden far and fast, through mire and river. I bring grave tidings.
Well, speak on.
William of Normandy and his forces have landed at Pevensey and are encamped near Hastings.
Oh, what do you... Quiet, men. There is no cause to be alarmed. We shall encounter these Norman dogs and teach them a lesson they will never forget.
I beg you not to meet them in battle. Mercier of Northumbria will not help you.
But my loyal men in the south will.
A handful against a host. No, Harold. Do not fight, but lay waste the land between London and Pevensey and starve William out.
What? Not 1 foot of English soil shall be desolated by my hand, Gurth. We will fight. Men, prepare to march at once.
God's road! Holy road!
Holy road!
Holy road! God's road! Harold! Harold! The Normans are retreating!
Come on, after them! Drive them into the sea!
Hey, God's road! Holy road!
Come on, we're gaining on them! Harold! Harold! William of Normandy, you shall pay dearly for my brother's life.
Fire! The Normans are counter-attacking. The retreat was but a ruse to break up our shield wall. See, they're falling upon us, sire.
But I will not retreat. Stand firm, men. Stand firm for England. Holy road.
Fire! Fire! Men, our king is dead. The curse of Norman arrow has pierced his eye. Avenge him! Avenge our king!
Cavalcade of Kings. Henry the First.
The Cavalcade of Kings rides on, each figure a pawn upon the chessboard of England's dramatic history, clay puppets of destiny, moved hither and thither upon the board by the fickle hand of fate. William Rufus has passed on, and his brother Henry I approaches. Henry, called the Great Scholar, was the third son of William the Conqueror, and was born in 1068. He was passionate, brutal, and deceitful. Yet under his reign, England prospered. It is the year 1100, and we find Henry at the age of 32 riding off to the hunt with some of his young friends. Henry's mount suddenly shies and commences to rear and to plunge.
Steady, Chris, steady! What blood do you seek to throw me? Steady, steady!
Well ridden, your highness, well ridden. Hold fast, don't let the mare Bess choke.
I gad no, never let it be said. Steady, Bess! I don't want to punish you, but by the saints you deserve it. Quiet, girl, quiet. There. That's better, you stupid old lady. Plunging and rearing just because a leaf is blown across your pathway.
Highness, that's about the prettiest exhibition of horsemanship I've ever seen. Oh, blood it is. What say ye, friend? I thought at any moment His Highness would be unseated. Bess did everything she could but stand on her head. Gad, Highness, the old mare's very fractious this morning.
Well, it's springtime, Walter, and her maiden half is very skittish. Bess feels she wants to gamble and perchance chase butterflies in yonder field.
What Bess needs is some hard work.
And let's give it to her, Walter. I'll race you to the old Roman bridge for a wager of 100 crowns a side.
I'll take you, your highness.
Then, are you ready?
Aye.
Then let's away.
Egad, this is something after my own heart.
Sir Walter will never catch the prince's mare.
Don't be too certain, Guy. Sir Walter's bay is a splendid mount. Come, let's follow them to the bridge.
Well done, your highness, to the fine race. By the saints it was.
We arrived just as you reached the bridge, your highness, with Sir Walter hard upon your heels. Like bad luck, Sir Walter.
Hey, another yard or two, and I would have been 100 crowns the richer.
Never mind, Walter. I'll give you your revenge another time. And now, let's retire to yonder inn and refresh ourselves. Then we'll be on our way to the New Forest. Don't forget, my dear brother has invited us to join the hunt today.
So you are friends again, your highness.
Yea, but I fear me the peaceful condition will not last long. How can it when William and I hate each other as we do, deep down in our hearts?
Talking of the king has brought one of his bodyguards. For that is what this horseman is who approaches.
Yea, and he's riding as though he's pursued by his guilty conscience and cannot escape it.
Methinks there's trouble afoot.
Well, perhaps my brother has been up to some of his cursed tricks again. He has a penchant for running off with innkeepers' daughters, you know.
Highness, your highness.
Yes.
Thank
Well?
God I caught up with you.
Well, what's he,
I
soldier?
bring grave tidings, your highness.
Grave tidings? Speak on.
His Majesty, the king, is dead.
What? My brother? Dead?
Yea, your highness. His body was found with an arrow in his heart in the New Forest.
Where is he now?
A charcoal burner took the remains to Winchester in his cart. And the keeper of the royal treasure, who was one of the king's hunting party, has also hastened to Winchester in order to guard the treasure.
How do you know this, soldier?
I overheard the keeper of the treasure telling those around him that he feared you would seize it as soon as you heard the news of the king's death.
Name of a dog! And who is a better right to it than I? Come, friends, we ride to Winchester to claim that which is rightly mine. Follow me, all ye who hold me as your king.
Hey,
We're going on then, on to Winchester. Open in the king's name.
What seek ye, your highness?
All thou knowest full well, O crafty dog. I seek the royal treasure. Stand aside.
Nay, highness. The royal treasure I will hand to no man, save Robert of Normandy, your elder brother, who is the rightful successor to the throne of England.
What? Would you dare defy me, man? Why, heaven, I'll run you through. Oh, you hear, my fine treasurer? Now do you still deny my rights? Stand aside, I say.
Nay, highness. I refuse. I refuse.
Give me his keys, quickly.
Let me go. Let me go.
Here they are, your highness.
Thank you, Walter. Now for the royal treasure.
Highness, I implore you not to lay hands upon that for which I am accountable to Robert, your brother, who even now is returning home from the Holy Land.
Ah, fool! Within 3 days, I shall be crowned before the high altar in Westminster Abbey, King Henry I of England.
So began the reign of Henry I. One of his first acts was the granting of a charter which limited the despotism established by the Norman conquest. He also resigned church property, which had been seized by his brother William, and restored the law of Edward the Confessor. His clerks of the royal chapel were formed into royal ministers whose head bore the title of Chancellor. Over all stood the Justiciar, or Lieutenant General, who acted as regent during the king's absence, and whose staff formed the first Supreme Court, or King's Court of the Realm. Later, Henry decided to marry Matilda, the daughter of King Malcolm of Scotland, and at the moment we find Henry and Anselm, Archbishop of Canterbury, at the Scottish court in earnest conversation with King Malcolm.
Henry, you say there are certain barons and priests in England who are placing obstacles in the way of your marriage with Matilda, my daughter.
Yes, Malcolm. And that is one of the reasons why my Lord Bishop and I have journeyed here to Scotland.
What is the nature of these obstacles? Do the barons and the priests not consider my daughter a suitable wife for the King of England?
My people honor Matilda as a good and noble lady, and would gladly welcome her as their queen. The obstacle is of a religious nature.
Perhaps I can explain better, my son.
I would be grateful if you will, my Lord Bishop.
Malcolm, my son, 'tis said that Matilda has taken the veil. Therefore she can marry no man, being as she is given unto the church.
That is no true, my Lord Bishop. My daughter was brought up in a nunnery of Romsey by the abbess, who is her aunt, Christina. But that is all. Wait. Matilda shall answer you herself. Summon her Royal Highness to appear before me.
It shall be done, sire.
An alliance between England and Scotland is a most desirable condition, Malcolm, my son, and I pray to God it can be brought about, for it would firmly unite the Norman and Saxon races, and so put an end to this perpetual state of hatred and bloodshed.
It is also desirable from another angle than that of an affair of state, my Lord Bishop. I love Matilda dearly.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Oh.
Methinks thou art blushing, sire.
I blush? Nonsense. It is but the fierce rays of the sun which have beat upon my face, causing its redness.
Fierce rays of the sun, sire. In winter time? Oh, surely not. But there, I will not tease you further. You summoned me, father?
Aye, daughter. 'Tis said by some in England that ye had taken a veil and therefore cannot wed Henry.
That is a bitter untruth, my father.
Tell me, daughter, have you ever been veiled?
Yea, my Lord Bishop, in my childhood and young girlhood, to protect me from the insults of the rude soldiery who infested the land.
And for no other reason?
Nay, my Lord Bishop, although my Aunt Christina has oft times tried to force me to don the veil, I wore it as often as I stood in her presence, trembling as I wore it, with grief and indignation. But as soon as I could get out of her sight, I used to snatch it from my head and fling it on the ground and trample it underfoot.
And that was the way you were veiled, my daughter?
That way, and no other, my Lord Bishop.
Was a sin to force it upon your unwilling head, my daughter. And I hereby declare you free from conventual bonds.
Thank you, my Lord Bishop. On my knees I thank you.
My Lord Bishop has also earned the undying gratitude of his king for removing the obstacle which stood in the path of his great happiness.
My daughter, soon ye are to journey southward to become the consort of the King of England. I charge you to do your duty without fear or favour, to live and die, if need be, for England, and to always remember that ye are descended from that great monument of kingly perfection, Alfred the Great.
Cavalcade of Kings. Henry the First. The marriage of Henry the First of England with Matilda, daughter of King Malcolm of Scotland, still further increased Henry's popularity. His wife bore him 3 children, Matilda, William, and Marie. Thus the blood of Egbert and Alfred the Great was blended with that of Haralfan the Conqueror. England became prosperous under Henry's reign, and men called him the Lion of Justice. But the clouds were gathering in the sky, and at the moment we find Henry discussing the trouble which threatened the land with Anselm, Archbishop of Canterbury. Robert is a fool if he thinks he can wrest the crown of England from me now. And I fail to understand his sudden desire to possess it, when for years he has made no attempt to claim it.
Your brother Robert is now a father. Perhaps he seeks the crown for his son.
And what of my son, my Lord Bishop? Is it not just and right that he should inherit the throne of England, when I, his father, have served it so loyally?
Yea, my son.
If Robert or his offspring were to mount the throne of England, our hard-won peace and prosperity would be soon dissipated and lost. My father knew Robert's weakness, his penchant for debauchery and selfish disregard for the sufferings of the people. That is why he gave the throne of England to William and not to Robert. William was a tyrant, but he governed wisely.
I am heart-sore when I think of Normandy under Robert's misrule.
Normandy's sorry plight will be England's if Robert ever wears her crown. Normandy, her court is but a trough of filth where swine gorge their fill. The court of England would have become the same had I not banished the Norman swine who would have befouled it. Men like Flambard.
Flambard fled to Normandy, where Robert welcomed him with open arms. It is said that the traitor has your brother's ear, and is urging him to attack England.
Aye, in Norman cockle shells.
Nay, my son, in English ships.
Oh, I had forgotten for the moment that some of my sailors had deserted me and taken their ships to Normandy. But 'tis no matter of consequence, and 'tis far better to find out traitors before the battle than after it. A handful of deserters mean naught when the rest of the men are with me.
Robert is certain to land at Portsmouth, and there a very unpleasant surprise will await him. Yea, a very unpleasant surprise.
Meaning, my Lord Bishop?
Henry, my son, in answer to my summons, 60,000 foot soldiers have rallied to your cause. Even now they are encamped but a few leagues from Portsmouth.
60,000 men, my Lord Bishop?
Yea, my son, and all free men pledged to serve their king.
I am deeply moved, my Lord Bishop, at such an expression of loyalty from my people.
My son, you have given the people peace, prosperity, and justice. Are they deserving of a crown of laurels for giving you their loyalty in return? Nay, they could not do less for the man who has made England great.
Robert landed at Portsmouth with his forces and was defeated. Later, Henry conquered Normandy and joined the duchy once more to the English crown. Robert was taken captive, blinded, and then imprisoned for the rest of his life in Cardiff Castle. Later, Henry, accompanied by his son Prince William and his daughter Marie and a great retinue, went to Normandy where the young prince was triumphantly acknowledged as his father's successor. On November the 25th, 1120, the royal party prepared to embark at Port Arthur for the voyage home. A fine ship in the harbour caught the young prince's eye, and he called his father's attention to it.
By the saints, father, that is an uncommon fine ship yonder. 'Twould please me to sail in her. I wonder who owns her.
Oh, perchance the seafarer could tell us. Come here, my fine fellow.
You summoned me, sire?
Yea, who owns that fine ship yonder?
I do, sire.
Odds blood, but she's a graceful craft, and you're a lucky man to own her. Who might you be, and what is the name of your vessel?
My name is Fitzstephen, your highness, and my ship is called the White Ship.
Fitzstephen? Huh. There was a man of that name who served my father for many years on the sea.
Nay, sire. He steered your royal father's boat when he sailed to conquer England. I am that man's son, sire, and ask that you grant me the favour of performing a similar service to you.
I am sorry, Fitzstephen, but I am already accommodated. There is my vessel all ready to leave as soon as I board her.
Father, perhaps Captain Fitzstephen would extend his offer of good service to the grandson of his late royal master and carry my retinue and myself to England on his fine vessel.
Your highness, I would give my life in your service, and I swear that you will have no cause to find fault with Miss stalwart rowers.
So be it, then. Go ye aboard the White Ship, my son, and I trust ye have a pleasant voyage. Fitzstephen, I charge ye to guard well the life of your future king and bring him safely to England.
May I perish if aught of harm comes to him, sire.
You will.
No harm will come to me, father, with a Fitzstephen at the helm.
I trust not. Now 'tis time I boarded my vessel, for my company await me. Fare thee well, Fitzstephen. God be with thee.
Fare thee well, my liege.
Do not delay your journey, my son, but follow my vessel immediately. Fare thee well.
Before morning, father, the White Ship will have overtaken thee.
1,000 crowns if you do, my son. Fare thee well.
Where are you, my brother?
Here I am, Marie. Come and dance in the moonlight.
William, it's past midnight. Soon the tide will have turned and we're still in port. Moreover, every man and nearly every woman on board the White Ship are senseless with wine. And you... Oh, it breaks my heart to see you, my brother, in the same sorry plight. Wine, wine, wine! That is your only thought.
Wine and women are the only two things that make this cursed life worth living, Marty.
None of us will be alive if those drunken rowers take the ship out tonight.
Egad, sister, you speak words of great injustice against our crew. All is well. Our sails are set and our rowers will work all the harder for a little merrymaking. Hey there! Hey there!
Did you call, highness?
Yea, that I did. Get the ship under way at once. At once. Did you hear me, Captain? At once.
It shall be done, your highness.
Oh, William, we should never have left the port. The storm, the awful blackness, the danger of those mountainous waves, and all of us helpless and at the mercy of a drunken fool.
Have no fears, Mary. All will be well.
William! William, what was that? Oh, something terrible has happened. I know it.
Your Highness! Your Highness!
What has happened, man? Quick, out with it!
We've struck a rock in the darkness and we're filling. We're going down.
Oh, may God have mercy upon us.
It is England 3 days later, and we find King Henry anxiously awaiting the arrival of his son. Suddenly a little boy is admitted to his presence, and he leaves his place near the window to speak with the child, who is weeping bitterly.
And who might you be, my little man? And why do you weep so bitterly?
I am the grandson of Gilbert de Lake. My father, Godfrey's just been drowned at sea.
Drowned, my son?
My mother sent me to tell you.
Oh, my poor little one. Come here close beside me. There. Now tell me the whole story. On what ship was your father voyaging?
On the white ship, sire. It sank.
The white ship? The white ship? No, the white ship is all right. It never sank. It couldn't. Do you hear? It
Sire,
couldn't.
it's true. The white ship struck a rock in the darkness just after leaving Port Buffalo 3 nights ago. Our prince got away safely in a boat.
Oh, thank God. Thank God for that.
And then he heard our Princess Mary
Yes.
calling to him from the deck of the sinking ship.
Yes.
And he rowed back to rescue her.
Yes.
They drew alongside. Many
Yes.
men jumped into the boat and swamped it.
Yes.
And so they were all drowned.
Drowned?
My father as well.
Oh.
My mother begged me to come and tell you, sire. For there was none who dared bring such sorrowful tidings.
Oh, dead. My son and my daughter. Dead. Oh, woe is me. Woe is me.
Help! Help! Come quickly! I think the king has fallen. Down! Dead!
My lords, it is time we turn to the question which has plagued us all since my son William's death. I refer to the question of my successor to the throne. We must soon decide it. Delay might embroil the state in war with our foreign foes.
A condition that must be avoided at all costs.
And which can be avoided if you follow my policy. Then hear me. My son is dead, and the son of Robert, my brother, is also dead, leaving us no male successor. But there is one left to us of royal blood who can prevent the throne of England from falling into the hands of our enemies.
Sire, you mean?
Matilda, my daughter, whom I recognize as my heir and legitimate successor.
But, sire, no woman has ever ruled England. The people would never stand for it, sire.
Surely you would not prefer a foreign taskmaster? Then why do you hesitate? Matilda is of my blood. She has been instructed in the laws and constitution of England. She is safely married to our most dangerous foe, Geoffrey Plantagenet, son of the Count of Anjou, who will now become our ally. Moreover, Matilda has 3 healthy sons to follow her. Now will you support her claim? Then prepare ye all to swear allegiance to her within 3 days at Westminster Abbey, and I charge you all to serve her as loyally as ye have served Henry, your king.
Cavalcade of Kings. King Stephen. Solemnly tolls the bell in the Abbey Tower as Henry I, a shadowy figure mounted upon a coal-black charger, joins the phantom Cavalcade of Kings. With the passing of this great monarch, passed the peace and prosperity which England had enjoyed under his rule. His death on December the 1st, 1135, was followed by an outburst of anarchy, and in the midst of the turmoil, Earl Stephen, his nephew, appeared at the gates of London, where he was welcomed by the people amidst scenes of the wildest enthusiasm. Stephen was born in 1105, and was the son of the Conqueror's daughter Adelaide and the Count of Blois. At the moment, the Archbishop of Canterbury, with Roger, Justiciar of England, and Stephen's brother Henry, Bishop of Winchester, are standing at a window in the palace, watching Stephen's triumphant entry into London.
The mob, my Lord Bishop, has many heads but only one brain. And that brain at the moment has but one thought, to do homage to Stephen. Such zeal is like fire and needs watching.
My brother enters London as a conqueror, your grace, and yet he is no such but a mere swordsman.
A mere swordsman whose good humour, generosity, and very prodigality have made him a favourite with all, Henry, my son. Look ye how he bandies jests and jovial sallies with the people who run beside his horse.
Oh, England needs a king, not a jester.
Honey catches more flies than vinegar, my son.
I agree, my Lord Bishop, and the people are fools to allow Stephen to sway them with his honeyed words, which will avail him naught when danger becomes his bedfellow.
You think there will be danger then, Henry?
What else if Stephen mounts the throne? Surely you, Roger, as Justiciar of England, can see the peril which lurks around the corner?
All I can see at the moment is a mighty crowd of people shouting itself hoarse with delight at your brother's return from Normandy.
Stephen has chosen a most propitious moment to return to lay claim to the throne. He knows full well that prelate and baron alike are not reconciled to the thought of Matilda being crowned Queen of England.
England cannot be ruled by a woman.
Surely the Justiciar does not seek to repudiate the claim of the daughter of our late monarch, after having sworn the oath of allegiance to her.
I do, my Lord Bishop, and there are many such as I. Yea, even Stephen swore to serve the cause of Matilda, and to support it with his life, if necessary. And yet, look ye down into the streets, and you will see him riding in triumph at the head of his retainers, with all the assurance of a monarch on his way to his coronation.
He has more tricks than a dancing bear, my Lord Bishop, and his acts are those of a traitor.
Meaning, my son?
That my brother, in laying claim to the throne of England, is guilty of the foulest treachery to our uncle, and Matilda, his proclaimed heir and successor. Nothing but evil will come of it, and I fear me that our days of peace and plenty are over.
Such gloomy words, Henry, my son. Such gloomy words.
The people do not share your dark thoughts, Henry. Look ye, Stephen has entered the palace gates. Soon he will stand before us.
Then I beg leave to retire, my Lord Bishop. For I fear me I cannot bring myself to face my brother with equanimity. I should perforce be impelled to denounce him as a usurper.
Oh, he has gone, and in high dudgeon, too.
Poor Henry. 'Tis a pity he cannot curb his youthful prejudices.
Yea, my Lord Archbishop. Henry has yet to learn that he must kiss the hand he cannot cut off.
And learn to do so quickly, Roger.
Then my Lord Archbishop thinks that Stephen
will be crowned King of England before this month of December 1135 has drawn to an end. Stephen approaches.
My lord, Earl Stephen of Boulogne.
Oh, well done, my fine fellow. By the saints, 'tis good to look upon your fine, fat, red English face again. And here's a crown. Take it, you've earned it.
Thank you, my lord. God bless you, my lord. Thank you.
Not another word. No, don't trouble to escort me. I'll find my way in alone. Greetings, my lord Archbishop, and to you, my lord Justiciar.
You are very welcome, Stephen, my son.
Very welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Ah, 'tis good to be in England again. Such a welcome did I receive. A welcome fit for a king.
So we observed, my son. A welcome fit for a king.
And I, for one, must own that you were not lacking in kingly grace, my Lord Stephen.
You think I carried myself well, Roger?
Truly, my lord, 'twas as though a monarch had returned unto his people. Would that it were true.
Well, perhaps with the help of my friends and the blessings of the church, we could make it come true.
I will answer for your friends, my lord.
And the church gives its blessing now, Stephen, my son.
On what of Matilda?
That contingency will be dealt with should it arise. But I do not think it will, for up to the moment she has made no attempt to claim the throne.
And the barons, my lord Archbishop?
Will not prove difficult. They dare not, for the voice of the people has spoken, loudly, so all might hear. And the voice of the people cries out for Stephen. Go ye therefore, my son, and prepare thyself for thy kingly duties. For ere the month has passed, the crown of England will grace thy brow.
Stephen was crowned King of England on December the 22nd, 1135. But he had few kingly qualities, and soon the realm began to slip from his grasp. Matilda came to England and claimed her father's throne. A long civil war followed, and Stephen's forces were defeated at Lincoln and the king taken prisoner. At the moment, we find Matilda in her tent. The captive Stephen has been brought before her.
Greetings, Stephen, my cousin.
Greetings, Matilda.
You know, Stephen, he that is not lucky should not go fishing.
I'm not in any humor for proverbs, Matilda.
Perhaps you would prefer to sample some of the unique tortures invented for the discomfort of man by your noble barons.
I have done, I tell you. What do you want with me?
Only this, Stephen, that you end this cursed civil war.
Not until I've crushed you and your base-born brother Robert of Gloucester as I've crushed the Scots.
You've not crushed the Scots. You've not been strong enough to do aught but compromise with David, their king.
I tell
Wait.
you,
Do not deceive yourself, but face facts as they are.
I have loyal friends.
And many enemies. And now you have, by your stupid quarrel with Roger the Justiciar, arrayed yourself against the whole clergy.
The barons will support my cause.
They also support mine.
The people,
Even they are divided in their loyalty.
But why? Why? Have I not always been their friend?
Too much of a friend, my cousin. Too jovial. Too fond of jesting. Too eager with your honeyed words, when curses would have served you better. And now you reap your harvest, and my poor country lies bleeding.
I see nothing amiss with it.
You willfully blind yourself. But whilst you've been jesting and merrymaking, your barons have built themselves strong castles. They've fortified them and filled them with armed men.
Who will ride forth to do battle for me, their king?
Nay, my cousin. They ride forth as robbers, as wild beasts go forth from their den. They fight amongst themselves with deadly hatred. They spoil the land with fire and rapine. They've plundered, tortured, and starved, and ruined men, women, and children who have crossed their path.
I know aught of this.
And cared less.
I tell you, I know naught of these things.
'Twas your duty as king to know everything, and your confession makes you unworthy to sit upon the throne. The land is the devil's playground, and Christ and his saints are sleeping.
I have done my best.
You've plunged the country into civil war, chaos, pillage, and bloodshed. You've permitted the outrages of the feudal barons to go unpunished. No more ghastly picture of a nation's misery has ever been painted. But 'tis the end of her misery.
What do you mean to do with me?
You shall be taken to Gloucester, and there imprisoned for the rest of your life.
And you, Matilda?
I shall submit myself to the clergy and the people as the rightful and legitimate heir to the throne of England.
Matilda was acknowledged queen, but later the king's party rose and Stephen regained his liberty. In 1148, Matilda left England, but 4 years later her son Henry crossed from Normandy to claim the throne, and sometime later the Treaty of Wallingford was signed by Stephen and the young prince. It is now October 1154, and we find Stephen at Dover. He is dying, and Prince Henry has journeyed from Normandy to see him.
It was kind of you to come to me, Henry.
Was little enough to do, sire.
Sire?
You call me sire?
Are you not still King of England, sire?
Oh, in name only. You remember when you came to England to wrest the throne from the usurper, as you called me?
I remember, sire.
Your army was on one side of the river, and mine on the other. And we shouted across the water to each other and made our terms.
And the Treaty of Wallingford was the result of our truce, sire.
Yea, the Treaty of Wallingford, which abolished the evils of the long anarchy and made you my legitimate heir.
I remember, sire.
Would that I had signed such a treaty sooner. Then perhaps England would have been spared the 19 years of misery which she suffered under my rule. Henry, in the name of God and for the repose of my soul, I charge ye to go forth and right the wrongs of our people, the wrongs for which I alone am responsible. Cavalcade of Kings. King Henry II, Episode 1. The Cavalcade of Kings rides on, and Henry II emerges from the blue mists of antiquity. Henry was born on March the 5th, 1133 at Le Mans. His mother was Matilda, heiress of Normandy and daughter of Henry I of England. He increased his power by marrying Eleanor of Aquitaine, the divorced wife of Louis VII of France, and heiress to a vast French territory. Henry II was crowned King of England at Winchester on the 19th of December 1154, and immediately issued a charter confirming his grandfather's laws. He next banished the foreign mercenaries and demolished over 1,100 castles erected by the feudal barons in Stephen's reign. He drew up a series of new laws and reforms called assizes, and introduced trial by jury. In 1163, Henry entered on the disastrous quarrel with the church, which terminated with the murder of Thomas à Becket, Henry's one-time friend and chancellor, whom he had elected to the high estate of Archbishop of Canterbury. At the moment, we find Queen Eleanor, a thoroughly wanton woman, making amorous advances to the young Thomas à Becket, then Chancellor of England.
My lady honors my poor house with her presence, but is she wise in doing so unaccompanied by her serving women?
I will go if I am unwelcome, sir.
Beauty is a welcome guest everywhere, madam.
Such gallantry is deserving of a reward. You may kiss my hand, my Lord Chancellor.
I would rather kiss...
Yes?
Forgive me, my lady. I forgot myself for a moment.
Let us both forget, Thomas. Forget everything. Not for a moment, but for an hour.
You tempt me sorely. Your eyes...
What can you see in my eyes?
An invitation which I find hard to refuse.
Then why do you refuse?
Because I am not prepared to pay the price for such a pleasure.
Would any price be too high to pay for such fame as I could bestow upon you, Thomas?
Yes, lady, when that price is my honor.
Bah, what is honor compared with fame?
Fame is something which can always be won, madam.
And honor?
Something that must never be lost.
He who dares to venture as far as his heart urges is a coward.
Bravery has no place where it can avail nothing.
Meaning?
Have you forgotten your husband, who is my friend as well as my king?
A wise man turns chance into good fortune. I offer you that chance now. The king matters not.
I do not understand.
No? Then I shall proceed to enlighten you. Suppose Henry died.
Your eldest son would succeed him on the throne.
Exactly. And as my son is not yet of an age, it would follow that I, his mother, would be appointed regent. Then England and our French possessions would be in the hollow of my hand. And you, Thomas,
would grieve with the nation at our king's death.
Or perhaps rejoice in the unlimited power which the Queen could bestow upon you.
Madam is surely jesting.
Nay, I am serious. I hate Henry. Hate him with a bitter hatred.
'Tis an old adage which has it, that hell hath no fury like that of a woman scorned.
You refer, of course, to the king's peccadillo with the fair Rosamond?
Am I wrong in doing so?
In imagining I'm jealous of that insipid chit? Yes. What have I to be jealous of? I, the most beautiful woman in England. Nay, my hatred of Henry is not the fruit of jealousy, but envy. I envy him his power. The power I shall one day smash. And you are going to help me smash it.
I think not, madam.
Not now, but later. Yes.
King.
He must not find me here.
Quickly, madam, through this door. It leads to the sunken garden. Take the path to the left. Follow it, and you'll come to the river. My barge is waiting at the steps. It will carry you safely to the palace.
Thank you, Thomas. Farewell till we meet again.
She has gone. Power, is that what I want too? I wonder.
His Gracious Majesty, King Henry of England.
Oh, my Lord Chancellor, why so thoughtful? Hast a guilty conscience which troubles you?
A guilty conscience? Nay, sire, I was but thinking. That was all.
And your thoughts were not pleasant ones. Come, Becket, what were they?
I was thinking, sire, that wickedness allied to beauty is the devil's hook baited.
Hear him. Ye gods, what ails the man? Has some wench played you false? If so, why worry? Many roses grow upon the same bush.
And many thorns.
Well, a man must suffer for his pleasures, Becket. But we suffer gladly, whilst women remain the charming creatures that they are.
Woman would be more charming if one could fall into her arms without falling into her hands.
Oh, by the saints, I must remember that. 'Twas well said. Well, 'tis good to laugh. 'Tis the first time that I've done so today.
You have been worried by affairs of state, perhaps, sire?
Yea, and the affairs of the clergy have added to my worries.
Your Majesty refers to the affair of the priest who committed that foul murder in Worcestershire?
Yes. I demanded the wretch delivered up to be tried in the same court and in the same way as any other murderer. The Archbishop refused and kept the man in the bishop's prison, which means that the fiend will be merely stripped of his orders and imprisoned for a short period, whereas he should be hanged like any other criminal.
The power of the church is unlimited.
Now, but I mean to curtail its power, and you're going to help me do it, Becket.
I, your Majesty?
Yea, have you not always supported me?
And always will, sire.
Then I will make you Archbishop of Canterbury, and, being devoted to me, you will help me correct the church and uphold my power against the power of the clergy.
What makes you think you can trust me so far, sire?
I have not forgotten how you once told the bishops that men of the church were equally bound to me with men of the sword. Aye, and I loved you as a brother for your loyalty to me.
You may grow to hate me, sire, as much as you now love me.
Not I. Thomas à Becket is the one man of all men in England to help me in my great design.
Thomas à Becket took a very serious view of his new office, changing his luxurious mode of living and becoming strict and austere. He abandoned the king's service to the people's, and a fierce quarrel broke out between Henry and his one-time friend. In 1164, à Becket was forced to sign the constitutions of Clarendon, and later was forced into exile for 6 years, being recalled to the English court in 1170. No sooner had he landed in England than he began a new dispute with the king. At the moment, we find Henry and Eleanor with their knights and nobles at the palace. A messenger has brought news of Thomas à Becket from Canterbury, which angers Henry.
This is insufferable.
What has happened, Henry?
Becket has discovered that our son Henry was secretly crowned when we were in dread of our kingdom being placed under an interdict by the Pope some time ago.
Well?
Becket has persuaded the Pope to suspend the Archbishop of York who performed the ceremony and to excommunicate the bishops who assisted at it. Even I am threatened.
It is indeed insufferable. It is your own fault for raising such an ingrate to such a high estate as Archbishop of Canterbury. What reward has he given you for your generosity?
Baseness and treachery. That's my reward. Ye gods, will none of the cowards who eat my bread rid me of this turbulent priest?
My Lord Bishop!
Why do ye disturb me at vespers in the house of God?
My Lord Bishop, 4 knights and 12 men burst into your house but a moment ago. Not finding you there, they're on their way here to the cathedral. You are in peril. They mean to kill you. I implore you to fly whilst yet there is time.
And have them brand me a coward?
Then, my lord, permit me to bolt the doors of the church.
Nay, my son, this is God's house and not a prison.
Follow me, royal servants of the king. Where is the traitor, Thomas a Becket?
I am no traitor, but archbishop and priest of God.
You are our prisoner.
Do not lay a hand upon me, Fitzurse. Remember that you owe me fealty. What do you want of me?
The excommunication taken from the bishops, and you to answer for your offences to the king.
The power of the church is above all earthly power, and even though I was threatened by all the swords in England, I would never yield.
Then we will do more than threaten. Strike the traitor down!
Say Becket was murdered at vespers in the cathedral?
Yea, sir.
By whose hand?
By 4 loyal knights who fearlessly carried out your bidding. I was one of them.
Carried out my bidding? I gave no such orders.
Did you not call upon someone to rid you of the turbulent priest, sire?
But I never meant my words to be taken literally. Oh, God, it is foul, horrible. Such a fiendish crime will stink in the nostrils of my people. Becket was once my friend. I loved him as a brother. We quarreled, but doubtless time would have set us aright. And now, oh, now 'tis too late. Thomas, my friend, what can I do? What can I do to atone for the vile deed which has been perpetrated in my name? Cavalcade of Kings. Henry II, Episode 2. The Cavalcade of Kings rides on, leaving Henry II to play the part which fate had allotted him in the drama of England's history. Upon learning of the brutal murder of Thomas à Becket, Henry, who had been in France when it occurred, hurriedly returned to England. And when our story opens, we find him with his wife Eleanor at the palace in London. Eleanor, a Becket step hangs round my neck like a noose.
Where it doesn't choke you, my husband. Even a king has been known to pay the penalty of murder.
Odds blood, woman, a plague upon thee for laying such a vile deed at my door. Thou knowest full well I had no hand in it.
You spoke the words which sent him to his death. Did you not say to your knights in France, is there no man amongst the cowards who eat my bread who will rid me of this turbulent priest?
But I tell you, I never meant Becket to be slain. I'm not a fool, and know full well what any man in my kingdom knows, that such a deed would rouse the Pope, the Church, and the people against me.
You should learn to curb your passionate temper, my husband.
Silence, thou mocking Jezebel.
Such harsh words to one who loves you dearly.
There is only one being whom you love, and that is yourself. You've hated me for years. You have grudged me my power and envied me the love of my people. Your lying lips smile at me, but your black heart would rejoice if my body was brought to you cold and lifeless. Even now you deny me the tender comfort of a woman's love in my hour of need, and sneer at me and glibly advise me to curb my temper.
And so you return to your mistress, the fair Rosamond, for the love and tenderness your soul craves.
Even as you turn to your many lovers for the pleasure their empty flattery gives you. Leave me, you wanton. Go before I take that beautiful throat of yours between my fingers and choke the life out of it.
You would find the murder of your queen more difficult to explain away than the murder of your archbishop, my dear husband.
Oh, rot your soul, will you go?
At once, my beloved. But if ever the fair Rosamond crosses my path, well, you'd better warn her. Ah, my lord, the Earl of Salisbury, to see you.
Well, Salisbury, what news?
The very worst, sire. His Holiness the Pope has intimated that he intends to excommunicate you for the murder of a Becket.
But I sent respectful messengers to the Pope to plead my innocence.
They have been unsuccessful in placating His Holiness. Moreover, the barons have taken advantage of your unhappy position and are inciting the people to rebel.
But surely my people will not condemn me unheard.
All they have heard, sire, are the accusations leveled against you by the clergy and the barons.
Then 'tis time they heard the truth. Tonight, I leave for Canterbury, where I shall proclaim my innocence before the grave of Thomas a Becket. My lord bishops and my people, I come to you not as your king in fulsome pride and arrogance, but as an humble man, grief-stricken and penitent, although innocent of the vile crime of which I stand accused. And here at the very grave of this holy martyr, and before God, the Church, and my people, I solemnly swear to my innocence. But if the hasty, passionate words which I spoke in a moment of exasperation make me responsible for the bloody deed which was committed before the altar of St. Benedict in Canterbury Cathedral, then I beg that each one of the 80 bishops who stand here today will scourge me with their rods, and may the torments I suffer be my expiation for my sin.
If thou art truly penitent, my son, the Church will grant thee absolution after thy sin has been expiated.
Then, Holy Father, I implore you to punish me now as I stand before the grave of the holy martyr. See, I bear my back in readiness for the scourge. Proceed, I beg of thee, so that I may be forgiven the sooner.
It shall be done, my son. Thou, Father Anthony, will strike the first blow.
And so Henry contrived to make his peace with the Pope, which was still more firmly established when Henry was acknowledged Lord of Ireland, and once more Henry ruled England without opposition. At the moment we find him with the fair Rosamond in a beautiful bower he had built for her in a park at Woodstock. The bower was erected in a labyrinth and could only be found by following a silken thread.
Henry, our friendship has been such a beautiful thing.
It has meant everything to me, Rosamond. I've come to you sick at heart, wearied out by falsehood and treachery, almost ready to lie down and die. But you've always supported me and sent me away with new courage, new hope, new faith. Oh, my dear, I love you so.
Henry, my dear one, I love you too with all my body and soul. We must not allow passion nor disloyalty to others to spoil the beauty of our love.
Disloyalty? You mean Eleanor?
Yes, Henry. She is your wife.
And her black, perjured heart is more deficient in a single touch of tenderness than any wild beast in the forest.
She is still your wife, Henry. Oh, my dear. Can't you see it's just as hard for me?
Yes, my beloved, you're right. Her ghost will always come between us. I must be content with just your friendship. But in God's name, don't deny me that. For it is the rock of my salvation to which I cling when the waters of despair surge round me.
The rock will always be there, Henry, steadfast and strong.
God bless you, my dear. And now I must say adieu until tomorrow, for I have affairs of state to attend to.
Adieu, my beloved friend.
God keep you.
God keep you.
You are sure this is the right path?
Yes, Your Majesty. I have followed the king along it for the past 4 days without his knowledge.
You have obeyed my orders well. A pretty trysting place for the king and his mistress.
Hush, Your Majesty. There is the bower in front of us. Step behind this tree quickly. The king is just leaving and he might see us. Ah, His Majesty has departed. The girl will wait within the bower for a few moments, then she too will depart.
Perhaps. Tell me, are the guards to be trusted?
I picked them myself, Your Majesty.
'Tis well. Bid them join me in the bower at once.
It shall be done, Your Majesty.
So, madam, this is where the king finds the solace which his heart craves.
Which you have denied him all his life, madam.
I must admit, Henry has shown better taste in his choice of a mistress this time.
I am not the king's mistress, madam.
Indeed? Then why this secret meeting place?
It was necessary to secure peace and privacy for our friendship, which the tongues of the court gossips would have befouled had they known it existed.
The peccadilloes of a king are always food for the gossips, my fair Rosamond.
Ours was no cheap peccadillo, madam, but real friendship, in which there's been no thought or deed of disloyalty towards you or God. I beg that you will believe me.
Oh, and if Henry is not your lover, what is he?
My friend, and my king for whom I would willingly die.
Splendid. I will give you the opportunity. Guards!
What are you going to do with me?
Kill you, white-faced chit. Did you imagine I would permit you to usurp my place? The king might even be foolish enough to want to marry you one day, and then my plans would come crashing to the ground. See, here is a dagger, and here is a phial of poison. Choose.
No. I couldn't do that. I could not.
Then you will be handed over to my guards. No doubt they will find pleasure in your charms.
No.
And when they have finished with you, they will take you into the depths of the forest and kill you.
In God's name, are you woman or fiend?
Guards, the woman is yours. May she please you.
Take your foul hand from my body. I'd rather die than know the shame of your caresses. Give me the phial of poison. I've chosen.
'Tis well. Now drink it. All of it.
Oh.
Ah, she's dreamed it. Soon she will die, as others will die who set themselves against me and my ambitions.
Rosamond's death was a bitter blow to the king, and later his misery was added to by the rebellion of his 4 sons, which was incited by Eleanor. In 1188, his son Richard once more joined forces with the King of France in a war against his father. And on July the 6th, 1189, Henry, having suffered many defeats in France, agreed to a peace treaty at Chinon, where we now find him with his infamous son Richard.
Nay, my son, 'tis not the signing of this treaty which bows my head in grief, for I welcome the peace it brings.
What then, my father?
Put your hand in your conscience, my son, and see if it does not come out as black as pitch. First Henry, then Geoffrey, now you. Oh, Richard, my son, after all I have suffered at the hands of my own flesh and blood, to think that I should live to see you bend the knee to Philip of France and accept him as your lord before me, your father.
'Twas strategy, father.
Nay, it was treachery of the basest kind.
Your nobles had deserted you, and you were losing battle after battle. I thought
'twould be safer for you to join the winning side. Is it any wonder I crave the peace which death alone can bring me? Give me the treaty.
Here it is, father.
I will sign it.
There is a stipulation in it, granting indemnity to my followers. Here are their names. You will notice the name of your favorite son, John, at the head of it.
John! John! Child of my heart! Oh, John, whom I have loved best of all, and for whom I have contended through all these troubles, have you betrayed me too? John, oh, shame! Shame on a conquered king! Oh. Cavalcade of Kings. Richard Lionheart.
As the Cavalcade of Kings rides on, a fierce figure brandishing a mighty battle-axe and riding a wild-eyed steed approaches. 'Tis Richard the First, third son of Henry the Second, surnamed the Lionheart. He was born on September the 8th, 1157, at Oxford, but was reared among the knights of Poitou in Aquitaine, which duchy was inherited from his infamous mother Eleanor. Richard was crowned King of England at Westminster on the 5th of July, 1189. On the day of his coronation, he issued a proclamation forbidding the Jews to appear at the ceremony. When, however, great numbers of them, who had already assembled from all parts of the land, bringing presents to show their respect for their new king, ventured down to Westminster Hall with their gifts, they were cordially received and their presents readily accepted. When our story opens, we find Richard at Westminster Hall together with his brother John and William de Longchamp, whom Richard had created Bishop of Ely.
Would seem, my brother, that a golden key can open any lock.
Wouldst have me deny my subjects the right to witness my coronation?
Nay, brother, especially as they have paid for the privilege.
I need all the gold I can lay my hands on. Crusading is not the business of a poor man.
And I trust God will fill your coffers to overflowing, my son, to enable you to go forth and fight the faith.
And if he doesn't, the Jews will.
My son, I protest against your levity, which comes perilously near blasphemy.
Spare me your hypocrisy, I pray you. Hast forgotten that we've diced together, philandered together, aye, and lied together when you were plain William de Longchamp? Odds blood, William, I never thought to see your beetle brow graced by a bishop's mitre.
Oh, enough of your malicious tongue. Reminds me of the chattering of a monkey at mating time.
You do not appreciate my wit, Richard.
Wit is folly unless a wise man hath the keeping of it.
Then you are neither witty nor wise, but a weathercock who swings round with the wind of the Jew's money bag.
Meaning, John?
Look ye out of the window. Well, what do you see?
A vast crowd of my loyal subjects who await my appearance.
Vanity indeed is the sixth sense. Nay, my brother, they await the Jews who are foregathered in the audience room. The Jews whom you forbade to appear at your coronation, but whose money bags caused your heart to relent.
The money will be spent in the cause of justice.
Is that why you put our late father's treasure in chains and locked him in a dungeon from which he was not released until he had relinquished not only all the crown's treasure, but all his own money, too? Justice. Truly, Richard the Lion-Hearted got the lion's share of the wealth of that wretched man.
Hot blood, if you don't curb thy malicious tongue. I'll cast thee in a dungeon also.
I would have excellent company, my brother, for all our old friends and supporters who fought with us against our father are now languishing in prison cells.
They were rebels, my son, and as such deserve their punishment. Truly, your brother has shown great wisdom in protecting the land from such traitors.
My brother could scarcely have done anything that would have been better instance of his real nature, or a better warning to foreigners and parasites not to trust in lion-hearted princes.
I like not the sound of that crowd. They seem to be in ugly mood. I wonder what has angered them.
It would seem that the Jews are leaving Westminster Hall as lambs go to the slaughter.
What do you mean? Speak little and to the purpose.
I mean, my brother, that your people resent the appearance of your Jewish friends at Westminster Hall. Their delicate Christian feelings are outraged. They feel they're being contaminated, polluted by the foul nearness of the children of Israel. And at any moment, your gentle Christian subjects will set upon the Jews, and then, ah me, if I were a holy man like Longchamp, I would say, God help them.
A plague upon them! Do they seek to cause a riot beneath my very windows? Call the guards and have them disperse this troublesome rabble.
And spoil a lively entertainment? Not I.
Rot your soul for the grinning devil that you are.
Oh, pray don't brandish your mighty battle-axe so close to my head. My neck is such a puny thing, and the head of your axe must weigh near to 20 pounds.
I would not cheat the executioner of a task which no doubt will one day be his.
Joseph the Rabbi and some of his people are leaving the hall, my son, and I fear the crowd will do them harm.
I must go down to them.
But, my son, you cannot go alone amongst that thieving mob.
I will not be alone. My trusty axe will accompany me and cleave a path to safety for my Jewish subjects, whom I will defend to the death.
But Richard failed to quell the rioters who slaughtered hundreds of Jews before their bloodlust was slaked. Shortly after, Richard raised an army and set out on his first crusade, going first to France to meet the king who was joining forces with him. Whilst in France, Richard met Berengaria of Navarre, whom he afterwards married. We now find them walking in the gardens of her palace.
Yea, my sweet Berengaria, when Philip joins me with his troops, our army will number 100,000 men.
A formidable host, Richard, that must surely cause Saladin to reflect. Oh, my blood boils when I think of the Mohammedan dogs setting up their mosques on the site once occupied by the temples of Solomon, Zerubbabel, and Herod. Would that I were a man.
If you were, my sweet, I would be robbed of the sweetness of a woman's love.
But God would have another holy night to bear the fiery cross of Christianity into the camp of the infidel.
Where men and women are butchered in cold blood, and where innocent children are dashed to death against the walls of the cities.
The fiends. Oh, how could they? How could they?
Oh, my darling, you're trembling like a leaf. We must have done with this talk of war, which is men's talk, and not fit for the dainty ears of my sweet Berengaria.
Oh, Richard, you are so kind and gentle with me. I bless the day your mother brought us together.
So do I, my darling. I fell madly in love with you the moment I set eyes on you.
I was rather afraid of you at first.
Afraid? Why?
Well, you looked like a fierce giant as you rode past at the head of your army on that wild-eyed horse of yours, which reared and plunged with fury. And when you brandished your wicked-looking battle-axe, you know what I did?
No, my sweet. What did you do?
I ran into my bedchamber and locked myself in. I thought you would eat me.
But you're not afraid of me now?
No, no, Richard. I love you now.
And I want you to go on loving me, always.
I promise, my darling.
God bless you, my dear. And now I shall have to leave you.
When do you depart, Richard?
Within 3 days, my beloved.
Do you go straight to the Holy Land?
No, we go to Messina and Sicily first to teach Tancred a lesson.
Tancred?
Yes, dear. You see, my sister Joanna's husband, the King of Sicily, has recently died, and his uncle Tancred has usurped the crown, cast my sister into prison, and seized her estates. So I am journeying there to demand the restoration of her lands and to place her safely on the throne again. Perhaps when I have settled the affair to my satisfaction, my mother could bring you out to me. We could be married at Cyprus.
Oh, Richard, that would be wonderful.
Then 'tis agreed. Now, my beloved, I must join my troops, for if we are to meet Philip at their appointed time, we must march today. Kiss me, my darling. Dear. Thou, farewell.
Farewell, Richard. God be with thee till we meet again.
Then followed Richard's fruitless march on Jerusalem, his truce with Saladin, and his return to England. Later he declared war on Philip and landed in France. It is now April the 7th, 1199, and we find Richard besieging the castle of the Viscount of Limoges, whose messenger stands before him.
Odds blood! So the master refuses to yield to me the treasure of ancient coins which he found on the ground of his castle?
My master is willing to yield half of the treasure to thee, sire, which is your just claim, but he will not yield the whole of it.
And who is he to dictate terms to his lord and master? Go back to him and tell him I will storm his castle and hang every man of its defenders on the battlements.
My lord, I have spoken with King Richard, and he demands that you yield up the whole treasure to him. If not, he threatens to storm the castle and hang its defenders.
A plague upon him for his greed. My lord, the king and his men have drawn up close to our walls. See, there is Richard now,
standing alone like the figure of an outraged Vulcan.
Ah, a good archer.
I never missed, my lord, from my trusty bow. Now I pray God, speed thee well, my arrow.
Ah, well done, Bertrand de Gourdon. Your arrow has found its mark. Our score with the Lionheart is settled.
Cavalcade of Kings. King John, Part 1. The Cavalcade of Kings rides on. Richard the First has passed by with the arrow of Bertrand de Gourdon in his side. And now the timid little figure of Prince Arthur approaches, closely followed by the sinister shadow of John, his uncle. John was born at Oxford on December the 24th, 1167, and was the youngest son of Henry II and the infamous Eleanor. Soon after Richard's death, John claimed the throne, seized the treasure, and was crowned at Westminster on May the 27th, 1199. Philip of France refused to acknowledge John's claim, and sometime later sent his ambassador, Count de la Marche, to the English court to demand justice for young Prince Arthur, the real heir and successor of Richard I. John received the young count with his usual insolence at the palace in London.
And what does Philip of France hope to gain by placing my nephew Arthur on the English throne?
King Philip asks nothing but to see justice done, your majesty. Prince Arthur is the son of your elder brother, and therefore the rightful heir to the English throne. Surely you will not rob your dead brother's child of his inheritance.
A fatherless child on the throne of England would no doubt suit the ambitious schemes of your master admirably. A young sparrow would be more easily plucked than an eagle.
Even John of England will not be permitted to insult Philip of France in my presence. I must ask that you retract your words, your majesty.
You young poppycock, have a care lest I throw you into the tower for your impertinence.
Your majesty would not dare, for to do so would be tantamount to a declaration of war against my royal master, whose ambassador I am.
The more important events are often the result of chance. And war might put an end to the interference of your royal master in my affairs.
In the matter of Prince Arthur, King Philip is supported by the barons of Anjou, Maine, and Touraine.
7 hours' sleep will make the fools change their minds.
Do not be too sure, your majesty. The people of Brittany, which is Arthur's inheritance, regard the child as sacred. There is an old legend which tells them that their king will be restored to them after hundreds of years, and they believe the prophecy will be fulfilled in Arthur.
Let not your tongue run away with your brains, my good Count de la Marche. Prophecy fulfilled in Arthur. Ignorant superstition.
Are you not also superstitious, your majesty?
I? No, odds blood I'm not.
And yet 'tis said that on occasions your majesty will not stir abroad unless he hangs charms and relics round his neck.
What'll I have? Got you for a knave? You wear a charm yourself. Look at it dangling round your own cursed neck.
'Tis a locket, not a charm.
A locket, eh? What's inside it?
A portrait?
Oh, who? Show it to me. I would see it.
Do not touch it, your majesty.
You'll not prevent me, you young upstart. There, the chain is snapped. Now we'll see what this mystic locket contains. Ah, 'tis the likeness of a beautiful maiden. Her name?
Isabella of Angoulême.
Your kinswoman?
My future bride.
Perhaps.
What does your majesty mean?
Such beauty as Isabella's would grace a throne. Any throne. Perhaps even my throne.
Your majesty forgets.
You're about to remind me of my present wife, eh? As easily discarded as a worn-out cloak. She wearies me, especially as all her wealth has by this time found its way into my coffers. It is time I looked around. High time, good Count de la Marche. and methinks there is no need for me to look farther than Isabella of Angoulême.
You infamous monster! Laugh, you devil, laugh! But you shall pay for your crimes, for your cruelty, for your fiendish punishments. The English court is a bed of infamy, where no woman is safe from the unbridled lust of the usurper who wears the crown. But you shall never lay your hands on Isabella of Angoulême. I would rather strike her dead at my feet.
Silence, you French dog! Is it to insult me that your master sent you to my court? Get you gone now at once, lest I throw you into the tower. And take this message to Philip of France. Tell him that the throne of England is mine, and what I have, I'll hold.
Philip took up the challenge thrown down by John, and in the war which ensued, young Prince Arthur, at the head of a small armed force, while endeavouring to capture his grandmother Eleanor at her castle of Mirabeau, was captured by John and imprisoned in the castle of Falaise. At the moment, we find John with his infamous mother Eleanor, now an old woman of 80.
John, my son, it was a strange family party. Aye, that it was. Young Arthur at the head of his knights besieging me, and you, his uncle, besieging him. Tell me, what have you done with him?
I've imprisoned him at Falaise.
Splendid. And his knights?
Need you ask, Mother?
No, my son, for your methods of dealing with those who offend you are as well known to me. Torch, starvation, death. Infallible methods. Infallible.
Oh, enough of Arthur and his followers. I would speak of more delightful things. Isabella of Angoulême, for instance.
Oh, my son. And what do you want of her?
Her youth, her beauty, and her...
Money, my son. I know.
Well, don't stand there gibbering like the old hag that you are. Help me formulate some plan to take her.
I could invite her here, my son. Isabel is known for the kindness of her heart, and she won't refuse to visit her poor, lonely old woman. Within a few leagues of my castle, she could perchance be waylaid by ruffians, my son? And hey, presto! Before the maiden knew what was happening, she would be on board one of your ships and on her way to England.
Oh, but she would never consent to marry me.
My son, surely I do not hear her right. Alone with you on board your vessel? John, and you say she would not marry you? Mark my word, she will be only too glad of the opportunity to save her shame from the world. Aye, that she will.
By the saints, I'll do it. 'Tis a good plan.
That's the way I like to hear you talk, my son. If you want a thing, take it. If you can't take it by fair means, take it by foul. And if anything stands in the path of your desires or ambitions, remove it. Do you hear, my son? Remove it.
Aye. You now refer to young Arthur.
Yes. While he lives, he will be a source of constant danger to you. And the older he grows, the more danger he will become. You must remove the obstacle, my son.
I know. But how?
A strong cord or a sharp blade in an unerring hand, my son. It would be easily done.
You black-hearted devil! I dare not do it.
What?
I dare not do it. They would kill me.
Miserable coward! If thy stomach is too weak for the deed, then you must hire someone to do it for you.
I tell you what.
Wait. I have a better plan. Put out his eyes and imprison him for life instead, even as Robert of Normandy was imprisoned when he dared to watch you and pit his strength against the King of England.
But who is there that would do it?
Gold will buy anything. And I can lay my hands on certain ones who would even gladly put out thine eyes if I paid them well.
asleep, young prince?
Nay, Hubert, what seest thee?
Wait, Highness. You may enter.
Who are these men, Hubert? Why do they carry a brazier full of red-hot coals? Branding irons! What are you going to do with them?
All in good time, Highness.
Hubert, I'm afraid, horribly afraid. Send these evil men away. Please, I implore you.
I can do nothing, Highness. Your uncle has sent them here, and I am but the warden of his castle.
I think they're hot enough now. Come, young prince, and I'll show you what we do to those who set themselves against John of England.
Oh, Hubert, save me, save me. They're going to put out mine eyes. Hubert, don't let them torture me. Plunge your sword into my heart and let me die.
Enough of this, we waste time.
Hubert, save me, save me.
Silence, thou squeaking little wretch. The irons, quickly.
Oh!
Stop! Stop, I say. I won't be a party to this devilry.
What, you dare to flout the orders of King John?
Yes, I'm as bad as you in most things, but I have never yet stained my soul with a deed of such foulness as ye would now perpetrate. Get out! Get out, both of you!
Oh, you shall pay for this when the king hears our story. Here's a special method of dealing with those who cross his path. Come, Tino, let us be gone.
Cavalcade of Kings. King John, Episode 2. The continuation of the story of King John only brings into still bolder relief the base qualities of his character. His perfidy had broken his father's heart. His cruelty and tyranny aroused men to the heights of indignation. He had scoffed at religion and all things holy, and now he added the murder of his young nephew, Prince Arthur of Brittany, to the long list of his infamy. At the moment, we find Arthur's half-sister, Alice of Brittany, demanding retribution before the throne of Philip of France.
Sire, grief fills the very room of my darling brother. It lies in his bed. It walks with me where'er I go, and reminds me of all his gracious acts. Oh, Arthur, Arthur, my beloved little brother.
Would that I could comfort thee in some measure, little one, but mere words are such empty things.
Forgive my tears, your majesty. But fear me, I cannot control them, for my heart is breaking.
The world weeps with you, Alice. Aye, and curses the foul monster who sits upon the English throne, who has caused your grief.
The people of Brittany do not weep, sire. Their grief has given way to the bitterest of hatreds for John of England, and they demand retribution, swift and merciless.
What is it they ask of me, little one?
That your majesty orders my brother's murderer to appear before you, to answer for his crime.
I have already summoned him hither, but like the cowardly, guilty perjurer that he is, he refuses to defend himself before me.
Then, your majesty, am I to return to Brittany and tell my people that the murder of their prince is to go unavenged?
No, my little one. Go ye back to your people and tell them that I, Philip of France, have issued judgment upon John of England, and that he has, by reason of his atrocious crimes and tyrannous deeds, forfeited his possessions in France.
No sooner had John lost his French possessions than he entered into a quarrel with the Pope, Innocent III. That Innocent sent Cardinal Pandolf, his envoy, to Dover, where we now find him with John.
What care I for Innocent III, nor his interdict, nor his excommunications and his threats of deposition? He can thrice go to the devil. Forgive in to him I will not. And you, Pandolf, can go back and tell him so.
Brother of England, you blaspheme.
Silence, thou meddling priest. I intend to stand firm against the Pope and shall count his friends mine enemies.
Then by the lawful power which I have, you shall stand accursed and excommunicated, and henceforth all men shall be released from their allegiance to an heretic, and may he be thrice blessed who takes away by any means thy hateful life.
Croak away, old raven, and may your tongue rot when you're finished.
As thy body will rot when Philip of France invades England and slaughters the tyrant who wears her crown.
What care I for Philip of France and his army of poppycocks? A mere handful at that.
Philip of France will come with a mighty host against whom you will be powerless.
Liar! Philip has no such army.
Do not blind yourself, fool. Rome, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales have joined forces with France against you. Treason is rife in England, and many have sworn to follow Philip when he lands.
May their souls rot in hell. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Oh, they will take away my throne. I shall be imprisoned. Perhaps murdered. No, I can't bear the thought of what they'll do to me. Help me, Pandolf. You must help me, do you hear?
There is only one who can prevent your fate from overtaking you.
His name, quickly.
He is the Holiness Innocent III.
And his terms?
That you accept Stephen Langton as Archbishop of Canterbury.
Oh, that. Now I can be at peace again. Tell him I accept his terms and will welcome Langton with open arms. Now have him recall Philip and bid the others go in peace towards me.
Wait. It is not so easy as that. There are other conditions also.
Ad rot you! Does the Pope want my kingdom as well?
Yes.
What?
His Holiness demands that you resign your kingdom to God, St. Peter and St. Paul, and to hold it ever afterwards by the Pope's leave on payment of an annual sum of money.
I won't agree. I am a free man. Refuse to become a serf.
Those are the terms of His Holiness.
I, John of England, become the vassal of the Pope? Oh, what have I done that this ignoble end should be thrust upon me? I, who have always been just and noble in all my dealings with my fellow men. I, who have never
been guilty of doing one fine action since you were born. Don't blind yourself with your own hypocrisy. But I am not come here to bandy words with you, but to dictate terms, wherein lies your only hope of safety from the wrath of those who have banded themselves against you.
You mean if I don't agree, the Pope will set his lick-spittled dogs upon me?
I mean that England will be invaded, and a just punishment given you measure for measure. Arthur's murder has yet to be avenged.
I had no hand in that.
The people think differently, and they plan a vengeance. You have but one hope of safety, and 'twould be well for you to agree to the terms of His Holiness. For in his hands lies your security, your only hope of saving your own miserable life.
Very well. I agree to his terms.
It is well. Your crown will be handed to me before your people tomorrow at noon, and there also will you swear the oath of homage and fidelity to Innocent as your overlord. There also will you agree to pay a tribute of 1,000 marks a year to the Roman See, thereby giving the Pope political as well as ecclesiastical rights over England.
Let him have them then. Let him strip me of all my power. Let him do what he wills and be damned to him, as long as my life is spared.
About Easter time, 1215, the army of God and the Church, with Stephen Langton, 4 great earls, and 40 barons, assembled at Stamford and marched to London. They met John at Runnymede, and on June the 15th, 1215, forced him to sign the Magna Carta, the basis of the English Constitution. It is now October 1216, and we find the Earl of Salisbury with Hubert de Burgh, who had regained the king's favour, walking in the orchard of Swinstead Abbey, where the king lay at death's door.
How came the king by this malady which causes him to scream in agony, my lord Earl?
Oh, 'tis said, Hubert, that the king gorged himself with peaches and pears, and then guzzled great draughts of cider the first night he spent here at Swinstead Abbey.
Some patriot has poisoned him, more like.
It would not surprise me.
Nor I. Tell me, is there truth in the rumor that the royal treasure has been lost?
It is true, Hubert. Whilst crossing the dangerous quicksands of the Wash, the tide came up suddenly. The king and some of his soldiers were saved, but upon reaching the shore, they looked back and saw raging waters sweep down in a torrent which engulfed men and treasure in a whirlpool. Nothing was saved.
Ill-gotten goods seldom prosper.
Hush, quiet. Queen Isabella approaches. Greetings, Your Majesty.
Greetings, noble sirs.
Oh, madam, we seek news of the king.
He is more patient, but still suffers. He asks to be brought into the open air, which he believes will cool the burning quality of the foul poison which assails him.
I shall attend His Majesty, and have him carried out here into the orchard immediately.
Tis well, my Lord Earl.
Madam, you mentioned poison. Is it your belief that the king has fallen victim to an assassin?
What else, Hubert? And think you not that 'tis a fitting punishment for such a monster?
I can well understand the bitterness which is in thine heart, lady.
Nay, Hubert, you cannot understand one grain of it. I was torn from the man I loved. I was carried by force on board his vessel, and there subjected to unspeakable humiliations. I was robbed of honor, virtue, reputation, everything a woman holds dear. And then, when we landed in England, was forced into a mockery of a marriage with a brute beast who murdered Prince Arthur of Brittany. Verily, death by poisoning is a fitting end to such a loathsome monster.
'Tis said he is suffering the pangs of hell.
'Tis but a foretaste of the tortures that await him.
Hush. He comes this way, borne by his guards.
'Tis good to be out in the open again. Now my soul has elbow room.
Your Majesty is now more comfortable.
Rot your soul, Salisbury. How can I be comfortable?
Your Majesty is
poisoned, dead, cast off. All will no ingrate quench the fires which burn my vitals. Isabella, don't let me die alone. Don't leave me. I'm afraid. I can't face them. I can't, I tell you. Even now, I see their gibbering skulls and long, fleshless hands stretching out towards me. Isabella, save me. I hear a voice crying out in the darkness which is engulfing me. It is the voice of Arthur. Arthur. Cavalcade of Kings. Henry III. The Cavalcade of Kings rides on with the cowardly figure of John skulking in the background. The 16 years of his reign had brought nothing but shame and misery upon his people, and he went to his grave unwept, unhonored, and unsung, leaving his son Henry, a boy of 9 years, to succeed him on the throne. It is now the year 1216, and we find the young Prince Henry and his mother, Queen Isabella, journeying by coach to Gloucester, in company with the Earl of Pembroke and Hubert de Burgh.
My Lord Earl, are you certain we are on the highway to Gloucester? The day grows late, and we are still in these gloomy woods.
This is the road, Your Majesty. I know it well. Soon we will emerge into open country, and within an hour or so we will have arrived at our destination.
May the saints be praised.
Your Majesty is uneasy?
Yes, Hubert, in truth I am. These woods are so dark and foreboding, and I think I see sinister shadows lurking behind each tree.
All is well, lady.
God send you are right. for upon us depends the safety of the king.
My sword arm has not lost its cunning.
Nor mine.
Thank you, noble lord. I am at peace.
His Highness still sleeps?
Yes, Hubert. He hasn't stirred since he crept into my arms when we changed horses at the last post, some 2 hours hence.
Then your Majesty must be fatigued. Pray allow me to relieve you of your burden.
Nay, Hubert, I am not fatigued. He is so frail, so light a burden, and I would fain hold him in my arms, whilst yet I may. Remember, in a few short hours I must give him up to his people.
Who will love him and serve him loyally.
With the memory of his father's crimes still fresh in their minds, I think not.
Henry cannot be blamed for his father's misrule.
My lord is right, your Majesty. Have no fears. The people bear his Highness no malice, and the pathetic helplessness of his tender years will appeal to the hearts of all Englishmen who are ever ready to defend the cause of the weak.
But what of the barons who called in Louis of France to oppose his father?
Madam, you will find that they too will accept Henry, and in a short while Louis will find himself deserted and obliged to return to France.
I agree with you, my lord. His Highness has the love and support of his people. God send that he has the wit and the wisdom not to abuse their loyalty.
Hubert, look! Look, there in front of us, about 100 yards down the road, behind those trees on the right. 4 men are lurking.
Do not be alarmed, lady. They may be harmless woodsmen or charcoal burners.
They are evil ruffians who seek the life of your king, I know it. Tell the coachman to whip the horses, so that we may drive past the danger quickly.
Whip up the horses!
Yes, my lord.
Stand and deliver! Take away your
arrow!
It's nearly found its mark in the body of your king. They'll bring down our horses next.
In God's name, Hubert, what are you going to do?
Jump out of the coach and encounter them, whilst you make your escape.
The odds are 4 to 1 against you, man.
The king's life is in danger. It is our only chance. Be ready to close the coach door after me. Now! I feel
Gloucester at last.
Heaven
See,
be
there is the
praised.
palace.
Heaven be praised.
The barons are awaiting our arrival.
It is a gracious gesture to their king. Come, Henry. You must prepare to meet your lord.
I'm ready, Mother.
May I assist your Majesty to alight?
Thank you, my lord. Come, my son.
Welcome, your Majesty. The barons are pleased to greet you, noble lady, and your young prince, and you, my Lord Earl of Pembroke.
We thank you, friends.
But where is Hubert de Burgh? Surely he accompanied you?
Yes, he did. But we were set upon in the woods, some leagues back by 4 ruffians. Hubert jumped from the coach and encountered them single-handed, whilst we made our escape. An ignoble condition for the Earl of Pembroke to run away from his enemies. But his Highness was in danger, and there was no other way.
None could accuse you of cowardice, my lord, but we'll dispatch help to Hubert immediately. But wait, see, our horseman approaches. 'Tis Hubert.
Oh, 'tis Hubert, my friend, who saved my life. Thank God he's safe. I must run to meet him. Hubert! Hubert!
His Highness is loyal to his friends. 'Tis a good omen.
Look, my lord. Hubert has drawn abreast of the prince. He stoops and lifts the child to his horse. Now he rides on towards us. May God reward him for the love he bears my fatherless boy.
Greetings, my friends. Greetings, Hubert. Welcome to Gloucester.
Greetings. His Highness has a true friend and protector in you, Hubert de Burgh.
He has need of protection and friends. My lords, tomorrow we are to witness the solemn ceremony of the crowning of Henry as your king. I charge ye all, as fair-minded men, not to hold this innocent child responsible for his father's misdeeds, but to give him the friendship and protection which his tender years demand. Will ye accept him as your king?
And so Henry III was crowned King of England, the Earl of Pembroke being elected regent. Later, Hubert de Burgh occupied this position as well as that of justiciar. When Henry was old enough to rule by himself, he proved weak, untrustworthy, and extravagant. He gave much land and all the high positions to the foreign relations of his wife, Eleanor, and also plunged into another unsuccessful war with France. At last the barons rose, and under the leadership of that great statesman and soldier, Simon de Montfort, drove the foreigners out of England. We now find Henry discussing plans for rebuilding Westminster Abbey with his wife Eleanor.
But Henry, why rebuild the Abbey? It has served all these years since it was erected by Edward the Confessor. Surely there are other matters of greater importance to claim your energies.
I want to build Westminster because the architecture displeases me. Think you not, Eleanor, that long, pointed arches would be much more dignified than the present round arches employed by Edward?
I thought you were an ardent admirer of Edward, whose name our son bears.
Oh, I do admire Edward. He was a noble king and bore an honourable English name. But I do not admire his arches. Moreover, the edifice is crumbling, and in a few years will crash to the ground. But the Westminster Abbey, which I will build, will last forever, a perfect monument to my name.
Good government, less extravagant, and the gift of peace to our people would be a still more perfect monument to your name, Henry.
All my people are contented enough.
Oh, fool to blind yourself to the truth. Even now, Simon de Montfort is enjoining your barons and your people to rise against you and fight for their rights.
Would that I were an humble charcoal burner. Then would I know peace.
Father!
Well,
I have speech with thee.
Is there any good reason why you must bellow like a mad bull when you enter my apartment,
What
my
is
son?
What is it, Edward?
The barons, with Simon de Montfort at their head, had risen and are marching upon Lewis. And by my faith, if I were not a loyal son who loved his father, I would join their banner, for they fight the cause of liberty and right.
De Montfort, the rebel dog?
Nay, father, he is no rebel dog, but one of the greatest statesmen England has ever known, and the people love him because he stands for justice and good government. But enough of this. We waste time. We are to prevent de Montfort from taking Lewis. We must march at sunset. I go now to marshal our troops.
The king was defeated at Lewes and taken prisoner with Prince Edward. Later, Simon de Montfort summoned his celebrated parliament, at which, for the first time, the people were given the privilege of electing their own men to represent them. Later, Edward escaped from prison and defeated de Montfort at the Battle of Yves, and the king's authority was restored, a state which existed until he died in 1272. We now find Henry and Eleanor bidding farewell to Edward, who is setting out on a crusade to the Holy Land.
Farewell, my son. God bless you and keep you always.
Thank you, Mother.
Edward, I am an old man. My cursed ministers, with their charters and their parliaments, will rule me instead of my ruling them when you are gone. I am sore perplexed, and I fear me I know not what to do.
Deep truth, my father. The English were once despised as dogs, but now they have lifted up their heads, and their foes are vanquished, and at last England breathes the glorious air of freedom. And you love your people, my father. Do nothing that will destroy their liberty and their freedom, which is their rightful heritage.
Keep truth, you say?
Yes, my father. Keep truth. Let that be your motto, as it is mine.
The Cavalcade of Kings. Edward I, Episode 1.
Edward was the son of Henry III and Eleanor of Provence, and was born at Westminster on June the 17th, 1239. He was just, unselfish, reverent of duty, and deeply religious. No man ever asked mercy of me and was refused, he said in his old age. And the rough nobility of his nature was shown at Falkirk when he lay on the bare ground among his men, or in his refusal during a Welsh campaign to drink of the one cask of wine that had been saved. It is I who have brought you to this strait, and I will have no advantage over you in meat or drink, he said to his soldiers. In 1270, whilst still a prince, he joined forces with Louis IX of France on the last of the Crusades. His wife Eleanor secretly followed him on his pilgrimage, and after his victory at Acre, we find him resting alone in his tent. A messenger arrives from a Saracen noble called the Emir of Jaffa.
Sir Prince, a dark-skinned messenger of the Emir of Jaffa seeks audience with thee. He says the message concerns thy life.
My life, huh? My death, more likely. What manner of man is he?
Of evil countenance, and I'll wager his heart is steeped in craft and cunning, although his bearing is servile enough. He says he has travelled far across the burning sands to seek thy favour.
Oh, would that he had chosen a better hour than that of the blazing noon to seek my favour.
Thou art ill, Sir Prince. Prithee, allow me to send this dark-skinned infidel dog on his way.
Nay, I am not ill, good soldier. 'Tis but this cursed heat which melts the marrow in my bones and leaves me with but puny strength. Bid the messenger of the Emir to my presence.
Enter, O messenger.
O great and glorious Prince, thou who art full of every gem and scent, thou who art fragrant with the fragrance of the earth and many a herb, thou who bringest joy and enlightenment to this benighted land of unbelief.
Hold, O messenger. I have no stomach for thy flowery speech. What is thy business with me? Speak and then depart, for I am not of the mood to bandy words with thee.
I am come from my master, the Emir of Jaffa, O noble lord.
And what does your master want of me?
My master is repentant, and he bade me say to thee, O fair newcomer from afar, that he has pondered for many nights upon thy Christian faith, and like a moth tortured by the flame, he also is tortured by his own doubts. Alas, he sighs, can it be that I have worshipped at the altar of a false god, forsaking the truth in my ignorance?
Thou liest, messenger. My reason is best known to thyself, but thou still liest. The Emir of Jaffa is not repentant. He is no sinner seeking the true faith of Christianity, but a black-hearted infidel, fostering his own evil schemes.
Nay, O noble lord, I speak the truth. My master is in deep despair. He wrings his hands, he beats his breast, crying, if he would only hail me, if I could bind him down to myself by his image of love within my heart, if he would only lift me up, and if I could but hold his helping hand within mine own.
Would that I could believe in thee, O messenger, but I cannot. The liar is writ clear upon thy countenance.
Wouldst thou believe the written words of my master, noble prince?
Perchance I would.
Then read what is writ upon this parchment, which I now give thee.
And may God send me the faith to believe that which I read.
May Allah guide my hand.
Oh, talk of an infidel! You would murder me. Give me that knife. Give it to me. You hear?
Thou shalt have it, prince, in thy heart. Now, take my hands from my throat. Thou art choking me.
Aye, as I would a rat.
The life of our prince.
Take him away. You know what we do with assassins. Aye, then see to it.
Have mercy, for the love of Allah. Have mercy, O
Silence, thou dog of Nithro. Thou shalt die within the hour. Gracious lady, I am forced to intrude upon my privacy and crave your pardon for so doing. I would have speech with thee.
Speak, good soldier.
This time, lady, that thou shouldst reveal thy presence to thy lord, who is at death's door.
How came your prince to this sorry state, soldier?
He was wounded by the dagger of a would-be assassin some days hence.
Oh, why was I not informed ere this?
The wound was not dangerous then, noble lady, but my lord is now ravaged with a foul poison, with which doubtlessly the blade was smeared.
Conduct me to my lord at once. Edward, my beloved husband.
Oh, Eleanor. Oh, do my eyes play cursed tricks upon me?
Nay, you see aright, my dear one. It is Eleanor.
Oh, but I do not understand. I left you in England.
You did, my lord. But I followed you on your pilgrimage as soon as I dared. I have always been near you, at Canute, at Acre, and now here.
And you wear knightly armor, beloved?
In order to disguise and protect myself. I have also borne arms, Edward,
and at Acre I was the 13th man on your right.
Oh, my beautiful lady. Why did you endanger your life in such fashion?
Because I wanted to be near you, to die with you if need be, for I should not want to live without you. Oh, Edward, Edward, forgive my immodesty. I but obey the dictates of my heart, which loves thee well.
Oh, blessed wife, come close to me that I may kiss thy brow in reverence.
Then, thou art not angry with me?
Angry? Nay, my beautiful lady, only full of regret that I was not made aware of the nearness of your sweetness ere this. And now, I fear me, you have arrived too late, for I am consumed with a cursed poison which will destroy me.
No, no, my husband, I will not let you die. I will fight and keep on fighting for the life I love so dearly. Tell me, where is thy wound?
Beneath this covering upon my arm. It is not a pretty sight, Eleanor.
I will see it nevertheless. Yes, let me.
No.
Here, sit down. Edward, God have mercy, how awful.
Aye, the poison has ravaged the flesh for inches around it.
Then I will draw the poison away from it, so that it might heal.
No, it is easier said than done, Eleanor. Even the apothecary and his leeches have failed.
The apothecary has not the means at hand that I possess, my beloved.
And what means will you employ, my beloved, to draw out the poison which is killing me?
I shall use my lips, the lips you so often have kissed. Remember, Edward, my darling, love conquers all things. Yea, even the poison of an infidel's knife.
And so, Eleanor saved the life of Edward at great risk to her own by sucking the poison from his wound. 2 months later, they started for home, and at Capua on January 1273, he heard of his father's death. In 1274, he was crowned King of England, and at his coronation received the homage of Alexander III of Scotland. Prince Llewellyn of Wales was also required to swear allegiance to him, but refused to do so. Finally, after subduing 2 Welsh princes in succession, Edward united Wales to his English kingdom. It is now April the 25th, 1284, and we find Edward and Eleanor at Carnarvon Castle, where a young prince was born to the English monarch. Edward and the Earl of Salisbury are standing at a window watching a vast crowd of people who have gathered in the courtyard below.
The crowd steadily increases in numbers, my Lord Earl. It would seem that mine is not the only anxious heart in Wales this day.
God send that all is well with her gracious majesty.
We soon shall know, good friend.
By your leave, sire.
Well, what seek ye, Captain of the Guard?
Sire, my men have reported the presence of the old Welsh barge in the crowd below. I fear me they seek to stir up strife.
Forsooth, good Captain, ye must cast malice from your heart, and remember not the days when there was bitterness and hatred of the English in the hearts of the Welsh people. We are now at peace, one with the other. What say ye, my Lord Earl?
I am in accord with your majesty, but we must not forget it was these same minstrels who stirred up strife before with their fiery, untamed songs.
Tell me, good Captain, what have your soldiers heard?
Sire, they say the bards sing their native ballads, and one of their number, the long grey beard, declared that Merlin had predicted that when English money had become round, a Prince of Wales would conquer England and be crowned king in London.
Sire, you but recently forbade the English penny to be cut in halves and quarters for halfpence and farthing, and introduced a round coin to prevent this from being done.
Yea, my Lord Earl, I am aware of it.
Sire, the Welsh birds say that this is what Merlin meant.
Cunning, crafty knaves, they seek to drench the land in blood once more.
Be not alarmed, good friend. God will set our paths aright.
I am the bearer of joyous tidings.
Speak, my lady, speak, and set my heart at peace.
A son has been born to thee, sire.
A son, I thank thee, God, I thank thee.
Our gracious queen is asking for thee, sire.
Light can travel no faster than I to my beloved side. My Lord Earl, set the church bells pealing, have the bonfires kindled, hoist the royal standard on every pole, and let the world rejoice with me, whose cup of happiness brims over. My people, legend hath it that when English money became round, a Prince of Wales would be crowned King of England. See, here is an English coin which is round, and here in my arms is my son who was born on Welsh soil. He is your countryman. He will dwell amongst you and shall speak your Welsh tongue. He will become Prince of Wales, and at my death shall be crowned King of England. Thus shall Merlin's prophecy be fulfilled, not in bloodshed and the savagery of war, but in love and peace, and with the blessing of God. Wilt thou, my people, take this true son of Wales for your prince?
A Cavalcade of Kings. Edward I, Episode 2. Edward had just given two priceless gifts to his Welsh subjects, those of peace and prosperity. He had also given them his son as their prince, and for the first time for many years the land was quiet and free from strife. Now we come to Scotland, which was the greatest trouble of Edward's reign. Amongst the rival claimants to the vacant throne, only two had any real claim. They were John Balliol and Robert Bruce, both of whom were closely related to the Scottish royal family. The Scottish nobles referred the dispute to Edward of England, who, accompanied by his army, went to the castle of Berwick, where Bruce and Balliol and the nobles awaited him.
My lords of Scotland, ye ask of me a decision in the dispute which has arisen between John Balliol and Robert Bruce, who each claim to be the rightful successor to the Scottish crown. Man, 'tis agreed. I will hear each man in turn, but first each must swear to abide by my decision and to serve whomsoever I choose as king, loyally and well. Is that agreed, John Balliol, and you, Robert Bruce?
Aye, your majesty.
'Tis well. Bruce shall make known his rights to the throne first. Stand ye forth, Robert Bruce, and speak the truth.
I am ready, your majesty.
By what right do ye lay claim to the crown of Scotland?
By the right of legitimate succession, your majesty, being as I am the grandson of King David by his second daughter Isabel, who married Robert Bruce, 4th Lord of Annandale, thus laying the foundation of the royal house of Bruce.
You were appointed one of the 15 regents of Scotland who ruled during Alexander's minority. Is not that so?
'Tis so, your majesty.
And you also led the Scottish forces in company with Balliol and Comyn to the assistance of the English at the Battle of Lewes, and suffered imprisonment for your loyal service to England. Later you were appointed Sheriff of Cumberland Castle and Constable of Carlisle Castle as a reward for your brave deed.
Your majesty's memory serves you well.
Edward of England never forgets a brave man's services. But even so, the memory of them will not be permitted to tilt the scales of justice in the matter of the present dispute. And that being so, I will now hear John Balliol. Stand ye forth, John Balliol, and speak ye also the truth.
I am ready, sire.
Speak. By what right do you lay claim to the Scottish throne?
I also claim it, as does Robert Bruce, by the right to legitimate succession, being as I am the great-grandson of King David I of Scotland, by his eldest daughter, Princess Margaret.
The great-grandson of the eldest daughter of King David has a greater claim than the grandson of the second daughter. Verily methinks that thou, John Balliol, are the rightful claimant to the crown.
'Twould seem, sire, that you've made your decision.
Yea, but before I give voice to it, I would ask one question. Will the future King of Scotland accept the King of England as his Lord Paramount, and do homage to him as the Dukes of Normandy have done to the Kings of France?
Edward of England asks much from the future King of Scotland.
You quibble, Robert Bruce, and yet 'tis a condition which you have accepted for many years.
A condition which I have accepted, sire?
Yea. Have you not paid homage to my late father?
Yea, sire, but only for my English possessions.
Thou art proud, Robert Bruce. Too proud. It does not sit well upon thy shoulders, this arrogance. For I could even now, at this juncture, claim the Scottish throne myself, and annex it to England as I have annexed the kingdom of Wales.
'Twould be the action of a usurper, your majesty, and my people will rise against thee.
Nay, not a usurper, good Bruce. Hast forgotten that in the days of Edward, the son of Alfred, the Scots were in fear of the Danes, and their king chose Edward the Elder as their father and their lord. I fear me they have not been very dutiful sons.
Your majesty forgets perchance that the Danes no longer ravage the land of the Scots.
And so they imagine they can do without the protection which England can give them.
Scotland is no longer a weak nation, and she can well defend herself.
Then you spurn her protection?
Nay, sire, for I am one who does not underestimate the advantages of the protection of such a powerful nation as England. But I refuse to acknowledge her king as overlord of Scotland, for by so doing I would bring my people to serfdom.
I will say no more to thee, Robert Bruce.
As you will, sir.
And now, John Balliol, I will ask of thee the same question which Robert Bruce has just answered. Will ye accept the crown of Scotland by favour of the King of England, and accept him as your overlord?
I will, your majesty, for I am thankful of the protection which England can give Scotland against their enemies.
Then, mark ye all, here is my decision. John Balliol will receive his crown by the King of England's favour and permission. He will be crowned at Scone in the old stone chair which rests in the abbey there, and which has been used for centuries at the coronation of her Scottish king. After the coronation, the great seal of Scotland will be broken into 4 pieces and placed in the English treasury.
In truth, your majesty, I envy not the future king of Scotland, nor his nobles, nor his people who now exchange their hard-won freedom for the yoke of bondage.
Silence, Robert Bruce. My claim is a just one, and by holy Edward, whose crown I wear, I will have my rights, yea, and die, if need be, in maintaining them.
Balliol was crowned king at Scone in 1292, but later found himself completely under Edward's thumb. In 1295 he revolted. Edward invaded Scotland and defeated the Scottish troops. He took Balliol prisoner and forced him to surrender his crown. Edward also brought back from Scotland to England the ancient stone upon which the Scottish kings had been crowned for centuries. We now find Edward conversing with his wife Margaret in London.
Edward, I'm afraid the trouble in Scotland will not end with the imprisonment of King John. The Scottish people are a strong, determined, warlike race, and they will always resent English interference.
I have subdued Wales, and I will subdue Scotland. Margaret, have no fear.
What is this ancient stone which ye have brought back with ye, Edward?
'Tis believed that this stone is that which Jacob used as a pillow when he saw a vision of angels, and every Scottish king has sat upon it when he was crowned.
And what are ye going to do with it?
I'll have it built up into a new coronation chair for future English monarchs. Even now it rests in Westminster Abbey, from which holy place, and it pleases God, it shall never be removed.
And think ye the Scots will accept the removal of their sacred relic? No, Edward. They will hate ye and the English 1,000 times more for taking it and all it stands for from them.
Oh, 'tis but a stone, Margaret, and of no consequence.
No, Edward. 'Tis far more than that. 'Tis the seat of their kings, the veritable throne of Scotland which ye have carried over the border. And mark what I say. There will rise amongst this warlike people men who will give body and soul to regain the independence ye have taken from them.
Later, the Scots rose in revolt under the leadership of Sir William Wallace, who drove the English out of Scotland. In 1298, Edward fought against Wallace at the Battle of Falkirk and defeated the Scots. Wallace fled, but years later was captured and hanged in London. In 1306, Robert Bruce, a grandson of the competitor for the throne against John Balliol, incited the people to rise and crown him King of Scotland. Edward found he had to conquer Scotland for a 3rd time. He was now an old man, broken in health, but in his fierce wrath he took the field in person against Bruce.
We are nearing Carlisle, Edward, my son, and I must mount my horse, as befits a king who leads his troops to battle.
Father, I pray ye not to think of doing so. You are ill, and have not the strength to sit upon your horse.
More plague upon the weakness which causes me to ride in this cursed litter like a stricken old woman. Call my horse, I tell you, and let me die upon its back instead of on my own.
I beg of you, my father, not to attempt to mount your horse.
I mounted it before, when my ribs had been broken. And rode to battle and routed the rebel dogs who set themselves against me. Ah, my son, 3 times have I set out to conquer Scotland. Twice I have succeeded. This will be the 3rd time. I wonder what the issue will be.
The English will succeed again, father. They cannot lose. Did you not cause me, your son, and 270 of the young nobility to be knighted? The trees in the temple gardens were cut down to make room for our tents, and we watched our armor all night, according to ancient custom.
Aye, and at the public feast which followed, we all swore by heaven and by 2 gold swans which my minstrels placed on the table to avenge the death of Comyn and to punish the false Bruce.
We did, my father.
Then, my son, I charge ye, in case I should die before I accomplish my vow, to go forth with your knights and the troops and vanquish the rebel dogs who devastate the land, and not to bury my bones until you have accomplished your mission.
I swear, my father.
'Tis well. And now on to Carlisle. Cavalcade of Kings. Edward II. The Cavalcade of Kings rides on, and Edward I, one of the greatest monarchs England ever knew, rides with them, leaving his son Edward to succeed him on the throne in 1307. Edward II was a strange contrast to his father, and though tall, strong, and good-looking, he was effeminate, cowardly, and weak. His love of amusement, pleasure, and vice soon undermined the glorious structure his illustrious father had erected. We find him with his wife Isabella, the French princess, who was said to be the most beautiful woman in the world.
Edward, I cannot bear this intolerable position any longer. Gaveston, depraved creature that he is, will have to go.
Mind your own affairs, Isabella. Gaveston is my friend, and he shall remain in England as long as I choose.
Your conduct towards me is unspeakable, Edward. You seem to forget that I am your wife and the mother of your son. Your first thought when you and your vile companion were attacked by Lancaster at Newcastle was for Gaveston, your favorite. You both fled, leaving me to defend myself as best I could.
Hold thy tongue, lest I have it slit from my mouth. How dare you interfere in my affairs? Poor Gaveston, my friend, my dear, dear friend. To think of him shutting himself up in Scarborough Castle in order to find a little peace from his persecutors, when his place is here at my side. But I'll have him back, I swear it.
Perhaps the Earl of Pembroke and my Lord Earl of Lancaster will have other thoughts on the matter.
I don't know why they detest Gaveston. Jealousy, that's the reason. Black jealousy, nothing more.
Nay, Edward, 'tis not jealousy. Gaveston's insolent audacity has made him detested by all. His insults to the proud English lords have become insufferable. He refers to my Lord Pembroke as the Jew, and to my Lord Earl of Lancaster as a hog, and to another as the black dog of our den.
Oh, Gaveston was ever a merry fellow.
He has also spoken of me, Queen Isabella, as the French slut.
Oh, and what of it?
It matters not to you, then, that your wife's name be insulted by the foul lips of the perverted wretch upon whom you lavish your extraordinary affections.
Oh, not so much as a bad halfpenny. You are nothing to me. In fact, I've grown to detest the very sight of you. And if Gaveston's wit is not pleasing to you, well, you have your remedy.
You'll regret those words, Edward. Regret them till the day you die. As for the remedy you spoke of, I'll avail myself of it when certain plans I am making are perfected.
What plans?
That is my affair.
Answer me, or I'll lay you stiff and stark upon the rushes beneath my feet.
You would not dare.
Why wouldn't I? I'll show you.
Edward, stop! Stop! You're killing me!
I'll kill you right enough.
Help! Help! For God's sake, help!
Lord, your Majesty, you've gone mad.
I'll teach her not to defy me.
Gracious lady, pray allow me to assist you to your feet.
Thank you, my Lord Earl of Lancaster. The display of bestiality which you have just witnessed is but one of many. All of them the products of a morbid mind, a mind contaminated by the unnatural influences of Pierre Gaveston.
Gaveston will no longer disturb our peace, lady.
What's that? What's that you say, Lancaster?
I repeat, sire, that Gaveston will no longer disturb our peace.
What have you done with him? Answer me, Lancaster. What have you done with my beloved friend?
His vile head was stricken from his besotted carcass this morning.
Oh, Gaveston, Gaveston, what have they done to thee? A curse upon thy murderers! Guards, to me, rally my soldiers! War! I will make war upon the barons who perpetrated this foul crime!
Sire.
Out of my way, Pembroke, out of my way!
My Lord of Lancaster, I must have speech with the king. I bear grave tidings.
His Majesty would not be interested. What cares he for our country nor the perils which surround it?
What ails him? Why did he shed those crocodile tears?
I have just broken the news of Gaveston's death.
I am afraid His Majesty will have to put his grief to one side and hear me.
Pembroke, I want nothing to do with you. Doubtless you played your part well in this foul murder.
Sire, if the news that Robert Bruce is besieging Stirling Castle is of no import to you, I will say no more.
What? Wait! You say Bruce is besieging Stirling Castle?
Yea, sire.
And what of the governor?
He has pledged his word to surrender it, unless he is relieved before a certain day.
Oh, a plague upon this Scottish pest! Have I not enough troubles without him disturbing my peace?
If you had devoted more time to your Scottish possessions, sire, and less to vicious pleasures, Bruce would not now be in the position to dictate to the King of England.
Have a care, Lancaster. I like not thy tone.
Then, sire, I will withdraw from thy presence, for I fear me to remain, lest I speak further words of truth which you will like still less. Come, my Lord Earl of Pembroke. We will leave His Majesty to his grief, and Scotland to the tender mercies of Robert Bruce.
May God deliver England from her yoke of misery. Lead on, Lancaster. I am ready.
Stop! You cannot desert me like this. I need your help and the help of your soldiers. Therefore I command ye all to meet me at Berwick in time to relieve Stirling Castle.
And if we refuse, sire, as so many of your nobles whose memory smarts under past indignities and insults will...
To hell with their sufferings. They will meet me at Berwick, or by heaven I'll order a wholesale execution of them.
Brave words, sire, for one whose throne totters beneath him.
What meanest thou?
Time will explain my meaning, sire. Wait and see.
Edward was defeated by Bruce at Bannockburn. Then came plague and famine in England. Still Edward remained unmoved. Later he took another favourite to his heart, one Hewlett de Spencer, and gave him and his father vast possessions in Wales. The de Spencers gave great offence to a Welshman named John de Mowbray, and to other Welshmen who rose and took the de Spencers' castles and seized their estates. Then the barons joined the Welshmen and forced Edward to banish the de Spencers. He complied, but later recalled them. Upon this, the nobles and the Welshmen went over to Bruce. Later, Edward avenged himself by beheading the Earl of Lancaster and 28 of his followers. After this bloody deed, he signed a long truce with Robert Bruce, and once more took the de Spencers back into greater favour, even making the father Earl of Winchester. Isabella refused to countenance her husband's conduct any longer, and taking her son Edward with her, left for France, where her brother Charles was king. Here she met Roger Mortimer, and sometime later we find Mortimer and Isabella together.
God sent you to me, Roger, in my hour of need, and he has since taught me to love you dearly.
And I would lay down my life for you, beloved.
You are so brave, so noble, so kind, Roger. And when I compare my present happiness with the miserable humiliations and the mental and physical tortures I endured at Edward's hands, oh, Roger, I shudder when I think of
Then
them.
don't think of them, my sweet. Think only of our love.
I must also think of my son, who will one day rule England.
And the day is not far distant, Isabella.
But his father is still alive.
He can be deposed.
But how?
With the aid of 2,000 French soldiers and all the English exile in France, whom I know are ready to serve you. And once your army lands in England, the Earls of Kent and Norfolk, together with many other powerful English nobles, will flock to your banner. This they have secretly sworn to do, should you agree to our plan.
And the people?
Will thank God for their deliverance.
But where could we land our troops in England?
At Orwell in Suffolk.
I'll do it, Roger, for my son's sake, and may God send us success.
The Queen's army landed, and the people received the tidings with great joy. The king and his favourites fled to Bristol, but later, after being hunted everywhere, Edward gave himself up and was taken to Kenilworth Castle, and here in the great hall we now find him facing a deputation of Parliament, headed by Sir William Trussell, Speaker of the House of Commons, and Sir Thomas Blount, Steward of the Household. Sir William speaks.
Edward of England, had ye done but one worthy action, would have weighed heavily in thy favour at this juncture. But upon thy slate not one word of such is writ, neither is one writ upon the hearts of men. You commenced your worthless career by breaking a solemn vow made to your dying father, he whose name is blessed by all.
Oh, Sir William, look not so sternly upon me. Oh, pity me, in God's name, pity me, my weakness.
I do not pity thee, Edward, for ye had many chances to retrieve thyself, but rather than heed the wise counsel of decent men, ye preferred the lascivious mouthings of the unnatural creatures who were thy favourites. The parasites ye raised to power, but where are they in this thine hour of need? Answer me, thou king who is a king no longer.
King no longer? King no longer? What meanest thou? I am still a king. Sir Thomas, you tell him that I am still a king. King of England, do you hear?
Thou art no longer king of England. Thy people refuse thee their allegiance, and I, as steward of the household, am bidden to break the white wand.
Oh, no. The breaking of the wand is a sign that the king is dead, and I am not dead. No, Edward II of England still lives.
Thou livest, Edward, but King Edward II is dead in name. The white wand is broken.
The king is dead! All is taken!
Cavalcade of Kings. Edward III.
Edward III was crowned king on January the 29th, 1327, when a lad of 15. The country was governed nominally by a council of regency, but really by Roger Mortimer and his paramour Queen Isabella, who had changed from a once sweet and gentle girl to an evil, scheming woman who used her son Edward as a stepping stone to further Mortimer's power. At the moment, we find her with Mortimer and some of their friends indulging in an orgy of feasting to celebrate her husband's death.
And my friends, I tell you, were his dead body carried into my presence at this moment, by the saints, I'd spit upon his face.
I fear me, Isabella, that Edward's once handsome face was not good to look upon in death.
Nor would thine be, Roger, my love, had Gournay and Ogle used thee as they used Edward. Hot irons can mar the good looks of any man.
Yea, would that the Poncer could have shared the same fate.
Ah, yes, but then my cup of happiness would overflow. When I think of my life with Edward, when I think how he spurned my wifely love, I hate him. Even in death, I hate him. May the fires of hell roast his soul.
Oh, my sweet, forget thy unhappy past, and let us drink and be merry. What say ye all? Then, here's a toast, friends, to Queen Isabella, the most beautiful woman in the world.
And here's a toast to her son, King Edward the First.
Nay, friend, don't waste good wine toasting that brat. Let's drink to Mortimer instead, for he is the King of Hearts, and my heart in particular.
Mother!
Ah, 'tis Edward, my sweet son. Come, my love, are ye not going to bestow a kiss upon my cheek?
Nay, nor will my lips ever touch thy guilty cheek again, foul wanton that thou art, who canst carouse with thy lover, when your husband, my father, is scarce cold in his grave.
Edward, I forbid thee to utter such words.
I speak words of truth, yea, the vilest truth. I have just learned how my unfortunate father died. I have just learned that his inside was burned out with hot irons.
Then, by heaven, the ones responsible for this crime shall be punished.
They will be, Roger Mortimer, so look to thyself and thy paramour. For I swear that when I reach man's estate, and am vested with my full powers as King of England, I shall avenge my father's murder, and torture in similar fashion those who tortured him.
Thou hast no proof that Mortimer or I had a hand in his death?
Proof can yet be wrung from the lips of Gournay and Ogle. Yea, even if I have to put them on the rack.
Oh, poor little puppy, thou innocent babe, verily thou hast much to learn. Knowst ye not that Gournay and Ogle died in their dungeons this morning, quite suddenly, and I fear me, in great agony?
That should suffice thee, my son. Thy father has been avenged.
Silence, thou infamous one.
Roger, I fear me Edward is in need of a little chastisement. I will leave ye to attend to it.
Willingly, dear lady.
If you lay a hand on me, Mortimer, I'll...
That'll quietly, thou squealing pup. Guards, carry him to the tower. Remember, one word of this is noised abroad, he will have Roger Mortimer to reckon with.
Early in 1328, the young king married Philippa, the French princess, and 2 years later seized Mortimer and put him to death. He also imprisoned his unworthy mother Isabella in Rising's castle. Later followed 3 unsuccessful attempts to subdue Scotland. Then came his wars with France, where, aided by his eldest son Edward, known as the Black Prince because of his black armor, he defeated the French at Crecy. Soon after followed the 12-month siege and fall of Calais, and at the moment we find Edward dictating terms to the messenger of the starving citizens, while Philippa and the valorous Black Prince stand close by.
Tell your general, or messenger, that I require to have sent here 6 of the most distinguished citizens. They shall come bare-legged and in their shirts, with ropes about their necks, and let those 6 men bring with them the keys of the castle and the town. Now go ye.
Poor man, he scarce can totter, so weak is he for food. Oh, my heart bleeds, my dear one, when I think that there are many such as he, imprisoned behind the walls of this fair city of Calais.
War is a sorry business, Philippa.
Oh, it is indeed, my husband. And what is to be the fate of these citizens you have ordered to come before thee?
Their heads will be struck from their shoulders.
No, no, beloved. Oh, the thought is horrible. It savours of treachery. Thou, Edward of England, the man whom I worship and adore, could never stain his soul with such a foul deed.
Do not meddle, Philippa. This is war. You understand? And in war, no quarter is shown the vanquished.
Edward.
Not another word, beloved. Let us change the subject. Tell me, Edward, my son, what is that strange device which ye hold in thy hand?
It is the crest and motto which the blind king of Bohemia carried in the battle of Crecy, my father. I have kept it in remembrance of that famous day. See, 3 white ostrich feathers form the crest, with the words Ich dien as the motto.
Ich dien, I serve.
Yes, mother, I serve.
Take the motto for thine own, my son, for 'tis a noble one.
Sire, the 6 citizens of Calais await thy clemency.
Have them brought before me.
At once, sire.
Here they come, Edward. In God's name, are these men or living skeletons? Their gaunt cheeks, their hollow eyes shining with the nobility of their sacrifice. Edward, have mercy upon these martyrs who offer themselves as victims to your fury to save their fellow citizens. See, beloved, on my knees I beseech thee to have mercy upon them.
Philippa, I wish you had been somewhere else at this moment, for I cannot refuse thee anything. Philippa, they are thy subjects. Do what you will with them.
Meanwhile, the Scots had been defeated at Neville's Cross near Durham, and their king, David, taken prisoner. Later, the Black Prince obtained a brilliant victory over the French at Poitiers, where the French King John was also taken prisoner. But Edward, in spite of the dazzling valor of his son and their joint successes in many battles, never realized his desires in Scotland nor in France. It was during the reign of Edward III that the Order of the Garter was instituted. The incident leading up to it happened at a state ball held at the palace in London, where we find Edward leading Queen Philippa through a stately measure of a court dance.
Thou art as graceful as thou art beautiful, Philippa.
Thank you for a pretty compliment, beloved. I'd like to return it and say you are a very gallant cavalier.
But a very clumsy one. I fear me your pretty toes will be in sorry plight when this dance is done. Never mind. Tonight I shall kiss the bruises until they disappear.
Oh, Edward, to hear thee would seem we were but young lovers instead of the parents of a family.
I fear me our family will soon be leaving us, Philippa. Look yonder at our son Edward and the fair Joanna.
A sweet girl, Edward.
Yea, the boy has chosen well.
Ah, the dance is over. 'Tis sad that all things must come to an end.
My arm, dear. I'll escort thee to the dais.
Thank you, Edward. Oh, pretty. That poor lady is in such distress. Her garter had snapped and lies at her feet upon the floor. Oh, Edward, do something to relieve her embarrassment.
Oh, but Philip, what can I do?
Edward, please.
Oh, well, it shall be as you say. Pray excuse me, my dear. By your leave, madame, pray permit your king to return your property.
Thou art a very gallant gentleman, sire. I thank you.
My lords and ladies, au soir qui me réponse. Cavalcade of Kings. Richard II.
At Edward's death in 1377, Richard II, a boy of 11, and the son of the Black Prince, succeeded to the crown. His uncle, John of Gaunt, also had designs upon the throne, but he was not popular with the people, and he soon submitted to his nephew's claim. The wars with France had almost drained the English exchequer dry, and to raise money the poll tax was levied on the people. This was a tax on every person in the kingdom over the age of 14, and consisted of the payment of 3 groats, or 3 fourpenny pieces a year per person. The people of Essex rose against the poll tax, and being severely handled by the government officers, killed some of them. At the same time, one of the tax collectors called at the house of Wat Tyler at Dartford in Kent, and the outcome of his visit was the ill-fated peasants' revolt.
Daughter, go ye and open the door before the man, whoever he is, breaks it down.
I'll go at once, Mother.
I've never heard the like. There's no peace these days for decent, law-abiding people, even in their own homes.
It took you long enough to open the door, wench.
What does the man want, daughter?
I am the law. How much longer are you going to keep me standing on your doorstep?
Come in, sir. Come in.
Just as well for you, woman. Now, what's your name?
I'm the wife of Wat Tyler, sir.
Well, I've come to collect the poll tax, and I want particulars of your family. Is your husband living?
Yes, sir.
Where's the rest of your family?
I'm the only one, sir. My daughter here.
Look to it that you speak the truth, woman, or it will be the worse for you.
By the saints, a woman should know the size of her own family.
When it comes to paying your taxes, some of you have got very bad memories. Well, now, you say there's 3 occupants of this cottage. That means I'm to collect the poll tax for the 3 of you.
No, sir. Only for 2. My husband and myself.
Now, what about this buxom wench here?
My daughter is not yet 14.
You're not 14. You lie, woman. I wager she's old enough to be your wife or mistress of any man. Aye, and I'm not so sure that I'm not the man. Come here, wench.
Mother!
Do as I bid. Get thee gone, old woman, and leave us alone.
Take your filthy hand off me! Mother! Mother! Leave her alone, you dog, or by the saints I'll brain you with this stool.
Get thee gone, you old hag, and put that stool down. Put it down, I say, or I'll throttle you.
Help! Help! Help, my mother! You beast! You loathsome beast! Oh, God, help us! Father! Father!
What's this? Large blood, you loathsome beast! Rot your soul out, dog!
I am the law.
Then I'll take the law into my own hands and choke the life out of its cursed throat. Now die, thou swinish despoiler of women! Die! Die!
Tyler, my son, what is this?
I've killed him, Jack Straw. Killed him, do you hear?
But why, my son?
Look at my daughter. Look at my wife. That's why. Men of Wessex, this is the breaking point. If there's a drop of English blood left in your bodies, it must cry out for retribution. Our backs are broken under the load of cursed taxation which is imposed on us, and for which we get nothing in return. And like the slaves we are, we merely talk our misfortunes over amongst ourselves and make no attempt to right our wrongs. But when our women folk fall the victims of the lusts of the men who collect these same taxes, then 'tis time we rise and demand justice. Yea, demand it at the very steps of the throne of England.
I agree with thee, my son. And the men of Essex, who are my followers, and who are already in arms, will support thee and the people of Wessex in the cause of justice.
Then let us set out now, at once, united in the cause of freedom, and let no man rest until we set foot in London town. Out, Burns. Yonder is London Bridge.
And look, Tyler, William Walworth, the mayor of London, has caused the drawbridge in the middle to be raised against us.
Think ye, Jack Straw, that will stop the men of Wessex and Essex? Hi there, varlets! Lower the drawbridge.
My life will be forfeit if I do.
My life will be forfeit if you don't. Come on, men. Throw him into the river.
Be back! I love
You see, friends, how easy it is to force obedience from the dogs. As soon as it is down, we'll cross and break open the prisons, and then we'll burn the court rolls and make an end of the lawyers who have charge of them.
There's one other who has long oppressed the people, John Gaunt.
Throw his followers to the ground!
Hey, why should he lull in luxury with a rich food to eat and rare wines to drink, whilst we wallow in poverty in our hovels? At last the bridge is down. On, men, on to Mile End.
Next morning, the young King Richard, now 16, with a small company of men-at-arms, amongst whom was Walworth, the Mayor of London, rode into Smithfield and saw Tyler and his people approaching.
Tell me, good Walworth, which is what Tyler?
Tyler is he who leads the rabble, sire.
He approaches us. There's no denying the man's courage.
We are but 60 against 60,000, sire.
Verily, it is true that curs hunt in packs. Methinks I had better treat with the ruffian.
Would be as well, sire. See, he comes this way.
King, dost thou see all my men here?
Yea, fellow. What seek they?
Peace and justice.
What are their conditions?
There are four. Firstly, that neither they nor their children shall be made slaves to the landowners again. Secondly, that the rent of lands shall be fixed at a certain price in money instead of being paid in service. Thirdly, that the iniquitous poll tax and other abominable taxes shall be repealed. And fourthly, that they shall be pardoned for past offences committed in their fight for freedom.
Tyler, if 'twill bring happiness to my people to grant them what they ask, then gladly will I do so. I will order my clerks to write out a charter accordingly. Rebel scum!
Thy words are offensive, young king. Remember, you speak of loyal men who are at my command and who have sworn to do my bidding.
What brought ye, Tyler? Dost threaten the king? I'll spit thy cursed throat from ear to ear.
Oh, son of a dog!
Men of England, the treacherous devil has slain our leader.
Walworth, thou fool! They'll shoot us down with their arrows.
Avenge our leader! Avenge Tyler! Come on, men!
Men of England! Tyler was a traitor. Ye are well rid of him. But I, your king, will be your leader, and I swear before heaven to right your wrongs. Will ye have Richard, the son of the Black Prince, as your leader?
Long live King Richard!
But Richard betrayed his people, and the peasant revolt came to naught. Then followed years of extravagance and misrule, until the nation groaned under its yoke of misery. Richard's first wife, Anne of Bohemia, died of a broken heart, and later he outraged all decency by marrying Isabella of France, a child of 8 years. His final act of injustice was directed against his cousin Henry, Duke of Hereford, the son of John of Gaunt, whose estates Richard confiscated at his father's death. Richard then left for Ireland to quell a rising, and Henry landed in England with an army to claim his rights. Some time later he deposed his unworthy cousin Richard. We now come to the final scene in the drama which is laid in Westminster Abbey. Parliament has assembled, and Henry sits beside the empty-covered throne of England. Richard has just signed the paper renouncing his authority and absolving his people from all allegiance to him. Then, personally handing over his royal ring to Henry, he said,
Fair cousin, I now hand thee my royal ring.
My lord, I accept thy ring and all it stands for. And may God be pleased to guide my hand and help me rule the people wisely and well.
It pleases me mightily, fair cousin, to hear thy voice utter such a pious plea. And if I could have had leave to appoint a successor, thou, Henry of Lancaster, above all other men, would have been he.
Cavalcade of Kings. Henry IV.
Henry IV was crowned King of England by the Archbishops of York and Canterbury at Westminster Abbey on September the 30th, 1399. He commenced his reign with solemn determination to govern on constitutional principles, and to this resolve remained steadfast and true for many years. But unfortunately, Henry was dogged by disappointment and disease. He was subject to epileptic fits, which made him cruel, vindictive, suspicious, and irresolute. His reign was one of trouble and commotion. There were incessant rebellions, and more than one treacherous attempt was made on his life. Lawlessness, poverty, and taxation were rife, and to placate the clergy who had supported his claim to the throne, Henry established in England the atrocious foreign custom of burning at the stake all who followed the teachings of John Wycliffe. At the moment, we find Henry IV with his lords discussing the fate of the deposed King, Richard II.
My lords, there is another important question to be discussed. I refer to the matter of Richard. I fear me there is a plot afoot to set him on the throne again.
I had not thought, Your Majesty, that poor Richard possessed friends loyal enough to risk their necks in his cause.
My Lord Earl of Northumberland, there are always those opportunists who will risk anything if they think there is a chance of self-aggrandizement.
Zounds, sir! None but a fool would support such a forlorn cause as Richard's.
My Lord Earl forgets, perhaps, that already one attempt has been made to restore him to power.
A mere bubble which we soon pricked.
There are more than bubbles being tossed on the wind that blows from France at this moment.
Thou speakest in riddles, sir.
Then will I speak plain words, my lord. News has been brought me that the Dukes of Burgundy and Bourbon have taken up the cause of Richard's child wife, Isabella.
I always swore there would be trouble when we took that French baggage to wife.
Trouble? Yes, for poor little Isabella, who should still be in her convent, being as she is but 10 years old.
'Tis a blot upon the English crown that Richard should have wed the child.
'Tis too late to cry wolf when the lamb is dead. But to return to our subject. Richard was born in Bordeaux, as my lords are aware, and the people of that city have a superstitious attachment to Richard and swear to avenge him. We've had a small example in their raids on our coastal towns. Richard has sworn to serve me loyally and well, but Richard is a liar, a rogue, and a thief.
I could name a greater thief, sire.
Then come ye forth, Owen Glendower, and give voice to his name.
Aye, that I will. Ye ask the name of a greater thief than Richard? Well, hear it then, and hang me for treason later, if ye will. His name is Henry of Lancaster, who thieved the throne of England from Edward Mortimer, the son of the Duke of Clarence.
May thy soul rot, Glendower. This is treason. Treason, do you hear?
Nay, 'tis the truth, and methinks the truth nauseates thy stomach, as it does those of thy satellites, who have hopes of rich rewards from thee. Meanwhile, young Edward is forced to sit in his dungeon in Windsor Castle, when he should be sitting upon the throne of England.
Have a care, Glendower. Thy words to the king are the words of a traitor.
A traitor? Thou, my Lord Earl of Northumberland, darest to call me a traitor? Thou who art the biggest traitor in the realm. Aye, and there are many of your kind gathered here tonight. Northumberland, Percy, Douglas, Grey, all of ye traitors, liars, and thieves. Verily, this is a den of thieves, and Henry of Lancaster and his profligate son, who wears the princely crown of Wales, are the fitting leaders for such a vile band.
By the saints, thy head shall forfeit for this. To the tower with him.
I am thy man, thou usurper, who can take me.
Yea, Majesty. But first we must settle the question of Richard, which discussion was so rudely interrupted by the Welshman.
Yes, what's your Richard? I'll leave his fate in thy hands, my lords.
And it please thee, sire. My lords,
'Twould seem that 'tis dangerous to the peace of the realm for the deposed king to be permitted to mix so freely with his late subjects. Therefore, 'tis our task to remove the danger. Nay, my lord, for 'twould stir the sentiments of the fueling, weak-minded ones to whom the fate of an exile is so pathetic.
Perchance stronger methods will be found desirable, my lord.
Nay, my lords, I do not desire the death of my cousin.
Then, your majesty and my lords, 'tis my suggestion that we imprison Richard in Pomfret Castle and banish his friends from his presence.
No need to, old fox. Behold, the Prince of Wales stands before thee.
My son!
It would seem that thou art displeased with me, my father, and yet I am but following in the merry footsteps of thy loyal friends and supporters.
Would that thou had never been born.
It would seem that thy noble lords are in accord with thee, my father, and yet I'd rot them when they meet me in the taverns.
Give a fool enough rope, and he will make a halter for himself.
Meaning, my father?
That the accusations levelled by Owen Glendower against thee are confirmed by thine own lips. Verily, thou art a rogue, a thief, and a liar.
Glendower dares to accuse me of this? Rot his soul, I'll run him through. Where is this base-born pig?
I hope to confront ye with him ere the night is done. But if he is not taken ere that, then I fear me thou wilt perforce have to journey to Wales for satisfaction, yea, and not only satisfaction for personal affront, but for the defence of thy kingdom.
I fear not, Glendower.
Oh, wine makes of thee a braggart, my son. But hear ye me. Unless Glendower is taken, he will stir the people of Wales to revolt against thee. 'Twill be an easy task, for already they detest the sound of thy infamous name.
Give me an army, and I'll soon subdue the rebel dogs.
Give thee an army? Oh, yea, an army of tin soldiers. For I would not trust the lives of my men in the hands of thee. Nay, never, until thou provest thyself a man instead of a monkey who dances to the tune of thy profligate companions. I'll get thee to thy quarters, for the sight of thee turns me sick with shame. And there, Joanna, where the rebel charge was so furious, where men were slashing each other to bits, where the earth ran red with blood, stood Henry, my son. The royal standard was beaten down, but he raised it again from the bloody mass of dead and dying men and pushed its stick through his girdle, saying, "When the standard falls, so fall I."
May the saints bless him for his courage. My husband, thy heart must be nigh bursting with pride in him.
Aye, that it is, Joan.
'Tis said that he fought so well, and our troops were so encouraged by his bravery that they rallied and cut the rebel forces to pieces.
'Tis true, wife. Hotspur was killed, and the rout was so complete that the whole rebellion was struck down by this one blow.
And what of my lord, the Earl of Northumberland?
He surrendered soon after the death of his son.
And Owen Glendower?
Has fled back to his native hills in Wales. I think not he'll trouble us very seriously in future. Oh, but see, my son approaches.
Our son, Henri, my beloved. For I love him as dearly as though I gave birth to him.
Sweet lady, I thank thee for thy gentle words, which I could not help but overhear. I kiss thy hand in homage, as I would the hand of my own dear mother, were she still alive.
I thank thee, Henri, for so great a compliment.
Thou hast done well, my son. Here is my hand in friendship's grasp.
Thank thee, my father. My days of boisterous play and untimely joking are at an end. From now on, I follow the path of duty. The welfare of my country and my people shall always be first with me, in thought, word, and deed.
Cavalcade of Kings. Henry V.
The royal cavalcade of England's monarchs rides on, with the spirit of Henry IV to bear them company. Henry V, who succeeded his father on the English throne, was born in the castle of Monmouth on the 9th August 1387. Carefree, hail fellow well met, he was the idol of the young bloods of his time and their willing accomplice in many a prank. Later, he was to develop into a brave soldier, a firm disciplinarian, and a brilliant general. Henry was crowned king on the 10th of April 1413, and shortly afterwards we find him with his nobles discussing an important matter.
My lords, 'twas an infamous act to imprison the Earl of March, who is guiltless of any crime but that of being a claimant to the throne, and I insist that he be set free at once.
But, Your Majesty, it would be dangerous to set him free. For years he has been held prisoner in Windsor Castle, and the years will have whetted his appetite for revenge.
He would scarce be human were it not so. Nevertheless, he shall be liberated, and I shall do all in my power to recompense him for the injustice which others have put upon him.
So be it, Your Majesty, but by the saints, I like it not.
Then there is another matter which galls me. The son of Hotspur.
Hotspur, who incited the people to rebel against thy saintly father, sire?
Hotspur paid the supreme penalty for his treachery, my lord. Is it just that we should bear malice against his innocent son and strip him of the honor and estates which rightfully belong to him?
His father lost them by rebellion, sire.
And I mean to restore them to young Percy by an act of Christian clemency. See that ye attend to it.
It shall be as ye command, sire.
Henry, my son, the church commends thee for thy Christian grace in the matter of the Earl of March and young Percy. But there is another matter wherein such clemency would not be appreciated by the church.
My Lord Bishop refers to Sir John Oldcastle?
Yea, my son, Oldcastle the heretic.
He is my friend, my Lord Bishop.
Surely, my son, the King of England will not claim as friend one who is the enemy of the church.
You threaten me, my lord?
Oh, no, my son. I but seek to point out the impossibility of such a friendship, and I must insist that Oldcastle pay the penalty, yea, the supreme penalty for this heresy.
My Lord Bishop means?
That Oldcastle must die, yea, die at the stake, and may the flames devour the evil spirits that dwell in his heart as they consume his worthless body.
Before I pass such a sentence upon my friend, I must have time in which to try to convert him.
I command ye to sentence him to death at once.
Would seem that my Lord Bishop forgets that 'tis the king's privilege alone to command.
Henry, my son.
Nay, not another word. Oldcastle shall first be given the opportunity to recant. 'Tis but justice.
'Tis justice that will be misapplied, my son.
That we shall see, my Lord Bishop. Ah, at last.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Greetings, messenger. What news from France?
Grave tidings, sire. The nobles repudiate Your Majesty's claim to the French throne.
Repudiate it?
Yes, sire. Moreover, they refuse Your Majesty's conditions regarding the Princess Catherine and yourself, sire. They consider thy demands in the matter of her dowry extravagant.
What alternatives do they offer in place of the throne and the dowry?
Possibly a small portion of Normandy, and they will agree to a marriage settlement of 800,000 crowns.
A small portion of Normandy and 800,000 crowns, eh? It is an insult and outrage. Have the French poodles forgotten the lesson which my great-grandfather, Edward III, taught them? Have they forgotten the might of England, that they seek to dictate such terms to her ruler?
It would seem so, sire.
Then they must learn their lesson all over again. But first, I would know something of the political state of the country.
'Tis a state of chaos, sire. The mad King Charles still gibbers on the throne, incapable of guiding his nobles in matters of state, or of leading his armies in war. The Duke of Orleans has been foully murdered in the streets of Paris by hirelings of the Duke of Normandy, who has set himself up as the master of France.
And the Dauphin, Louis,
has his own followers, sire. So it would seem that France is in the terrible condition of being torn asunder by 3 separate parties. Hatred and intrigue are rife, and the country is at the mercy of any power which cares to take advantage of her divided people.
Then 'tis high time that I, who am the legal claimant to the French crown by right of succession, should take a hand at its affairs. Bid my generals marshal my troops at Southampton from whence we shall embark for France.
Henry landed in France and took Harfleur. Later, he marched on Calais, and at the moment we find him encamped with his army near the village of Agincourt. It is the eve of one of the most famous battles in history. Henry is addressing his men.
Men of England, we are but 9,000 against 60,000 of the French. I have heard some of you express the wish that our numbers were greater, but I would not have one man more. For the fewer the men, the greater the honor. I do not covet riches, nor power, but if to covet honor be a sin, then I am the greatest sinner alive. And in this battle the honor of your king and your country is at stake. I know you will not see it trampled in the mud and gore of the battlefield. Harry, I hear you call me. My good friends, it seems a lifetime since I heard myself addressed as such. It pleases me mightily to hear you use the name, for it makes us comrades, not only in arms, but in heart. Sire, to serve ye is a privilege and an honor. Good Sir Thomas, I thank ye. But I like not the thought of thy venerable head sleeping upon rough stones. A softer pillow should be thy reward after many years of loyal service. 'Tis said that ye followed my beloved father into many a battle. That is true, sire. And now I count it a singular honor to serve his beloved son. For what matters if my hair is white and my bones gnarled with age, when my sword arm is strong and my heart is as of oak, and whilst there is red blood surging in my veins, I will continue to serve my king and my country until that blood is spilt upon the field of honor. May God in heaven bless thee, noble Harry. I am thrice blessed, brave old heart, in possessing thy loyalty. And now go ye to thy tents, men of England, and rest, for tomorrow we go to meet the foe. O God of battles, steel my soldiers' hearts. Give them courage, fortitude, and strength in defeat, and mercy in victory.
The Battle of Agincourt was fought and won by Henry against overwhelming odds. 2 years later, Henry again invaded France and conquered all before him. On the 21st of May, 1420, the Perpetual Peace Treaty was signed at Troyes, under which Henry was proclaimed regent and heir of France. He also received the French king's youngest daughter, Catherine, in marriage, and at the moment we find Henry and his future bride rowing on an ornamental lake in the gardens of her father's palace.
Would that I could express in words the emotion which burns in my heart, sweet Catherine. Oh, but I fear me my tongue is not that of a poet's, nor yet a lover's, and I have but the uncouth words of a soldier.
Pardonnez-moi, but I cannot say which words your Majesty should speak, for I know so little Anglais.
I am glad, for it will give me untold joy to teach thee the language of my people. Catherine, you like me a little?
A little what, your Majesty?
Oh, a little bit, peace.
No, not in pieces. That would be very terrible, very much blood.
No, you sweet angel. I don't mean broken in pieces. I mean, do you love me?
I cannot tell what you say.
I will try to tell thee in French, my sweet. Although methinks 'tis easier to win 10 battles, nay, to conquer France herself, than to speak her language. Vous, le amour. Oh, by the saints, 'tis impossible. I but make a mock of myself.
But no, ma chérie de mon cœur, it is très, oh, how you say, très charming. Before the rest, speak l'anglais.
Ah, but then you would not understand my words, Catherine, beloved. Oh, forsooth, was ever a man in worse predicaments?
I will look deep in your majesty's eyes. Perhaps I shall see there more than his lips can tell me, n'est-ce pas?
Ah, then look, beloved. Look deeply. Look deeply whilst the heart of Harry of England speaks through them. I love thee, Catherine, with all my heart, and I would give my soul to have ye take my hand and say, Harry of England, I love thee. Take me, I am thine. Ah, Catherine, have compassion on a rough soldier who seeks to woo the maid he adores, but only succeeds in affrighting her with the roughness of his ill-chosen words.
I can only understand a few of them words, your majesty.
And what are they, beloved?
Harry of England, take me, I am thine.
A Cavalcade of Kings. Henry VI.
The cavalcade of kings rides on, and that glorious figure of royal manhood, Henry V, rides with them, leaving his son, an infant 9 months old, to succeed him on the throne. Henry VI was crowned King of England at Westminster in 1429 and King of France at Paris in 1431. But he was destined to lose both kingdoms and to see all his friends die vainly in his cause. Henry was the most unfortunate of kings. By nature he was just, pious and generous, and a great scholar. But he was cursed with fits of imbecility, a disease he inherited from his grandfather, the mad King Charles of France, and his reign was a series of disasters. One thing, however, posterity can thank him for. He founded Eton College and King's College, Cambridge. During Henry's minority, his uncle, the Duke of Bedford, governed France, whilst another uncle, the Duke of Gloucester, was appointed Protector of England. Henry is now a youth in his teens, and at the moment we find Bedford and Gloucester in conversation at the palace in London.
Nay, Humphrey, I will not listen to thy schemes. Have done with treachery, man, and keep faith with our dead brother, who gave unto us the care of his son.
Thou speakest as a young maid, but lately emerged from her convent. England has need of a strong man's hand to guide her destiny in these perilous times. Think thee that Henry is fitted for such a task? Already he shows signs of the malady with which his grandfather, the mad Charles, was afflicted.
Would that God had spared our noble brother but a few years longer. But Henry was too famous to live, and now England is left poor indeed.
Yes, John, and methinks ere long our country will be divided and torn by conflicting factions, even as was France.
A state which you are helping to bring about. Mark me, Humphrey, thou wilt never occupy the throne of England for all thy scheming, nor will York, nor Somerset. The people love the memory of Henry V too well to countenance treachery towards his son.
Be not so sure, John. Many things are happening of which ye know not.
Perhaps. But this I do know, Humphrey, that thy wife is said to be practicing the black arts of witchcraft in company with old Marjorie. A word of warning from ye might save her from the fate which is bound to overtake her.
I know naught of her practices.
I wonder.
What ye, John? I am of a mind to call ye out for that remark.
Then do so, if ye have the courage.
What? Dost thou doubt my courage? By the saints, I'll run ye through.
I'll have it.
What's this? What's this? Why, it would seem that mine uncle seeks to turn my palace into a brawling den. But now, what is all this to do?
'Tis but a slight difference of opinions, Majesty. Dismiss it from thy mind.
Oh, gladly, for I like not these quarrels. Bloodshed invariably follows, and I can't stand the sight of blood. I can't stand the sight of blood, do you hear?
Hush, sire. Hush, sire. What talk is this of blood?
Why, look, 'tis there, uncle. Look, upon my tunic.
Nay, sire, 'tis but the glow from yonder window. See, I will step out of its reflection, and lo, the redness is gone from my tunic.
Why, yes, it is gone, melted away, like the waxen dolls which my aunt, the Duchess of Gloucester, places before the fire in her bedchamber.
What meanest thou, sire?
'Tis a secret, a secret. Why, nobody knows about it but me.
And what is this secret, Henry, my son?
Oh, 'tis thou, my Lord Bishop of Winchester. Forsooth, I did not hear thee enter. Surely thou didst so in stockinged feet.
It would not be an unknown condition with my Lord Bishop of Winchester to be discovered in such an extraordinary state, sire.
Oh, no, Humphrey. What meanest thou?
In plain words, I openly state that my Lord Bishop is not above the low meanness of eavesdropping.
'Tis well, Humphrey, for the peace of the king, but I have stolen quietly upon thee at times, for that which I have heard thee utter with thine own lips makes of thee a would-be usurper of thy nephew's throne.
Dog of a meddlesome priest! By the saints, I'll drag thee through the streets of London at the tail of a horse.
I like not thy threats, Uncle Humphrey.
Oh, 'tis the blustering of a coward, sire. A coward who urges war and never peace. A traitor who but recently attempted to procure armor from the Tower in which to clothe his followers who seek to take the throne of England by force.
Ah! I will not answer thee in words, but in blows.
Have done, Gloucester. In God's name, are ye suddenly bereft of thy senses that you would strike a priest of God? In truth, thine ambitions have driven thee far.
Oh, stop. This discord must cause mine head to swell to bursting point. Oh, cease, my lords, I pray ye. Perchance, my Lord Bishop, thou art mistaken in mine uncle's intentions, and thou, good Uncle Humphrey, may also be mistaken. Come, my lords, extend thy hands in peace and goodwill towards one another.
Come, Humphrey, and my Lord Bishop, surely the king's entreaties move ye to relent.
My fealty to the king commands me to yield.
And I, Gloucester, will yield to thee for like reason.
Oh, 'tis well. Now, friends, you shall hear my secret. Oh, 'tis regrettable, but I must admit that I stole upon my aunt in the privacy of her bedchamber, and there I saw her in company with old Marjorie making waxen dolls in my image and placing them before the fire, which burned right briskly. Meanwhile, they chanted what seemed to my ears the words of a magic spell.
In God's name.
The words, sire, the words.
Oh, 'twas gibberish, but ever and anon I heard them call upon the spirits to do unto Henry of England what the flames were doing unto his waxen image.
'Tis witchcraft. They seek the king's death by black magic.
What? They seek my death? Oh, no, I don't want to die. Oh, they must be punished, do you hear? Punished! God, they're killing me! Oh, stop them! Oh!
His Majesty has fainted! The apothecary! Quickly!
Bedford, my son, dost think the king imagined this thing?
I know not, my Lord Bishop, what to think. There are times when he appears quite normal. At other times, the madness which burns in his brain predominates. Today, he is worse than usual.
Poor afflicted one. My lords, look at the sweet face of him. So handsome, so noble, so kind. Sometimes I find it hard
even as a priest of God, to say, God's will be done.
Aye, 'twas a black day that our brother wedded a maid whose inheritance was the evil curse of insanity. But enough of vain regrets. We have yet to discover the truth, whether my wife is guilty of witchcraft, or whether it was but the hallucinations of Henry's poor sick brain.
And if the Duchess is guilty, Humphrey?
Then let her be punished.
Aye, but how is it to be proven, Gloucester, my son?
We must secret ourselves in her bedchamber, my Lord Bishop. Come, for I see old Marjorie approaching up yonder path now. Doubtless they have planned another evil interlude. Let us to my wife's apartment, there to secret ourselves and watch.
Come, Mother Marjorie, one more waxen doll. Forsooth, 'tis the king's likeness to the minutest detail. Set him before the fire. There, 'tis done. Now, get thee into thy trance, old woman, and will the spirits to do with the king what the flames do unto his image. The king, curse him, imbecile fool that he is. Once he is disposed of, it'll be an easy matter for Gloucester to seize the throne, and then I shall be Queen of England. I shall sit upon the throne. I shall wear a crown studded with many jewels. Above all, I shall have power. Power, the greatest possession a woman can have. England shall be ruled by me. Aye, and Scotland and Ireland too. Then will I conquer France. Soon Europe will be in my grasp, and before many years have passed, I shall rule the world.
Not so fast.
Gloucester, my husband, and ye, Bedford, my Lord Duke, and ye also, my Lord Bishop. Mother of God, all is lost.
Yea, thou witch, all is indeed lost for ye.
Have mercy upon me, I beg ye, husband.
Thinkest thou that thy words call for mercy?
Think nothing of them. I but rambled. I meant nothing by them.
What of these waxen images of the king?
They are but my toys, my Lord Bedford. I have made them in the likeness of the king, because I love him so dearly.
So dearly that thou desirest his death?
Nay, nay, I swear I love him, and bear him no malice. My Lord Bishop, hear me and believe me, for I swear before God.
Silence, thou evil woman, who dares to utter words of blasphemy in the presence of a priest of God. Gloucester, I charge thee as Lord Protector of England, and for the safety of the king, to punish this woman, even though she be thy wife.
It shall be done, my Lord Bishop. 3 times shall she walk the streets of London, at night, bearing a lighted candle as penance. Then she shall be taken and imprisoned until the day she dies.
Have mercy, have mercy.
Silence, infamous one. Thy punishment is richly deserved, and may God send that thy fate shall be a lesson to all traitors who harbor evil designs against his sacred majesty, Henry VI of England.
Cavalcade of Kings. Henry VI, Part 2.
Henry VI continued to be the shuttlecock of his ministers. The wars in France continued, but England gained no advantage from the death of Joan of Arc, and 20 years after her death, only the town of Calais remained an English possession. When Henry was 23, his ministers decided to arrange a marriage with Margaret, the resolute and ambitious daughter of the King of Sicily. The Earl of Suffolk engineered it, supported by Cardinal Beaufort. She became Queen of England, and her father received in exchange for his daughter the two most valuable possessions England then held in France. The Duke of Gloucester bitterly opposed the match and earned the undying animosity of the Queen. 2 years later, we find Margaret and the half-mad Henry at the palace in London.
Are you happy, Henry?
Happy? Happy? Why, yea, of course. I went for a drive in my pony carriage this morning, and the people saw me and waved their kerchiefs. That made me very happy. I love my people, Margaret.
Yea, of course you do, Henry. As do I.
Oh, thank you, Margaret. Put your arms around me and let me rest my head upon thy shoulder. It aches badly today.
Do you love me, Henry?
Eh?
Do you love me?
Oh, yes, very much, when ye are not cross with me. What makes ye so angry sometimes, Margaret?
It is because I am vexed and worried on thy account, Henry. There is one man at thy court who is thy bitterest enemy.
Enemy? Margaret, you mean he wants to kill me?
Yea, Henry, even that.
Oh, his name, quickly!
The Duke of Gloucester.
The Duke of Gloucester? Oh, no. No, not Gloucester, Margaret. He is my friend. Oh, that is a funny joke, my little Margaret. Gloucester.
Oh, be serious, Henry. Get done with thy insane giggling. I tell thee, Gloucester is thine enemy. Hast forgotten that he tried to stop our marriage?
Our marriage? Gloucester did that?
Aye, that he did. And now he plots against thy life. Once ye are out of the way, he will seize the throne.
Seize the throne? The dog, the treacherous dog. I'll have his head. I'll guards, to me. Summon my counselors. Have my Lord Duke of Gloucester brought before us to stand his trial for treason. Oh, my head. 'Tis the weight of this cursed crown. A plague upon it. Send the apothecary to me at once.
Your Majesty.
All is well, my Lord Earl. Our plan has succeeded. Gloucester has been summoned to appear before the king on a charge of treason.
And when we have disposed of Gloucester?
Cardinal Beaufort will be dealt with.
But, Majesty, the risk.
He is 80 years old, my good prophet. 'Tis but a natural thing that death rides closely at his heels. Fear not, all will be well. And once we rid ourselves of those who oppose us, need I say more, good friend?
Nay, good Majesty, but I fear me the people like me not. They blame me for the loss of our French possessions which passed into thy father's hand at the time of your marriage.
Do the people imagine I married their half-witted king because I loved him? No, for I am no lovesick maiden. I love no man. Power is my God, my life and my only love. And power I mean to have.
Your Majesty, I bear important tidings for the king.
The king is not here. He is ill. I will deal with the matter.
Your Majesty, my message is for the king alone.
A plague upon me. Dost dare to flout me? Guards, seize this man and punish him for his impertinence.
In God's name, what is all this? Quiet! Cannot I be allowed some quiet when my brain is burning in my skull?
Sire, bid these men release me. I bring tidings for thee.
Release him. Now, speak, messenger.
Sire, the people have risen against my Lord Earl of Suffolk. They indict him with treason and accuse him of trafficking with the French king and with a plot to seize the English crown and place his son upon the throne. The House of Commons have also condemned him, and even now soldiers are on their way to the palace to arrest him.
Suffolk, are you a traitor?
Henry, you insult your greatest friend when you should move heaven and earth to protect him.
Oh, what can I do, Margaret? Oh, my head.
Oh, do rot thy stupid head. Do something to help Suffolk to escape.
What's that about Suffolk?
In God's name, was ever a woman worse afflicted than I in having an imbecile for her husband?
Oh, Margaret, please don't be angry with me. Oh, I'll do anything ye ask if you'll not be cross with me.
Dear Henry, order horses for our loyal friend. that he might escape to his own estate. Later he can cross to Calais and so thwart those who seek his death.
Yes, it shall be done, Margaret. Now at once. Guards! Guards! Will no one answer my bidding?
Majesty, thy command.
Horses, food, and an escort of household troops for my Lord Earl of Suffolk. Hasten, thou sluggard!
Heaven bless thee, sire. Thou art a great and noble king.
Go, Suffolk, there is not a moment to lose. The soldiers will arrive at any minute.
Farewell. Farewell.
Margaret, did he hear? He addressed me as a great and noble king. Margaret, he pleases me. Soon Suffolk must return to my court. A great and noble king. Oh, my head. My cursed head again. Is there no peace? No freedom from this awful pain for Henry of England?
Suffolk was later captured and beheaded at Calais. Then followed the bitter quarrels of the Dukes of York and Somerset, which ended in the Wars of the Roses. Henry's life was one long nightmare of alternate madness and sanity, made worse by his wife's intrigues. Battle after battle was fought. Sometimes the victory went to the White Rose of York, sometimes to the Red Rose of Lancaster. Later, Somerset, the Queen's favourite, was killed. Soon after, York was beheaded, but his son Edward, the young Earl of March, avenged him and rode into London as a conqueror. A few days later, Lord Falconbridge and the Bishop of Exeter assembled the people in St. James Fields, Clerkenwell, and here Henry, now quite mad, and young Edward of York stood waiting side by side to receive the people. The Bishop of Exeter addresses the people.
Citizens of London, ye have suffered much, but I ask ye to have pity in thy hearts for a poor tormented man who is ridden by the devils of madness. He has tried in his rare moments of sanity to perform his kingly duty. He has given the people the College of Eton and also King's College at Cambridge, and he has done his best.
What of our French possessions?
They were lost by treachery, my son.
And the intrigues of the wanton whom Henry took to wife?
That marriage was thrust upon him, my son, by the Earl of Suffolk.
Suffolk, whose head didn't fall into the greasy fish basket until the sixth stroke of the rusty sword.
Suffolk once called me a great and noble king, and then they cut off his head. My wife Margaret was very angry when she heard the tidings.
Would have been better for all of us if her wretched head had been lopped off also.
Now done, my people. This talk is nauseating. Ye have been assembled here this day to decide whom you'll have to rule ye, not to talk obscenities. So hear me, all ye good men and true. Will ye have Henry of Lancaster, or will ye have Edward of York as your king? Edward! Long live King Edward! Edward!
Cavalcade of Kings. Edward the Fourth.
Edward IV's victory at Towton was his real claim to the throne of England, and most people were glad to have him as king. Henry VI was deposed accordingly, but his determined wife, Queen Margaret, with the aid of French money, kept fighting his forlorn cause, and also that of her son, the young Prince of Wales. She was defeated at last, and Edward IV, a young, dashing, handsome man of 21, took his unquiet seat upon the throne in the year 1461. His greatest supporter in his fight for the crown had been the old Earl of Warwick, but later, through Edward's licentiousness and his entanglement with Elizabeth Woodville, a bitter quarrel started between the king and Warwick, who was supported by the nobles. At the moment, we find Edward and his one-time friend in the midst of a heated discussion into which Elizabeth intrudes.
In God's name, my lord, will ye answer me this? Am I king or am I not?
Thou art king, sire, but 'twas I who set ye upon thy throne, and just as surely will I unseat ye.
Thou had better curb thy tongue, Warwick. Treason drips from it.
Ah, young sparrow, thinkest thou to intimidate Warwick, the old eagle of 100 battles, most of them fought under thy banner? I thought 'twas for England's good I placed thee upon her throne. I thought thou wouldst uphold her honor, her glory. But no sooner is the crown placed upon thy head than ye see fit to trail her honor and her glory in the filth of the bawdy houses ye frequent in company with thy rapacious wenches and lewd companions.
'Tis but the old story of age and youth, my good Warwick. Thine arteries have hardened so that the red lips of a comely wench no longer find favour in thine eyes.
I can appreciate a comely wench of quality with the next man, but I'd not stoop to touch some of thy creatures, and yet ye would force one of them upon thy people as their queen.
Lord rot ye, Warwick, dare ye utter one word against Elizabeth Woodville?
I mentioned no names, but would seem my shaft went home right well, sire. However, I will curb my boiling blood and change my tune. I will entreat thee, yea, implore thee, to give up all thoughts of a marriage with this woman. She is a Lancastrian. Her sympathy is a Lancastrian, and thine a York. In God's name, what peace or happiness canst thou hope for in such a union?
Elizabeth is very lovely, Warwick, and devilish hard to resist. And what care I for her Lancastrian sympathies? I shall soon wean her of them when she becomes Queen of England.
And when she does, all her brothers and all her sisters and all her relations will be given high positions at court. Ye poor little sparrow, verily ye will fly into a nest of Lancastrian hawks.
And who would ye have me wed, old eagle?
I had hoped for a French or Burgundian alliance, sire. Either would buttress thy throne, and God knows it is in need of support.
I have nothing to fear.
Verily thou goest round with thine head tucked under thy wing, or into the shoulder of one of thy lighter loves. Know ye naught of the insurrections in the north?
Oh, nothing will come of them, good Warwick, for the people love me.
Yes, but they love not thine unbridled licentiousness. Oh, my boy, I speak to ye, not as my king, but as the little curly-headed child I have so often dandled upon my knee. Will ye not listen to words of advice from old Warwick, who would willingly die for thee?
Very pretty, good Warwick. And what are the words of advice you so touchingly beseech his majesty to heed?
Get thee gone, wench. My talk is with the king, not his mistress.
Poor Warwick, how ye are going to regret those words when I tell thee that I am the wife, not the mistress of the king.
His wife? No, thou liest.
Edward, my love, 'tis time this impertinent old jester was taught a lesson, and I command ye to do it.
Is this woman thy wife, Edward?
Yea, good Warwick, and has been these many months. So 'twould seem that the joke is upon thee.
Joke? Ye call it a joke to toss the sacred traditions of the realm over thy shoulder?
like a bone to 100 pack of gaffer dogs?
Send him away, Edward. He wearies me.
I need no force to drive me from thy presence, woman. For in thee I see the canker which will eat out England's heart. And rather than see her become a festering sore of degradation, I shall fight and keep on fighting to put Henry, mad as he is, back upon the throne. And now, farewell, young sparrow. God pity thee and thy falseness.
Warwick was successful in restoring Henry VI to the throne, but 6 months later, Edward marched upon London and took him prisoner. Soon after, Henry was murdered in the Tower, and Warwick was defeated and slain in the battle at Barnet, 10 miles from London. Edward reigned for the rest of his life without a rival. In his reign, one event occurred which was of far greater importance than all the victories and defeats of the Wars of the Roses. The art of printing had been invented on the continent, and Caxton brought it to England. He set up the first printing press in the Almonry at Westminster. The king and his courtiers came to wonder and applaud.
Good Caxton, I have heard of the wonders of thy printing press, but can scarce believe that such are true. 'Tis said that thy machine can cover whole sheets of parchment with writings without the use of quill or finger to guide it.
'Tis true, sire, what thou hast heard. And it pleases your majesty, thy humble servant will show thee how 'tis accomplished.
Come, gather round, my lord, whilst good Master Caxton reveals to us the mysteries of his press.
Upon each of these small blocks is imposed a letter of the alphabet. They are called movable type, and are coated with an ink. And with them do we make the words, which are then set in yonder frame. Later, sheets of parchment are pressed upon the collection of words, which become imprinted upon the parchment, as your majesty will notice by this finished sheet.
Aye, 'tis a revelation, good Caxton. Hush, look, the lords, the boldness of the lettering, the clarity which soothes the eye, the neatness. Faith, 'tis a work of art. Pray tell me, what lengthy manuscript is this I read, good Caxton?
That, sire, is a page from the dictes and sayings of the philosopher, and holds the honor of being the first book ever to be printed in England.
Ah, Caxton, my friend, thou hast made history. Thy printing press will be a great and beneficent instrument in the culture and enlightenment of my people.
Sire, 'twill be more, for in a dream 'twas revealed to me that the power of the press would one day be stronger and greater than the power of parliaments and of kings.
Edward reigned 23 years, and now, at the age of 42, we find him dying, worn out in body and mind by his debaucheries. Elizabeth is seated by his bedside.
The wind blows bitter from the north today, Edward. The trees are leafless, and the snow lies deep on the ground. Yet my body is as though 1,000 fires were consuming it.
Fires, Elizabeth.
Yea, fires of regret. Oh, Edward, if only I could undo many of the things I've done in the past. If only I had not encouraged thee in my feasting, my questionable pleasures, and the many vices we shared so readily. It would not have brought ye to this untimely end.
Yea, Elizabeth. Warwick was right. Would that we had heeded his wise counsel. But curse me for a knave and a fool. I didn't have the wit to see beyond the length of the nose. And after the feasting comes the fasting. that I die in peace, knowing that my son will succeed me upon the throne.
I have grave fears that neither Edward nor his brother will ever succeed me on the throne.
He is my heir. The crown is rightfully his.
Sometimes death surprises us in the midst of our hopes, my husband.
Why, what meanest thou?
I mean that when the boldest, most crafty, and most dreaded nobleman in England has secretly boasted that he will be the next King of England, think ye a puny child of 13 will be allowed to stand in the path of his ambition?
The name of this would-be usurper wife?
My brother Richard, Duke of Gloucester.
Richard, whom I have loved and forgiven many times for his treachery towards me, to contemplate this last act of baseness, which I cannot prevent, for death has laid his icy finger upon my heart. Oh, God, what would I give for just a few more years of life? Just a very few years in order to see my son sitting safely upon his throne.
I will do my utmost, Edward, for our sons. But if Richard prove too strong for me, then...
May the fire of hell consume his soul the day Richard is crowned King of England.
Cavalcade of Kings. Richard III. On rides the cavalcade, and Richard III now approaches. Richard was the son of Richard, Duke of York, and was born at Fotheringay Castle on the 2nd of October, 1452. Rumour accused him of the murders of Henry VI and his son Prince Edward of Wales. But Richard was probably not quite so black as the Lancastrian historians painted him. He possessed great charm of manner, was generous, and promoted justice and religion. But circumstances conflicting with his ambitions helped the evil characteristics of his nature to kill his finer qualities. Upon the death of his brother, Edward IV, we find Richard and his friend, the Duke of Buckingham, resting at an inn on their way to London from Scotland.
Well, Buckingham, 'tis glad I am to have my legs under a table instead of across a horse. Ho there, innkeeper. Dost think our throats are slit and that we cannot swallow meat or drink?
My most humble apologies, noble lords. The best my poor house has to offer is thine for the asking. What shall it be, sirs? A ham, or a brace of pheasant, or a pigeon pie that's fit for a king?
Methinks the pigeon pie. What say ye, Buckingham?
Then if 'tis fit for a king, 'tis fit for a knave like me.
Then, innkeeper, 'tis pigeon pie, and see ye that 'tis fit for a king, for thy future king.
And a jug of wine, mine host, and let thy comeliest wench bring it to our table. Away with thee.
Aye, sir.
Thou art a loose-tongued one, Richard, and thy boasting will bring trouble upon mine own head. Remember, that which is whispered oft travels far, and thy nephew, King Edward, is but 10 miles away.
Aye, I know it, Buckingham, and I will not rest until the brat and his brother with him are safely in the tower.
Will soon be accomplished. That I would enjoin thee to be cautious until all is over. The Queen, their mother, has been exceedingly uneasy about thee, Richard, and implored my Lord Hastings to send instructions to Ludlow Castle, bidding their uncle, the Earl of Rivers, to raise an army to escort the young king to London.
And, of course, good Hastings argued against the proposal?
Yes, and told the Queen she would have to be contented with an escort of 2,000 horse. At present, they're encamped at Stony Stratford, but 10 miles distant.
Know they that we also journey to London?
Yea, and being anxious for our friendship, it is only reasonable to suppose that the brat's uncles will leave their charge for a few hours and join us here for some conviviality.
I fear me it will be difficult for me to control the urge to run these cursed Woolville upstarts through.
Patience, patience. Bear with them for a few hours, Richard. In faith, it will be easy enough to force a quarrel on them later.
Yeah, and then I shall charge them with treason and with alienating from me the affections of my sweet nephew. Curse his puny body.
Then I will do my part and ride up with my 300 horse, and ye shall order me to arrest the Woodville dogs. Later, we shall take young Edward, ride with him to London, and make a great procession through the streets.
Aye, and I shall ride at his side, bareheaded, and ogle him with adoring eyes.
Such a condition will be to the people's taste. Later, we shall conduct him to the bishop's palace, thence to the tower. Richard, all can be accomplished with a smooth countenance. Courage, nerve, wit is all ye need, and lo, the throne of England will be in the hollow of thine hand.
But what of the young king's brother?
Aye, Richard, what of him? It would be unkind to separate two such sweet children. Verily, the little Richard must also be placed in the tower to bear the little king company. Such a kind thought of their dear uncle, who will immediately proceed to have himself named protector of the state during the young king's minority.
Aye, and think ye, good Buckingham, that I will be content to remain protector of the state for long?
Nay, good Richard, not long, for soon he will be king.
Buckingham, thou art a foul plotter. When I am king, I shall go in fear and trembling of thee.
And I of thee, Richard. When thy ambitions are realized, and thou hast no further use for me, thou wouldst not consider twice the lopping off of my head, and it suited thy purpose.
Perish the thought, good Buckingham. Still, 'tis as well we understand each other.
I have no illusions where ye are concerned, good Richard.
Richard's plot succeeded. The young princes were taken and shut up in the tower. A few weeks later, Richard spread the report that Edward IV had not been legally married to Elizabeth Woodville, and therefore the young prince was not the legitimate heir to the throne. Buckingham made an impassioned speech to the people, declared the rumor true, and urged the people to accept Richard as their king. This was done, and on the 4th of July, 1483, he was crowned in state by Cardinal Beauchamp. Later, he toured the English provinces with his wife, Anne, the daughter of the Earl of Warwick. At the moment, we find them together at York.
Richard, no good will come of all this. What are the plaudits of the crowd compared with thy peace of mind?
Thou art ungrateful, Anne. Have I not raised thee from obscurity to the highest position in the land?
Richard, my birth is as noble as thine own. I am the daughter of Warwick, and I have never languished in obscurity. But even if 'twere so, in faith, I'd prefer obscurity to a life of deceit and false pretenses. Richard, thou wilt never know a moment's peace whilst the rightful King of England lives. Give up this mad idea, and let us live happily in the humbler, yet more secure position of the Duke and Duchess of Gloucester, before this lust for kingly power drives thee crazy.
Anne, England has suffered much since Henry V closed his eyes in his last long slumber. First a madman ruled her, then an immoral weakling who left a delicate child to succeed him, when what was needed was a skillful soldier, a brave man reckless of consequence. I tell thee, Anne, England is facing the deadliest crisis of her history. If she comes out victorious, she will gain all she has lost, and her former glory will be restored to her. To lose the fight means degradation, dishonor, obscurity, ultimate annihilation. Think ye that I, who have fought, aye, and bled for her on her battlefields, and content myself in my own security when I know I can save her? No. And it matters naught to me whom I sweep aside, so long as England's path to greatness is cleared of all obstacles.
How well you love England, Richard.
And England I love with all my soul. She is wife, mistress, mother, child to me, and for her I would sacrifice life, love, self-respect, yea, even honor itself.
Later, the ghastly murder of the two young princes in the Tower caused a wave of horror to spread over England, and soon Richard found himself the centre of all accusing eyes. A quarrel arose between the King and the Duke of Buckingham, which ended in the crafty Duke losing his head. One by one, Richard's supporters fell away from him, and he found himself a veritable lone wolf, fighting his own fight in his own way for the England he loved so well. Soon a powerful enemy in the person of Henry Tudor, Earl of Richmond, who was descended through his mother from John of Gaunt, laid claim to the throne. He gathered together an army and landed in Wales. Later, Richard met Henry at Bosworth in Leicestershire. It is the eve of the battle, and Richard is sitting alone in his tent, musing, conscience-stricken.
Power! What have you brought me? Nothing but hideous nightmares. First, I see Henry mouthing and gibbering. Then I hear his laugh, his insane, dreadful laugh. Night after night in my dreams he comes to me. And then Edward comes, crying piteously not to let the evil man kill him. Oh, gracious heaven, is my torture never to end? Never to end. It has all been for England. Every crime I have committed has been for her. Always have I considered the welfare of my people. I have tried to rule them justly, to further religion, and to live and do my duty by them. If I have done wrong, then God punish me. I commit myself to him.
Sir, Henry's army is marshalling but 2 miles distant. The hour of conflict is drawing nigh.
And which of my one-time friends have joined his forces, messenger?
Sir, I fear me there are many, and amongst the traitors are my Lord Stanley and my Lord Earl of Northumberland.
Rats always leave a sinking ship. Well, let them leave. If my time has come and my end is nigh, then shall I meet it, sword in hand, as befits the King of England.
Cavalcade of Kings. Henry the Seventh. Henry the Seventh, the founder of the House of Tudor, was born at Pembroke Castle on January the 28th, 1457, and was the son of Edmund Tudor and Margaret Beaufort, who was descended from John of Gaunt. Henry had been created Earl of Richmond by his half-brother Henry VI, and thus was the nearest heir to the English throne after Richard III had murdered his young nephews in the Tower. Henry made 2 attempts to invade England, the second one being successful, for in August 1485 he landed at Milford Haven, marched to Bosworth, where he met and defeated Richard III. We find Henry standing amongst a group of his knights and supporters, amongst whom is Lord William Stanley. The crown of England, battered and stained with blood, lies beside him. Lord Stanley picks it up and speaks.
My lords, in my hands
I hold the crown of Holy Edward, the sacred symbol which unites a monarch with his people. Alas, 'tis in sorry plight, being sullied as 'tis with the blood of the usurper and murderer whose base body lies cold at our feet. But methinks that the goodness and greatness of him upon whose brow 'tis soon to rest will cleanse it of its vile contamination and restore it to the shining glory that has ever radiated from the crown of England. My lords, I here present unto ye all King Henry VII. He has sworn to govern according to the statutes of our Parliament, and to cause law and justice in mercy to be executed. Will ye in turn swear to serve him loyally and to do homage unto him, upon whose head I now place the crown?
My lords and ye noble sirs, my heart is aflame with thy loyalty. Men of England, today we have fought side by side in battle. There will be other battles. Some will be fought on the field of honor, some in our hearts. For it is not possible for a man, even though he be king, to give content to all. But this I swear by Holy Edward's crown, that the things which I have promised I will perform and keep. And may God guide in wisdom and love the hand and heart of Henry Tudor, whom ye have this day chosen as thy king.
Henry ascended the throne and later married Elizabeth of York, Edward IV's eldest daughter. At the moment we find them together at the palace in London.
Beloved, sometimes methinks my sweet brothers who perished so cruelly by Richard's orders are to be envied. At least they know peace, a condition impossible to the King of England.
Elizabeth, lay aside thy embroidery frame.
Yes, beloved.
Now come to me here beside this window. Now look ye down at the streets below. What see ye, little one?
I see many of our subjects, Henry.
Think ye they are happy?
Very happy, my husband. See, they wave their kerchiefs and doff their caps in our direction.
Do you know why they are so happy?
'Twould seem that 'tis because ye have given them peace.
Aye, peace. I have given them peace.
At the cost of thine own. Day after day, night after night, working, planning, dreaming, never resting, all thought of self forgotten, living, slaving, and soon perhaps dying for thy people.
Elizabeth, the King of England is not only the ruler of his people. He is their father, their brother, their friend, and the bulwark which stands between them and the trials and tribulations that beset them. If he is weak and selfish, his people are torn with many miseries. If he is strong, his people prosper in their contentment and peace. God send that I shall always be strong enough to forget self and live only for England and her people.
You make me ashamed of my selfishness, my husband. A selfishness which still lurks in this heart of mine and bids me say, do not sacrifice everything, my love included, on the altar of England's greatness.
Sweet wife, sometimes in giving all, we find all.
'Twould seem we are but puppets in this sorry game, Henry.
Yea, Elizabeth, we are but puppets in the game, royal puppets. Ah, my sweet, help me to make of it a game of love and beautiful service to our people, not a despicable game of chance where the souls of men and women are the pawns and the king takes all.
My Lord Bishop,
A courier has but this day brought tidings of a great new land which has been discovered by one Christopher Columbus for Spain. 'Tis meet that we should inscribe a letter to Ferdinand and Isabella expressing our joy at their good fortune.
Joy is not the emotion which stirs my breast, my son, but regret.
Or envy, perchance, my Lord Bishop.
For which I can surely be forgiven. For 'tis said this new land is rich, my son, and such a jewel would grace any crown.
It may yet grace the crown of England.
Would that it were possible, my son, but I fear me such a thing will never come to pass.
I prefer to think otherwise.
But, my son, how?
Through my son Arthur's alliance with Catherine, the daughter of the Spanish monarch.
My son, I would speak of Arthur. I fear me our beloved prince will not be spared us much longer. The cursed malady with which he is stricken is sapping his strength, and hourly he grows weaker. 'Tis sad to say, but methinks Catherine of Aragon will be a widow ere many days are gone.
My poor Arthur, my best beloved son. It tears my heart out to see him fading before my helpless eyes. Verily, my Lord Bishop, on such occasions is a man's puny power dangled mockingly before him. The power of kings, 'tis but a jester's cap and bells lying in a tawdry heap before the majestic power of the King of Kings.
My son, we must accept meekly with bowed heads and hands clasped in prayer the will of God.
I know. But, good my Lord Bishop, it has never been thy lot to know the joy of fatherhood. I've held young Arthur to my heart. I've guided his first tottering steps. I've held the leading rein of his tiny pony. And now I am forced to stand by and watch him slowly gathered into the shadows of death. Death, thou bitter enemy of mankind. If 'twere a tangible enemy, I could take my sword and lay it dead. But 'tis a shadow which strikes my boy. Oh, my Lord Bishop, my Lord.
Henry, my son, my heart cries out in prayer to God to give thee courage in this thine hour of sorrow. But in thine own grief thou must not forget thy duty as King of England.
Duty! 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 Oh, my Lord Bishop, there are but 3 words in a king's vocabulary. Duty, service, sacrifice.
Thou hast often used them, my son. Aye, and applied them still more often.
Yes, and so it shall be until the end. Ah, my Lord Bishop, forgive the outburst of a father who for the moment forgot he was a king. And now, perchance, it would be as well to forget mine own affairs, and let us discuss those of state.
As you will, my son.
If Arthur dies, his brother Henry will be proclaimed Prince of Wales.
And Arthur's wife, Catherine of Aragon,
shall be married to Henry, thereby keeping our alliance with Spain inviolate.
'Tis an excellent plan, my son. Think ye it can be brought about?
Yea, if I can preserve my present amiable condition with Ferdinand and Isabella. Therefore I charge ye, do not neglect the letter of congratulation to their majesties. 'Twill please them mightily.
It shall be sent, my son, this very day.
Now tell me, my Lord Bishop, what moneys are in the treasury?
Over 1,800,000 pounds, mostly gleaned from the people.
Thy methods are infallible, my lord.
My son, if the gathering of money was merely to satisfy the greed of an avaricious man, I would not be party to it. But Henry of England loves not gold for its own sake. To him, a large reserve in the treasury is a great guarantee for the peace and security of his people.
Yea, my lord. At any time a national crisis might arise, but it will not crush us, for we are prepared, and the rich can well afford to pay for their security. The country is prosperous, the trading class is becoming powerful, our merchants are going forth with their wares to other lands, and England is at peace at last with her continental enemies.
Yea, my son. And a marriage from which will flow important consequences is that of thy beloved daughter Margaret to James IV of Scotland. Verily has England ever been thy first thought.
My Lord Bishop, I swore on the field of Bosworth to keep faith with my people and to remove the vile stain of Richard's infamous reign from holy Edward's crown. I have kept my vow. The England which saw the first of the Tudors mount her throne was torn with misery, discontent, and unspeakable conditions. Today she is content, prosperous, and at peace. And when I die, the throne which I have won shall pass to my son, stable and secure.
Thou hast done well, my son.
I have but tried to do my duty to my beloved England.
Cavalcade of Kings. Henry VIII, Part 1. Henry VIII was born in 1491. He was the second son of Henry VII and Elizabeth of York, and in him were united the rival houses of York and Lancaster. He loved display and amusement, but never neglected the government of his kingdom in his pursuit of pleasure. He made himself popular by his hearty manner and prowess in all forms of sport, and during the first years of his reign held a firm place in the hearts of the people. It is the year 1509. The scene, Westminster Abbey. The coronation of the king is in progress. Seated in the coronation chair is Henry, a young, handsome youth of 18. The Archbishop of Canterbury stands before him, bearing reverently aloft the crown of Edward the Confessor. Presently the voice of the prelate breaks the solemn silence.
O God, bless, we beseech thee, and sanctify this thy servant Henry, our King, and as thou dost this day, set a crown of pure gold upon his head. So enrich his royal heart with thine abundant grace, and crown him with all princely virtues, through the King eternal. Amen.
Henry married Catherine, his brother's widow, and for years they lived happily together. Henry soon felt the need of a wise and prudent minister to help him. He found him in a young priest named Thomas Wolsey, who was the son of an Ipswich merchant. Later, Wolsey was made Lord Chancellor and Archbishop of York, and many years later we find him with the king, now changed into a cruel, selfish man.
You say, good Wolsey, that the soldiers fought right bravely for me, and that 'twas they who won the Battle of the Spurs in France, and also defeated the Scots at Flodden Field. Well, why not? Did I not pay them in good coin of the realm for their services?
You did, sire. But whilst fighting for you these many years, they have forgotten how to work.
They'll soon learn again.
And in the meantime, they starve unless they rob and murder for a livelihood.
I'll soon put an end to their lawlessness. A law shall be made whereby any man committing a robbery shall be hanged, eh?
Hanging is also the punishment meted out to murderers.
Ah, well, what of it?
It is but reasonable to suppose, sire, that the man shall not only rob, but murder his victim, so that his accuser's tongue shall be silenced and unable to give evidence against him.
No, enough of these cursed arguments. Why persecute me so when my mind is already tortured beyond endurance? What with the intrigues of Spain and France, the audacity of Luther, rot his soul for the heretic that he is, and mine own uneasy conscience. Aye, verily, Wolsey, mine marriage with Catherine, it lies close to my conscience.
No, my son, thy conscience has crept too near another lady. Perchance 'twould be as well to forget her.
Good priest, what man could forget the ravishing delights of charming Anne Boleyn, eh?
Spare me thy ravings, I pray thee, and let us return to the question of thy marriage. 'Twould seem that thy conscience has rested content in it for 17 long years. Henry, my son, what need is there for subterfuge between you and me?
There is no subterfuge, good priest.
Then tell me when the uneasiness first overtook thee.
When certain questions were asked me by the Bishop of VIII, then French ambassador, who had come to England to arrange a marriage between the Duke of Orleans and my daughter Mary. We bore a letter from the king, who doubted the legitimacy of Mary, being as she is the offspring of the marriage of myself and my brother's widow, Catherine.
What would you have me say to this, sire?
Catherine is 6 years older than I. She's plain, cold, quarrelsome.
And Anne Boleyn is young, beautiful, and ripe for love. I understand, sire.
Then you will help me, good priest, to free myself from my present illegal tie?
Henry, my son, thou art blacker than pitch.
And thou, good priest?
I am as red with sin as the scarlet robes I wear. Together we plot the ruin of a pure, good woman whose only crime is that she no longer finds favor in her husband's eyes. Poor Catherine, unhappy for thee was the day thou left thy father's kingdom to become the wife of the monster of England.
Huh? Art free with thy tongue, priest?
For once I spake a word of truth. Now have me thrown into the tower, if thou dare.
Why? Good priest,
No, I thought not. For if my head fell, who would thou have to perform thy foul villainies?
I lean on no man, priest.
'Tis pleasant news, sire. Now I shall be spared this foul task of breaking a noble lady's heart. Farewell.
No. Come back. Good friend. Look not so black. I've adjusted. Think no more of it. Come, good Wolsey. Thou seekest money. Much money with which to carry out the building of Ipswich and Oxford. Huh? I will give you all you need. And more, if thou wilt journey to Rome and place the unhappy condition of my marriage before the Pope.
Fate dangles in a tempting fashion before mine eyes, and the object of my appetite bids me nibble the luscious morsel. Money for the building of Ipswich and Oxford, wherein so many will receive enlightenment.
Well, you will go to Rome, good Wolsey.
Tomorrow will see me on my way, sire.
Wolsey's interview with the Pope resulted in Cardinal Campeggio being sent to England to try the validity of the king's marriage. And in 1529 the court was opened at Blackfriars. Henry and Catherine, Wolsey and Campeggio have taken their places. Suddenly Catherine rises from her seat and flings herself at the king's feet.
Sire, give me justice. I beseech thee to give me justice and to bestow pity upon me. I am but a poor woman, a stranger born out of your kingdom. I have no friends here to advise me, nor to guide me. Alas, sire, in what way have I offended thee, that thou should cast me from thee like a worn-out garment?
No, Catherine,
Sire, for nearly 20 years I have been a true and humble wife. I have borne my children and lived a good, pure life, and mine honor is chaste and untarnished by the breath of scandal.
Good Catherine, against thee there is no charge. Always hast thou been a devoted, loving wife. But the learned men have discovered that our marriage is not legal, you being the widow of my brother.
Sire, think thee that thy father and mine, both prudent men and possessing great wisdom, would have countenanced our alliance if 'twere not lawful? Oh, sire, I beseech thee to spare me till I receive advice from Spain. Nay, I implore thee in the name of God.
Noble lady, What better advisers dost need than these reverend fathers to plead thy cause?
His grace has spoken well. Therefore, madam, pray permit the case to proceed, and that without delay.
My Lord Cardinal, Campeggio's commands must be obeyed, wife, huh?
As ye will, husband. But I will speak first to Wolsey.
Your pleasure, madam.
This. You are mine enemy, and I will not permit ye to judge me. For it is you who have planned this vile thing, and I utterly loathe you for your malicious wickedness.
Noble lady, you know not how bitterly you wrong me.
The queen is obstinate, stubborn, and disdainful. 'Tis not well. I like not her attitude.
All are arraigned against me, and I will not stay and be a party to this mockery of a trial.
Catherine, I command you to remain.
Husband, thou knowest not what ye do to me. I am like a poor wild animal caught in a trap, the victim of cruel taunts and base accusations, and yet I am innocent of all guilt. Henry, have pity on this poor heart of mine that loves ye well. Yea, even in this hour of thy perfidy, does it still adore thee.
Oh, the queen now accuses his majesty of perfidy, eh? 'Twere the same, good father Wolsey, that thou must have represented the noble lady to me by calling her gentle, meek, and saint-like. Her bearing is that of the vixen.
This is insufferable, and I will not listen to another word. Here in the court, instituted by the Pope, I make appeal to be tried by His Holiness, and to be judged by him alone.
Catherine, I forbid you, eh?
The Queen must be given justice, sire.
You speak of justice. You, Cardinal Wolsey, speaks of justice. Verily the word takes on a foulness as it passes thy vile lips, thou priest of Satan. But thy time will come, thy fate, the fate of all who attain by evil ways, is writ clear upon the horizon. And thy end shall be sanctioned by him whom ye serve so cunningly, so craftily, so wickedly. For uncertain indeed is the friendship and the love of Henry VIII of England.
Cavalcade of Kings. Henry VIII, Part 2. Henry divorced Catherine of Aragon and married Anne Boleyn. Wolsey, who had opposed the king's second marriage, fell into disfavor, and between the hatred of Queen Catherine's party and the hatred of those who supported Anne Boleyn, he fell suddenly and heavily. Going down one day to the Court of Chancery, where he now presided, he was waited upon by the Dukes of Norfolk and Suffolk.
Hear ye the king's pleasure, Cardinal. His Majesty commands ye to render up the Great Seal into our hands, and to confine myself quietly to thy house at Esher in Surrey.
Where is your written authority, my lord? Words are meaningless.
Have a care, priest. The words ye slight were uttered by the king's lips.
But very officious, Suffolk, and malice and envy have brought forth the coarse metal of which ye are made. How eagerly ye follow my disgrace, even as a vulture follows a dying beast of the field.
The Great Seal, priest. We demand that it be handed over to us without further argument.
Not so fast, my lord of Norfolk. That seal ye demand was given unto me by the king with his own hands, and he bade me enjoy it and its honours whilst I live, and to confirm his goodness he tied it by letters patent. Now who'll take it from me?
The king who gave it.
It must be himself, then.
The king further demands that you forfeit all thy goods, chattels, and possessions unto his majesty.
How like ye are thy changes of fortune, fat priest?
How deeply I could despise thee, but that my cloth forbids it.
Thy pride and arrogance shall avail thee naught when the king learns of thy stubborn refusal to hand over the Great Seal. Come, my Lord Norfolk, we will return to his majesty and leave the holy cardinal to his meditations on how to live a better life.
Farewell, a long farewell to all my greatness. Once I rode in a royal barge upon the fair bosom of the river. Now I wallow in the mud which lies beneath the waters. Never, never to hope again.
The once proud cardinal was further disgraced and later arrested for treason, and coming slowly from York to London, arrived at Leicester, where he was stricken by a fatal illness. It was night when he arrived at Leicester Abbey, and the monks came out of the gate with lighted torches to receive him.
Good father, I am a poor, old, fallen man, come to lay my bones amongst thee. No sun shall ever shine upon mine honours again.
Good father, we bid thee welcome to our poor abode. Pray enter, for the night grows dark and chill, with a cruel wind that blows from the north. Come.
I thank thee, my son. Bear with me, I pray thee, for my step is slow. Ah, my son, had I but served my God as diligently as I served my king, he would not have deserted me in mine old age.
12 months after Henry's marriage with Anne Boleyn, Cromwell, the new Archbishop of Canterbury, declared his marriage with Queen Catherine void and crowned Anne Boleyn queen. She might have known that no good could ever come from a marriage founded upon such a dastardly wrong as Henry had done to Catherine, and that he who had been so faithless and cruel to his first wife could be even more faithless and cruel to his second. The unfortunate Queen Catherine soon died, and the king became as tired of the second queen as he had been of the first. Henry's affections had now fallen upon Lady Jane Seymour, and he resolved to rid himself of Anne Boleyn by the headsman's axe. The day after Anne's execution, Henry married Jane Seymour, who lived long enough to give birth to a son. Henry then cast his eyes about for another wife, and Cromwell arranged a marriage with Anne of Cleves, a Protestant princess from Germany. Shortly after this lady's arrival in England, Henry sent for the beautiful Cromwell.
Cromwell, you dog! How did you come to pick such a woman to be my wife, eh? How dare you bring this Flanders mare to England?
But, your majesty, sir, you demanded a fat wife.
And cannot I have a fat wife and a beautiful one? One at least my gaze can rest on without disgust. You dog, what trick is this you played upon me? By heaven, I'll have your head for it.
But, sir, why blame me? Did you not send Hans Holbein, the great painter, to make a picture of her?
Aye, and a picture of her he made. With the same amount of exaggeration, he could have made a beauty of you. But enough! I'll not marry her! I'll not marry her, I say! I will not marry this over-heavy Flanders man.
But Henry was obliged to marry Anne of Cleves and remain her husband until he fell in love with the fascinating Catherine Howard. He divorced Anne of Cleves on the pretense that she had been previously betrothed to someone else. Cromwell, as a reward for the arrangement of the previous marriage, had his head struck off. The kingly butcher soon found excuses to make himself again a widower by beheading Catherine Howard. But he must have liked the name, and strange to say, found another woman in England who was prepared to become his wife. This was Catherine Parr, widow of Lord Latimer, who had the good luck to outlive her royal husband. But it was only luck. For had Henry lived but a little longer, Catherine Parr would have shared the fate of her predecessor. Let us meet Henry again, and Queen Catherine, as they are playing a game of chess. Her arch-enemy Gardiner has entered, just as Catherine has injudiciously won the game from Henry.
You are checkmated in 4 moves, my love.
Huh? What?
'Tis so, Henry. I have won.
It is true, Your Majesty. You will soon have to submit to defeat. See, look at the board. Danger threatens you from the Queen.
Ah, 'tis right, eh? You have won, Catherine. By heaven, you can boast of the rare good fortune of having vanquished Harry of England.
I will not boast of it, my noble husband. You have played with me, but as a lion plays with the puppy. But he does not crush because he has compassion on her. You have been magnanimous.
Magnanimity is an exalted but a very dangerous virtue. May I remind Your Majesty that magnanimity pardons crimes, and kings are not here to pardon but to punish.
But to be able to be magnanimous is the noblest privilege of kings, since they are God's representatives on earth, and must exercise pity like God himself.
Sire, I hope Your Majesty does not share the Queen's views, else it would be bad for the peace and quiet of the country. Mankind cannot be governed by mercy, but only through fear. Here, sire, I have brought you indictments of several who have denied the king's supremacy and even dared to blaspheme and deny that Your Majesty is God's representative, the visible head of his holy church.
That is because for some weeks we have lighted no faggot piles and erected no scaffolds, eh? I imagine we're asleep. Well, we'll show them that we are a king, not only by the grace of God, but by the wrath of God, and that we still possess wood enough to build some piles of faggots for them. Give him a pen, and I must sign these warrants.
Oh, do not sign them, my husband. By all that is sacred to you, I conjure you not to let yourself be carried away by your momentary vexation. Consider, Henry, the weighty responsibility God has placed in your hands.
Oh, by heaven! I believe, forsooth, that you, Catherine, dare excuse traitors and blasphemers of the king. Whoever injures the king injures God. And if you're one of them, you too shall share the fate of these others. Have a care, Catherine, eh? Have a care, or I will sign your death warrant. Oh!
Henry!
The king is ill! Oh, attendants! The king is ill! Summon his physician and help him to his bedchamber.
I am dying, Cranmer. I am dying. Lord, what kind of world this is, where he who can condemn others to die is condemned to die himself. I have been a great sinner. I have been cruel, without mercy, without pity.
God has mercy, Your Majesty. God has compassion on every sinner.
No. There can be no mercy for him who knew no mercy.
Cavalcade of Kings. Edward VI. The Cavalcade of Kings rides on. The grotesque bulk of Henry VIII casts a gigantic shadow as he passes over the borderland, and the frail figure of his son, Edward VI, approaches. Edward was born at Hampton Court on the 12th of October, 1537, his mother, Jane Seymour, dying 12 days after his birth. 10 years later, his father also died, and on January the 21st, 1547, Edward was crowned King of England. Henry VIII had made a will appointing a council of 16 to govern the kingdom during his son's minority. The most powerful man in this council was the Earl of Hereford, the young king's uncle. A week after Henry's death, we find Hereford, together with Cranmer, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and the rest of the council discussing important matters of state.
And now, my lords, we come to the matter of the late king's will, which requires his executors to fulfill whatever promises he made during the last months of his life.
And many of the nobles are wondering what these promises might be, my son.
My Lord Bishop, the late king made many verbal promises of promotion and gifts of land to those of us who had served him truly and well.
All very agreeable to the parties concerned, my son. Might I ask who the fortunate ones are?
There are many who will benefit, my Lord Bishop, providing the king's spoken promises are fulfilled. My brother Thomas and I are among the fortunate ones.
Yea, I remember our king one day promising to create you Duke of Somerset and your brother a baron.
That is so, my Lord Bishop.
And I see no reason why the king's promises should not be fulfilled, my son. What say ye, my lords? Remember that many of you also will benefit richly by them. Are we agreed upon this matter?
I thank you, my lord.
We but keep faith with our dead king, my son, by carrying out his last wishes.
We must also keep faith with his son, good priest. Poor Edward, such a frail bark to sail the stormy seas of monarchy.
You, his uncle, will ever be at hand to steer the bark to safe waters, my son.
Good Father Cranmer, I would lay down my life for the boy.
The Lord Protector of England expresses a noble sentiment.
Mere words count not at all. Judge me by my deeds, by the things I do and the things I leave undone. I will ask of ye all no mercy, but that ye judge me fairly.
Oh, my son, we are not gathered to sit in judgment upon you, but to try to govern this glorious country together. You as Lord Protector, we as members of your council. And it behoves each man of us to strive at all times to do that which is right, so that when we hand over the reins of government to our king, we can do so with a clear conscience and heart satisfied that we have done our best.
Thank you, good priest, and you, my lords. A cause must needs be victorious when unity is the keystone of its structure. And now I would discuss with you all a matter which is vital to our cause. I refer to an alliance between Edward of England and Mary of Scotland. The young queen will soon be of an age to marry, and I like not the thought of Scotland becoming allied through her marriage to a foreign power. It would be a constant menace to England.
I agree with you, my son. But would an alliance with England find favor in the eyes of the Scots?
Oh, certain factions may not favor it, my Lord Bishop. It may even be necessary to send an army across the border into Scotland to subdue these malcontents. Aye, and I'll do it too.
Bloodshed. Always bloodshed.
Good priest. A nation rises to glory upon the blood and bones of her brave sons.
Alas, it is all so contrary to the teachings of the God of love.
And yet, 'tis love, the finest, greatest, and best love of all, that bids men go forth and make the supreme sacrifice for the peace and honor of their motherland.
During the first year of his protectorate, the newly created Duke of Somerset invaded Scotland to enforce the marriage contract between his nephew and Mary of Scotland. In the Battle of Pinkie, the Scots were utterly defeated, and Scotland lay at the mercy of the Duke.
that his presence was urgently needed at home to put down the treacherous intrigues of his brother, Sir Thomas Seymour, now Lord High Admiral of England. At the moment, we find the young King Edward awaiting the arrival of his uncle, the Duke. Edward is playing battledore with his stepsister, Princess Elizabeth, in the palace garden.
If there's Edward, 'twould seem that I should be clad in doublet and hose, and you in skirts.
Would that I had half the skill in games that you possess, Bessie. But 'twould seem that the cursed malady which eats my breast has turned my blood to water, my bones to pulp.
My poor Edward, come, let us rest on yonder stone bench. You're not yet strong enough for rough play. Sit ye down, my poor lamb, and Bessie shall fix a cushion for your head and one for your feet. There, 'tis done.
Sweet sister, sometimes ye can be as gentle as a dove, sometimes as rough as a common soldier.
And which Bessie do ye prefer, sweet brother?
I prefer the dove, but a dove cannot rule a strong, warlike people. So perhaps 'tis as well that ye are a mixture of peace and war.
Come, Edward, look not so gloomy. Gadzooks, at the moment your face reminds me of one of those old cockroaches who sit in council with thee.
Bear with them, Bessie, for ye shall have need of their wise counsel ere long.
Ah, not I. If I were queen, I'd rule England my way, not theirs. But have done with this chatter, for I shall never be queen, because you, my sweet brother, are going to get well and strong again. And when the time arrives, you will take up the reins of government and rule England justly, piously, and well.
Your words give me courage and hope, Bessie. But the words of the apothecary are in different vein.
Apothecary? Bah! What does that old cockroach know? If I had my way, I'd lop off his head.
Oh, very bloodthirsty this morning, sweet young princess. By your leave, lady, you grow more beautiful every day.
If faith is the Lord High Admiral himself.
And at your service, princess, as ever. Greetings to you, young sire. I trust you are improved in health this fine day.
Greetings, good Seymour. Pray sit beside me. And let's not speak of my health, which troubles me sorely.
As you will, sir. And now, princess, whose head was about to fall as I joined thee but a moment ago?
'Twas the apothecary's, good Seymour.
But 'tis more likely to be thine, my Lord Admiral.
Oh? And who is it desires my head, princess?
Your brother, my Lord Duke of Somerset. He has heard rumours which accuse thee of treachery towards him.
But the Duke is in Scotland.
He was.
You mean...
that the Duke will arrive here at any moment.
Speak of the angels. The Duke rides over the drawbridge with his men at this moment.
Mother of God! All is lost.
There stands the traitor. Seize him, guard.
What, my brother?
Brother, you call the man against whose life and liberty you have plotted, brother. To the tower with him.
On what charge am I arraigned?
There are 24 charges in all. Here are some of them. That ye have secretly supplied the king with money in order to strengthen your cursed hold upon him. You have also plotted to carry him off and secretly put him to death. Why, you dog, you've even plotted against my life.
This is calumny most foul.
It is the truth, for I have proof of these and other accusations, which brand ye as the despicable creature ye are. To the tower with him, I say.
No,
ye shall not take me.
The guards are carrying him. He will not walk.
Princess, mark well this occasion, and learn to trust only thyself. Then no man shall betray ye.
Lord Seymour was beheaded, a fate which later overtook his brother, the Duke of Somerset. This was brought about by the intrigues and treachery of the powerful Earl of Warwick, who was later created Duke of Northumberland. He had great influence over Edward, and soon the government of the people fell into his hands. His one aim was to secure a succession to the throne for his own family. And at the moment we find him at the bedside of the young king, who is dying of consumption.
My lord, swear that when I am dead, I shall be buried according to the principles of the Protestant faith, and that the Roman religion shall never again be set up in England.
Sir, think ye that when Mary ascends the throne, she will permit the Roman faith to die? She with her mother's gloomy temper, she who has always hated the Reformed religion, connecting it, as she does, with her mother's sufferings? No, sire. When Mary is crowned Queen of England, her first act will be to revive the Roman faith and to put to death all who have supported the Protestant religion.
And what of my sister Elizabeth?
She is not to be trusted also, sire, being as she is changeable as the weather.
In God's name, then, my lord, What am I to do to prevent England falling under the sway of the Pope again?
There is one way, and only one way, sire. You must set aside both Mary and Elizabeth and assert your right to appoint a successor.
Is there one of royal blood whom I can trust?
There is, sire.
Tell me quickly.
Lady Jane Grey, your cousin, who is descended through her mother from Henry VII.
Lady Jane Grey?
Yea, sire, she is a Protestant and a good and pious girl who is devoted to her religious duties.
But Elizabeth and Mary are my sisters.
Your stepsisters, sire.
But I...
Sire, unless you appoint a successor other than Mary or Elizabeth, that which you dread will surely happen, and all the work of the Reformation will have been in vain.
No. England must never go back to the old ways. Good Northumberland, have a device drawn up that I might sign it appointing my fair cousin, Lady Jane Grey, my heir and successor to the throne. And I pray God that she will protect and foster the reformed religion and govern my beloved country wisely and well.
Cavalcade of Kings. Queen Mary the First. When Edward VI died in the 7th year of his reign, the Duke of Northumberland was anxious to keep the young king's death a secret in order to get his two sisters, Mary and Elizabeth, into his power. Mary, the legitimate heir to the throne, was warned of the Duke's plan and sought the protection of the Earl of Arundel at Norfolk. When the king's death became known, the council, which had governed the realm during Edward's minority, and the Duke of Northumberland, sent for the Lord Mayor of London. We find them discussing the paper which Edward had signed, appointing his cousin, the Lady Jane Grey, daughter-in-law of the Duke of Northumberland, as his successor. Cranmer, Archbishop of Canterbury, opposes this as an injustice to the Princess Mary. His opposition rouses the hostility of Northumberland, who now addresses the council.
My lords, this meddlesome priest raises his voice in argument against the royal wishes of the late king, whose privilege it was to appoint his own successor to the throne. My Lord Bishop also accuses me of treason in supporting the cause of the successor appointed by our late king, namely the Lady Jane Grey. In all faith, my lords, I ask of ye, is it treason to obey orders that have been issued under the royal seal?
One moment, my son. I accuse ye not of treason, but of injustice to Mary, who is the rightful heir to the throne.
Our king thought differently, else he would not have set her aside and appointed his cousin as his heir and successor.
Our late king was persuaded to think differently by the very glib tongue of the Duke of Northumberland.
Hot blood! Dear father, I forced his majesty to sign the document.
Yea, my son, by playing upon the weakness of his condition, and also by stressing the danger of Mary reviving the Catholic faith should she become queen.
In truth, sir, 'tis but your cloth that saves you from a sword.
I pray ye, noble sir, and ye, most reverend bishop, to cease this snapping and snarling. 'Twould seem that the council hall has become an alley where dogs are forced to fight.
I but ask for justice to be done, my Lord Mayor, not else.
And what justice do you hope to receive at the hands of Mary, should she ascend the throne? Remember, priest, 'twas you who pronounced the marriage of her father and mother by God's laws and by man's laws incestuous and unlawful. Moreover, you have slaved to bring about the reformed religion which is so abhorrent to the princess.
Full well I know my head would be one of the first to fall if Mary were crowned. Even so, I still ask justice for her.
My Lord Bishop asks for justice for Mary. But I say, noble sirs, that to disobey the written wishes and prayers of our late king is to commit the greatest injustice of all.
Aye.
My lords, I beg of you to ponder well upon this subject. Nothing but evil will come out of Mary's reign, which will be one long nightmare of strife, actuated by her oft-expressed desire for revenge upon her mother's slanderers.
Outright, my Lord Duke.
Ruling sentiment must be relegated to the background if England is to be served.
Aye. Then ye accept the Lady Jane Grey as your queen? Queen. 'Tis well. I shall request her to join us so that she may learn of her change of fortunes. Guard, request the Lady Jane Grey to honor us with her presence, and it pleases her convenience.
It shall be done, my Lord Duke.
My son, I pray to God that your impetuosity will not rebound upon your own head. But I fear me, in truth, I fear me, nothing good will come out of it.
Oh, stifle thy crinklings, old raven. The lady approaches.
You sent for me, my lords?
Yes, my lady. We have very important matters to discuss with you. Pray, be seated.
But surely, my Lord Duke, there must be some mistake. You cannot mean me to sit with the Council of Regency.
There is no mistake, my lady.
If faith, noble sirs, it is a great honor to confer upon one so humble as I.
A far greater honor is yet to be conferred upon thee, sweet lady.
I would not be a woman if I were not curious, my Lord Duke. Therefore, I pray thee to enlighten me.
My lady, our beloved king is dead.
The king, my sweet cousin, dead. Oh, this is sad, sad tidings to impart, sir. For I loved Edward as I would a brother.
And the king loved you better than a sister, for he made a will naming you his heir and successor to the throne.
My lords,
Some wine, quickly. The poor child is swooning.
Drink this.
Thank you, good father. The shock was too much for me. But I am recovered again.
My lords, I ask that ye accept the Lady Jane Grey as your queen, and that ye bow the knee unto her in homage.
Amen, Queen Jane! Amen, Queen Jane!
My lords, my heart is full of grief for the death of my dear cousin, the king. And I am also very bewildered and not a little afraid of the great honor he has conferred upon me. For I am but a simple girl, and most unfit to govern the kingdom. But if it was Edward's wish that I become queen, and if my queenship finds favor in the eyes of my lords and the people, then I accept the great honor, and pray that God will direct me along the path of duty and goodness.
Lady Jane Grey was proclaimed queen, but the whole country suspected Northumberland and favored Princess Mary, who, supported by her friends, was able without bloodshed to enter London in triumph. A few weeks later, Northumberland was executed, and Lady Jane Grey, the innocent victim of his intrigue, was imprisoned in the Tower. Mary immediately set about restoring the Catholic faith, and the bishops Latimer, Ridley, and Cranmer were speedily imprisoned. Later, Mary's marriage with Philip II of Spain aroused the hostility of the English people and caused the revolt of the people of Kent, who under the leadership of Sir Thomas Wyatt marched on London. They were defeated and Wyatt taken prisoner. At the moment, we find Mary and Philip discussing the affair at the palace.
The dog, the rebel dog, to dare to flout me. Ah, but he shall suffer for his temerity. I have a special method for dealing with such as he. Sir Thomas Wyatt. Ere long he will suffer the fate of all traitors.
No, I wish you would not lose your temper, Mary. You are positively ugly when you are angry. Uglier than usual, I mean.
Have a care, Philip. Even you can drive me too far. Already I've suffered much by my marriage with you. The people loathe you, and this rising of Kent is but the smoke of a fire which yet may spread all over England.
English cloth. Common clay who possess not an atom of culture or refinement. Only matter why did I ever leave the serenity of the Spanish court to come here to all the beef-eating swine of England?
I alone rule England, Philip.
Oh, and I rule you. Come here, you grey, ox-eyed creature. Kiss me, not my lips. That would be too great an honor for you. You may kiss my hand instead.
Philip,
do as I command. There. You poor fool.
Philip, why are you so cruel to me? You are breaking my heart with your taunts, and the loathsome jests you make at my expense amongst your familiar courtiers.
Oh, Spare me thy blubberings in God's name.
Oh, Philip.
Quiet. Thy Chancellor approaches.
By your leave, your Majesty.
What seek ye, my Lord Chancellor?
I would discuss the sentence to be imposed upon Thomas Wyatt, gracious lady.
Let him suffer the fate of all traitors. Hang him, and then let him be quartered as a warning to others.
Yes, your Majesty. And may I suggest that the time has arrived when a Lady Jane Grey, whom ye have dealt with so leniently in the past, has become a serious menace to your Majesty's peace and the peace of the realm. The people are in angry mood, and anything may happen. Yea, 'tis even said there is a plot afoot to place the girl upon the throne again.
Jane Grey. I am tired unto death of the baggage and her scheming relations.
It would be wise to put her out of the way, permanently, your Majesty. I have brought papers ordering her execution. Your councillors think it best.
Yes, 'tis the only way, my Lord Chancellor. Give me the papers and I'll sign them.
Lady Jane Grey was beheaded, and both her father and husband suffered the same fate. Later, Philip declared war on France. The result of this war was the loss of Calais to England. It is now November the 17th, 1558, and Mary is dying. In her delirium, she imagines she sees Latimer, one of the Protestant martyrs, being burned at the stake. Cardinal Pole is at her bedside.
Latimer. Oh, God, take him away. Holy Father, take him away. I can't bear the sight of his agony.
Mention not the name of the heretic Latimer, my daughter. There's a sacrilege in my presence.
Shh, good priest. Latimer is speaking.
Be of good comfort, Master Ridley, and slay the man. Soon all will be over, and we shall this day light such a candle by God's grace in England as I trust shall never be put out. And though their fires burn our bodies to ashes, they cannot burn our souls.
Didst hear, Holy Father? Didst hear the voice of Latimer?
'Twas the voice of the devil that thou heard, my daughter.
Oh, then 'twas sent by Philip to taunt me. Oh, why does not my husband come to my side?
Thy husband is in Spain, my daughter.
He knows I am stricken unto death with this fever, and yet he refuses to come to me. He's heartless. Heartless, he cares not for my sufferings. Oh, Holy Father, I am wracked to the pains of death.
'Tis the fever, my daughter, but will soon pass.
And my life shall pass with it, good Cardinal, and all my work shall be undone by Elizabeth, my sister, when she ascends the throne. My life has held nothing but disappointment and bitter failure for me, Holy Father. And when I am dead, and my body opened, ye shall see the word Calais written on my heart.
Cavalcade of Kings. Queen Elizabeth, Part 1. Elizabeth was born in Greenwich Palace on September the 7th, 1533. From her father, Henry VIII, she inherited great physical strength, a fiery temper, coarseness and cruelty, and to Anne Boleyn, her mother, may be attributed the undoubted feminine charm she displayed when it suited her capricious temperament to do so. The people, weary of the barbarities of Mary's reign, looked with hope towards their new sovereign, and great were the rejoicings when on the 17th of November, 1558, Sir William Cecil and Robert, Earl of Leicester, went down to Hatfield to hail Princess Elizabeth as the new Queen of England.
They found her sitting under a tree in Hatfield Park.
Good Cecil, by Mahaladin, it doth please me mightily to behold thy handsome face. And if mine eyes deceive me not, the faith 'tis my Lord Earl of Leicester beside thee. Come hither, my friend, come hither.
Greetings, gracious lady. My servant salutes thee, princess.
Greetings, good Cecil. As for thee, my Lord Earl, thou art my friend, not my servant.
I had not dared to aspire to such a precious jewel as thy friendship, lady.
Leicester, the heart of Elizabeth can never resist a handsome face, nor a man with courtly bearing. And by my troth ye possess both. You may kiss my hand.
Would that I were as handsome as Adonis. Then perhaps you would give me your lips.
Hush, my impetuous friend. Good William Cecil might overhear thee.
Nay, sweet maid. His attention has been attracted by one of your companions for the moment. Let us continue with the delightful subject of love.
In truth, I have no liking to do my lovemaking under the noses of Mary's counselors. Moreover, I like not the whirlwind audacity of thy tongue, sir.
My method has ever been to storm the fortress, sweet maid. Taken by surprise, it invariably surrenders.
The fortress of a woman's heart craves a more subtle method, good Leicester.
You shall teach me, princess.
Perchance I shall. Hush. Cecil is watching. Could seem he has something to impart. Speak, good sir, and acquaint me with the object of this visit, which surprises me, even while it pleases me mightily.
Gracious lady, 'tis with regret that we have to tell thee that thy sister the Queen has...
Sent ye to take me prisoner again? Odds blood, 'twould seem that my head is to fall at last.
Nay, madam, thy noble head is to be crowned with the royal crown of England.
What jest is this?
It's not a jest, madam, but the truth. Queen Mary died at dawn this very day. The lords of the council have journeyed hither to hail ye as the new Queen of England.
It is God's will. I thank him on my knees.
Three days after her succession to the throne, Elizabeth appointed Sir William Cecil, whom she later created Lord Burleigh, Chief Secretary. It was an age of the fiercest religious bigotry, and the Pope refused to acknowledge Elizabeth as Queen of England because of her Protestant beliefs, and openly declared Mary Stuart, daughter of James V of Scotland and widow of the young King of France, to be the rightful heir to the English throne. For the first few years that Mary lived in Scotland, she acted prudently, and married as her second husband her cousin, Lord Darnley. Later, she fell under the influence of the Earl of Bothwell, a border chief, and not long afterwards, Scotland was horrified to learn that Lord Darnley had been murdered, presumably by Bothwell, with Mary's full knowledge. Sometime later, we find Elizabeth and her chief secretary discussing Scottish affairs.
Alas, good Burleigh, I fear me my fair cousin Mary was a party to her husband's murder. The Scots also universally believe it. The placards that were posted in public places denounced Bothwell as the murderer and the Queen as his accomplice.
It was a very false move for the Queen to have married Bothwell so soon after Darnley's death.
Such guilty unions seldom prosper, and it has brought Mary to a sorry plight. See, here is an epistle from her, written in England. She has escaped, 'twould seem, from Lochleven Castle, where the Scots had imprisoned her.
Plague upon the woman, your majesty. Her presence in England at this juncture is most undesirable. The Romish priests in our midst will stir up the people on her behalf.
But the Pope will surely not permit his priests to support the cause of a woman who is suspected of being connected with her husband's death.
His Holiness has no qualms where the crown of England is concerned. His one object being to secure it for Rome. Mary will be used as a means to this end. Your Majesty, I pray to disregard this letter and to treat the writer of it as you would any other creature who threatens the peace of your kingdom.
My heart is torn between two conflicting emotions. One bids me succor Mary, who implores my aid as she is without money or raiment. Indeed, she represents herself as the innocent victim of her numerous enemies. And then my heart tells me she is a Judas who would seize my throne and have my head. Name of a dog, what am I to do with the baggage?
Your Majesty, Mary's character is already known to be a very different one to what she makes it out to be. And if she seeks the aid of the Queen of England, she must first clear herself of the foul accusations against her before the aid she seeks is given her.
Suppose she should invoke the help of France or Spain. What then, good Burley? Hast thought of the possible consequences to England should she be successful?
Aye, madam, I have pondered well upon the matter. And to prevent such a perilous condition from arising, I advise you to see to it that Mary is not permitted to leave our shores in order to invoke the help of a foreign power.
You advise me to imprison her?
Yes, madam. She can be moved from castle to castle as the honored guest of its lord. Actually, she will be their prisoner until such time as she clears her very soiled reputation.
Would that she had never set foot on English soil. For God alone knows where her deceitful ambition will lead her.
We must be ever on our guard, madam, for the cunning wiles and beautiful face of Mary Stuart would turn the strongest man's head and bid him fly to her service.
10,000 curses! If she troubles me overmuch, the executioner's axe will soon mar her beauty. This very hour shall I put pen to paper, commanding her to appear at Hampton Court before an assembly of the Scottish lords to accuse her, and such noble men as I might appoint. There shall she be tried and judged accordingly.
Madam, you will not regret the wisdom of your action. By your leave, Majesty.
In God's name! Oh, 'tis you, good Leicester. Pray be seated. You have my permission to retire, Lord Burley.
Your Majesty, I implore you not to fail to pen the epistle. The courier must leave within the hour.
Not you dost dare reproach me with the neglect of my duty. Have I not said I will pen the letter? Which act I shall perform, and it pleases me to do so. Leave me in peace. Out with thee, out, dost hear? Before I hasten thy going with a prod from yonder lance.
Your Majesty treats with scant dignity her servant who but strives to serve her faithfully. By your leave, I will retire.
And take this jug with thee for thy impertinence.
Oh, Your Majesty's intentions were excellent, but the application of 40...
A plague upon thee, Leicester. Dost dare laugh at thy queen?
Oh, nay, Your Majesty. I was merely contemplating what would have happened had your aim been as good as your intentions. Why did you seek to injure my Lord Burley with yonder pewter jug, which he flung so vigorously?
He exasperated me momentarily. I fear me my temper is not of angelic quality.
You are very beautiful when you are exasperated, gracious lady.
Sweet Leicester, do you truly think me beautiful?
As beautiful as a rose, lady. Would that I were a bee so that I might sip the sweet honey from my petal-like lips.
A bee can sting.
And a rose hath many thorns.
Is the flower not worth the wound its thorn might inflict? If faith were I a man, the pain would add piquancy to the adventure.
Which would no doubt end in the executioner's axe.
Men have counted it an honor to die for their queen.
I would count it a greater honor to live for her, so that I may work for her, slave for her, and, dare I say it, Majesty...
Once, good Leicester, you spoke of taking a fortress by storm.
And you, sweet lady, replied that the fortress of a woman's heart needed more subtle methods.
But a woman's mind is as changeable as a winter's wind, good Leicester.
Therein lies her charm. Oh, my beautiful lady, these arms of mine are aching for you. This heart that loves thee well is longing for thee. Come to me, my love, my lady and my queen.
What beautiful words.
You are not angry with me, then, for daring to utter them to one so high above me.
Leicester,
Oh, say it, my beautiful. Say it.
Love you.
I worship you.
Kiss me, beloved.
Your hand.
Nay, my lips.
Oh, at last. Elizabeth, little queen of my heart, whom I shall serve as loyally as Elizabeth, my queen of England.
Cavalcade of Kings. Queen Elizabeth, Part 2. captivity of Mary, Queen of Scots, did not bring peace to Elizabeth. The Pope declared the English queen an heretic and ordered her subjects to refuse obedience to her. Many of the English lords were friendly towards Mary, and the Duke of Norfolk wanted to marry her and share her claim to the English throne. Plot after plot was formed to release Mary of Scotland and to slay Elizabeth, until the last conspiracy was detected, the chief actor in which was a youth named Anthony Babington. Letters were found on him, written by Mary, in which she warmly approved of his design to murder Elizabeth. Mary was taken to Fotheringay Castle and tried as an accomplice in the attempted crime. She was found guilty and sentenced to death. At the moment, we find Elizabeth seated at a table surrounded by her counsellors, amongst whom are the Earl of Leicester and Lord Burleigh. Mary's death warrant lies on the table before Elizabeth.
Never found a duty so odious or difficult to perform, and my very soul shrinks from the penning my name to this document, which seals the doom of Mary, my kinswoman.
Who makes arrows for your Majesty's destruction?
Full well I know your words be true, my Lord Burleigh, but I do not thirst for revenge.
Your Majesty's personal feelings in this matter must be put aside, even whilst we love and respect you for the sweetness of them. Mary of Scotland has menaced the peace of this realm for over 20 years, and weekly the peril and possibility of flaming rebellion draws nearer. Once it merely tottered on weak, unsteady legs. Now it rides upon the back of a fiery steed mad to the lust for blood. Gracious Queen, we implore you to be strong. The peace of England is at stake, and the wanton who threatens it must die.
Poor Mary. I cannot find it in my heart to believe her guilty.
Your Majesty's heart runs away with your usually judicial mind. Mary has been given fair trial and was duly confronted with her own letters, which venomous, treacherous epistles were directed against your Majesty's peace and signed by Mary's own hand.
'Tis possible, good Burleigh, the letters were forgeries.
Nay, good Queen, else Mary would have repudiated them.
Your Majesty, we but waste thy generous thoughts upon the woman. We are not actuated by spleen, nor do we desire her death from motives of vicious spite, but for the safety of England.
My Lord of Leicester speaks words of truth, my lady. Be firm, be strong, be courageous, and do your duty to England without fear or favour.
I bow my head in submission to my lord's demands. Give me the quill, and I'll sign.
Quill, your Majesty.
Such an innocent quill, good Leicester, so fair and white a feather, so soon to be drenched in Mary's blood.
During the years of Mary's imprisonment, England and Spain were gradually drifting into war. English sailors began to appear on the seas, eager for adventure and profit, and if they could wrest it from the hated Spaniards, so much the better. The most famous of the English mariners was Francis Drake, a Devonshire man and a kinsman of Hawkins. Drake has just returned home from his famous voyage round the world. Elizabeth visits him on board his vessel, the Golden Hind, where a banquet in honor of the occasion has been prepared.
After you landed at Vera Cruz, good Master Drake, what then?
Just so told, your Majesty. Leaving 12 men to guard the boats, I divided the crew into two parties and made for the center of the town. Suddenly, hoarse shouts rent the air. The sky was afire with rockets and the blaze of torches. 1,000 devils seemed to have suddenly been loosened on us, and the Spaniards opened fire with their ball and muskets. But, by Mahaladam, one Britisher is worth 10 of the greasy dogs, and we soon put them to flight. It took us but a few moments to enter the treasure house of the city, where we saw riches that surpassed our wildest dreams.
God was with ye, brave Master Drake.
Your faith thou'rt right, your Majesty. Later we sailed up the coast, ransacking Chile and Peru. We also captured treasure ships on their way to Panama. Then we took possession of the Californian coast in the name of your Majesty. And after circumnavigating the globe, we returned to England. Verily God was with us, lady, God and the prayers of good Queen Bess.
My heart is aflame with thy bravery, sir. I and that of your followers. Gadzooks, if I were a man, I too would follow ye. Yea, follow ye to the death. Tell me, what were your first thoughts as ye beheld the shores of England again?
Lady, I felt like a little boy who has been engaged on some forbidden prank and enjoyed himself right royally. In faith, I felt guilty and wondered what was in store for me.
I fear me, sir, if the friends of Spain at my court had had their way, you'd hang for your acts of piracy.
I am in thy hands, lady. Do with me what ye will.
And that which I am about to do pleases me mightily. My sword of state.
At thy service, your majesty.
Kneel before me, good Master Drake. My lords, this day, by God's grace and in sight of ye all, 'tis my pleasure to reward the bravery of one of England's greatest sons. With the sacred sword of state I strike his right shoulder and create him a knight of England. Arise, Sir Francis Drake.
Later came the tidings that Philip of Spain was building a mighty fleet in Cadiz harbor in preparation for an attack on England. Drake was off again and sailed right into the harbor, where he set fire to the storeships which were laden with provisions for the fleet. His action delayed the sailing of the Armada for a year, but at last news of the sailing of the Spanish fleet was brought to Elizabeth by the Earl of Essex, her newest favorite. She was conversing with William Shakespeare at the time.
Verily, good Master Shakespeare, ye are the master of dramatic art, taking humanity for your province, and by your abounding sympathy, moving us at will to laughter and tears.
Gracious Majesty, what I have done is yours. What I have to do is also yours. 'Twould please your servant if he accepted certain of my manuscripts.
Nay, good Master Shakespeare, I cannot take that which rightly belongs to posterity. And now, tell me something of thyself and thy muse. Is it difficult to invent?
Gracious Majesty, how can my muse want subject to invent, while thou dost breathe, who pourest into my verse thine own sweet argument?
I thank thee, sir, for such a sweet compliment.
Give thyself the thanks, sweet lady, for who so dumb that cannot write to thee?
By your leave, your majesty.
My lord of Essex, the courier has arrived.
Yes, your majesty. The tidings are urgent.
I will hear thee in a trice. Good Master Shakespeare, the audience is at an end. You have my leave to retire. But I shall send for you again, sir. And now, adieu, and God be with thee.
Fare thee well, your majesty. God keep you.
There goes a man, Essex. Another illustrious son of England, whose name will live while civilization stands. And now, what news of Philip of Spain and his cursed fleet of ships?
It is of such great strength that the Spaniards call it the Invincible Armada, lady.
English sailors have beaten the Spanish dogs before, and by troth they'll do so again. We are not a nation of cowards, but stout-hearted men who will defend our island home against all who assail it. Tell me, what is the enemy's plan of action?
It is rumored the Armada will sail up the Channel and take on board troops, commanded by the Duke of Parma, at Flanders. Full well they know we have no regular army and but a small fleet of ships.
Have no fear, good Essex, for I have called on every man to defend his homeland against the Spanish dogs, and no man has refused me. So, with all England a flaming unity of strong, angry men, with soldiers in arms, and the sailors in their ships, and with both sides of the Thames fortified, we'll await the arrival of this proud Spanish fleet.
Suppose we are conquered, lady?
We shall die fighting, but the heart of Elizabeth tells her that we shall not be conquered, not while Howard, Drake, Raleigh, and their kind still draw the breath of life. And now, good Essex, bid my Lord Earl of Leicester to attend me, and ye also. Within the hour, we set out for Tilbury, there to review my troops and await the first sign of the Spaniards. My loving people, let tyrants fear, for in English hearts there is no place for it. God will deliver us, and in him I trust. And next to God, I place my chief strength in the loyal hearts of my subjects. Therefore, I am come amongst you at this time of peril to lay down my life for God, for my kingdom, and for my people if called upon to do so. I know I have but the body of a weak, feeble woman, but I have the soul of a king, and a king of England too. And will I gladly take up arms against Parma, or Spain, or any other prince of Europe who dares to invade the borders of my realm. To your posts then, my loyal and well-beloved subjects. No foeman's chain shall bind ye, for the Lord God of hosts shall guard ye, as ye fight for England and Queen Bess.
Cavalcade of Kings. James I, Episode 1. During the whole of Elizabeth's reign, the disturbing element in English politics had been the question of the succession to the throne. This was finally settled by the Queen on her deathbed when she proclaimed James VI of Scotland her heir and successor. In 1603, James ascended the throne of England, the first of the Stuart kings. He was the son of Mary, Queen of Scots, and Henry, Lord Darnley. When James ascended the English throne, he was well received by his subjects, but subsequently became unpopular by reason of his partiality towards favourites. His chief favourite at this time was Robert Carr, a cordially hated man. At the moment, we find King James and his wife, Anne of Denmark, discussing the odious Carr at the palace in London.
Robert Carr is but a parasite, a leak-spittle dog who fawns, flatters, and cajoles thee, James, into heaping honours and favours upon him. Not one particle of sincerity does the creature possess.
Man is unlikely to vent the spleen upon the head of anyone. And you do my dear friend Robert a grave injustice. He is a clever fellow, and worthy to bear the honours I have conferred upon him. Bacon says I'll rally that fell into insignificance beside the brilliance of Robert Carr. He is as the sun compared to the feeble twinkling of those obscure stars.
Have a care lest this sun of your own creation does not burn me in the selfish fierceness of its rays.
You're determined in your antagonism towards my friend.
Friend? Robert Carr is no man's friend.
That's wrong, Anne. Carr dotes on me, and I return his affection.
An odious admission from such royal lips as thine. Oh, James, my husband, how can your heart hold one particle of affection for a man guilty of such baseness as Robert Carr?
What crime is he accused of now?
You know full well I refer to his wicked marriage with that shameless woman.
Now, you mean the beautiful Countess of Essex?
Yes, the she-devil who wanted to rid herself of her husband in order to marry Carr, and who caused their good friend Sir Thomas Overbury to be imprisoned because he refused to be a party to the murder of her husband.
Ah, it was regrettable that Overbury died in prison. His death was a mystery.
There was nothing mysterious in his death, James. It was brought about by the Countess. She poisoned him, and well you know it. And yet, with the full knowledge of her vileness and that of her accomplice, Robert Carr, you permit your favourite bishop to marry them publicly, with as much to do and rejoicings as if they had been the best man and woman upon the face of the earth.
And I had reasons, important reasons of state for permitting the marriage.
Reasons of state? Pah!
And I tell
Stop.
you no.
I refuse to listen to your lies, for I know the truth. And the truth is that Robert Carr owes you in the hollow of his hand. You are afraid of him, for he knows your disgraceful secrets. Secrets which he threatened to divulge publicly unless you gave your approval to his marriage with the wanton of Essex.
And I beg of you not to conjure up imaginary evils when we have so many real ones in our midst. What with these cursed Puritans, who plague me, and the obstinate Parliament which keeps me in a state of poverty, and a nagging wife. In God's name was ever a pure man worse afflicted.
James, I do not mean to nag, for I love you too well to occasion you one moment's discomfort.
Oh, Anne, my beloved, come to my arms. Thou art very sweet when love rules the heart and the lips.
It is because I love you so deeply that I venture to rouse your displeasure, James. Oh, my dear one, I implore you to rid yourself of the creatures who hang like leeches upon thee, sucking not thy blood, but thy self-respect and kingly dignity. You think Robert Carr, whom you have created Earl of Somerset, is your friend. But my woman's heart tells me that he is your bitterest enemy. He and his kind will ruin you and bring the glorious structure of the English nation into the foulest degradation and disgrace.
It would seem that I am surrounded by enemies. Intrigue upon intrigue is nurtured in their bosoms, and the recent plot originated by Raleigh and Cobham to place Arabella Stuart upon the English throne is the basest of them all.
Who accuses Raleigh of implicity in the affair?
Cecil.
My Lord Cecil is Raleigh's enemy, and as such may have been overzealous in his accusation.
Raleigh had a fair trial, and was convicted on the confession of his accomplice, my Lord Cromwell.
Wrung from him on the rack, I'll warrant. What has been done with Raleigh?
He was sentenced to death, but the execution has been deferred. He is at the moment a prisoner in the Tower. Cobham and 2 others were pardoned on the scaffold.
I find it hard to believe in Raleigh's guilt. He was so fine, so brave, so very, very handsome.
Ah, and he had a pretty taste in the matter of his raiment, which was the envy of every dandy at court. But fine linen often conceals a fool's skin.
You mentioned the Puritans but a moment ago. Is there aught amiss with them?
Oh, they are never satisfied. They ask to be allowed to leave out parts of the service, which they think is wrong to make use of. They're also unwilling to wear surplices, or to make the sign of the cross when they're baptized children. They also refuse to allow a ring to be placed upon a bride's finger at a marriage.
But why?
Because they think all these things are superstitious. They want other changes made in the prayer book, and waited upon me at Hampton Court. But I sent them about their business.
But, James, the Puritans have a right, as has every man, to worship God in his own fashion.
Enough. Anne, this is one matter in which I shall not permit you to interfere. I have decided that there is to be only one form of religion, and all men shall be compelled to think and worship exactly alike, be they Puritan, Protestant, or Catholic. The kingdom has been tortured and tormented in the name of religion long enough. This time an end was put to all this bickering argument, yea, and even bloodshed. And I tell you, I mean to do it.
Later, Parliament revived and strengthened the severe laws against the Catholic faith. This angered Robert Catesby, a restless Catholic gentleman of very old family, and he formed one of the most desperate and terrible designs ever conceived in the mind of man, namely the gunpowder plot. At the moment, we find him in company with Thomas Winter, Thomas Percy, and Guy Fawkes in an isolated house in the fields which were then near Clement's Inn.
My friends, ye have but a moment ago taken the oath of secrecy on the Bible, and may any man of us who is false to his oath perish in the eternal fire of damnation.
Aye.
For want of a nail, the shoe is lost. For want of a shoe, the horse is lost. And for want of courage, man is lost. Think ye that you will have courage to do that which must be done in the cause of freedom?
We doubt my courage, Catesby.
Fawkes, I even doubt my own.
Thy shoes won't fetch this, Catesby.
Aye, that they won't, friend Winters. But plenty of caution hurts no man.
We waste time bandying words. Come, tell us your plan, Catesby.
As you will. First, I will tell thee what prompted my plan. We have suffered much at the hands of the detestable Scotsman who sits upon the throne of England.
That we have. His favourite Robert Carr addresses the king as your sowship. And rightly so. God, was ever there a more repulsive spectacle than James, with his tongue too large for his mouth, and his legs too weak for his rickety body,
and his dull goggle eyes which stare and roll like an idiot. His repulsive appearance could be forgiven him if he but tried to do his duty to his people.
But he hasn't. They have been sacrificed at every turn to satisfy the whims of James' latest favorite. And the exchequer has been drained to enable the king to shower wealth and favors upon the rotten carcasses of men such as Carr and Villiers.
Aye, the time has come when we must take matters into our own hands and rid the land of the weakling who rules it. Aye, and his ministers with him. Speak on, friend Catesby. Tell us your plan, and let us act upon it. I, for one, am ready and willing to die if necessary for our cause.
Then here is my plan. At the next opening of Parliament, when the King, the Lords, and the Commons are assembled, it is my intention of blowing them up, one and all. A great mine of gunpowder, which shall be secreted in a cellar beneath the Houses of Parliament.
In God's name, Catesby, the idea is a horrible one. We'll have the blood of dozens of men on our hands.
Percy, desperate ills must needs have desperate remedies.
Aye, that they must. No, the deed is not to our liking. We are too deeply involved now to draw back.
Then ye all agree?
Aye.
'Tis well.
Would seem there will be difficulty in secreting barrels of gunpowder beneath the house.
Nay, friend Percy, there is a house to let, the back of which joins Parliament House. We shall hire it and undermine the wall which separates the two buildings.
It will be a difficult task, Catesby. A tunnel many feet long will be necessary.
That is so, Winters.
'Tis the only way, friends. And the sooner we start, our task the better. For it will take us many weary weeks to accomplish our purpose. Weeks in which we shall live like moles in the darkness beneath the earth's surface.
That is so, Fawkes, my friend. But when the task is finished, we shall have struck the fetters of bondage from the people whose liberty of thought and freedom of speech will be restored to them. No longer will they be driven like sheep to worship God in the one pen, regardless of creed, custom, or of belief. James must be taught that religion is God's blessing to mankind, not an edict of Parliament being enforced or appealed according to the whim of the immediate puppet who wears the crown of England.
Aye.
Come, my friends. Our work commences tonight. Before we set out on our various employments, let us mount the stairs to the garret above and receive the sacrament from Father Gerard. His blessing shall set our feet on the road to freedom.
God send that the gallows is not awaiting us at the end of it.
Cavalcade of Kings. James the First, Part 2. The gunpowder plot, designed by Robert Catesby for the destruction of the King and his Parliament, was enthusiastically supported by Guy Fawkes, Thomas Winters, and Thomas Percy. It is now February 1605, and the dreadful plot is rapidly approaching its awful climax. At the moment, we find Catesby and his fellow conspirators at a house in Westminster, the wall of which joins that of Parliament House.
My friends, before we start our work of tunneling beneath that cursed wall whose thickness separates us from our goal, I would discuss an important matter with you.
Speak on, good sir, but be brief, I pray you.
As you will, Guy. In a word, our secret is no longer our property. There's no need for alarm. Our activities are known only to those who wish us well and who would join us in our work.
I like not the thought, Catesby. If too many have the keeping of a secret, It is a secret no longer.
The condition is forced upon us, Guy.
By whom?
My own servant, Thomas Bates, who has grown suspicious of our activities in the cellar of this house. He confronted me, humbly enough, God knows, and hinted that he, too, was strong enough to use a spade for the cause of liberty and religion.
He knows of a certainty what we are about.
He knows, Winters.
He must be silenced forever.
Wait, Guy. The man is possessed of a bitterness against the king which surpasses our own.
'Tis also said that he suffered torments for his religion in Elizabeth's reign. So it would seem he has an axe to grind. I'd suggest giving him the chance to avenge himself.
Aye, maybe you're right, Winters. God knows we have need of another pair of hands to help us. The further we tunnel beneath this cursed ball, the harder grows our task. The faith I don't think we'll ever break through the perishing rock.
Then 'tis agreed that we swear Bates to secrecy and put him to work?
Aye.
And now, there are others besides Bates who seem to know our design. There's John Grant and Robert Winters.
Robert? My brother? In God's name, how did he find out? Not from me, I'll swear.
Since they know so much, it would be safer to have them with us. Having participated in the undertaking, they will not dare to betray it.
Are there any others, Catesby?
If faith, yes. Sir Edward Bainham, Sir Everard Digby, Ambrose Rookwood, and Francis Tresham.
Tresham. His brother-in-law, Lord Mounteagle, will sit in the house on the day we have chosen for its destruction. Think you Tresham will stand by and see his kinsman blown to pieces without a qualm? Remember, Catesby, we are none of us cold-blooded assassins, but men who seek to right the wrongs of the people.
I think Tresham is to be trusted. I myself would blow up my own son in such a cause as ours. As for the others, their thirst for revenge for the many wrongs inflicted upon them by the king and his parliament is insatiable.
So be it. They shall be sworn to secrecy. But if any one of them betray us, then let him beware.
Will they take a turn with us in their dismal work underground?
Nay, good Winters. It is well not to put all our eggs into the one basket.
Then how will they assist us?
With money, horses, food, and necessary supplies. Also a ship in which to make our escape to Flanders when our object has been accomplished.
Is well. And now let us go to our work. The night grows old, and we have not turned a spade of earth. Pick up your lanterns, friends, and follow me.
You are certain all doors and windows are securely fastened?
With my own hand I attended to them.
Lead on then, Guy.
It is perishing cold in the stone passage. I shiver.
Soon you shall sweat with the vigor of your toil. Here's the door to the cellar. You have the key, Guy?
A moment till I extract it from my boot. There. It is done. Enter.
This noisome cellar is like a grave. It makes me shudder. Or perchance 'tis the fearful secret I carry in my breast. God never intended me for an assassin. Would that there were some other way out to our hands than the wholesale murders which lie before us.
Alas, there is no other way.
More wild fancies, Winters.
I'll swear I heard the great bell tolling deep down in the earth under Parliament House. I'm afraid, I tell you. I can't go on. I can't.
Our conscience makes cowards of us all, Winters. But 'tis too late now for you to retire from the work alive. Is my meaning clear?
Yes, Fox. It's clear. I'll go on. Give me my spade. I must work. I must do something to keep myself from thinking of those broken bodies, which will be found when Guy Fawkes has fired the 36 barrels of gunpowder, which will be stored beneath the House of Lords.
But the terrible plot was never to ripen to maturity. It was exposed by Francis Tresham in order to save the life of his brother-in-law, Lord Mounteagle. Thus the most devilish plot in history was frustrated. Later, King James, who needed money very badly, decided to send Charles, his son, to Spain to woo the Infanta. At the moment, we find His Majesty with the Duke of Buckingham and Prince Charles. They're discussing the prospective Spanish alliance. Charles, my son, your marriage with the Infanta of Spain would put an end to many of my worries.
Especially your financial worries. Is that not so, sir?
Faith, yes, Buckingham.
Oh, but, Father, it'll mean I shall be obliged to visit Madrid to make love to the Infanta.
And what more romantic spot could be chosen than Madrid? In truth, I envy thee thy visit to this lover's paradise.
Is aught amiss with the Infanta that makes her brother so anxious to be rid of her?
Nay, son. She's as beautiful as a dove.
She may have the disposition of a shrew.
A sound whipping or two after marriage will soon cure her, my son. But what matters if she were as ugly as Dodo the dwarf, or as sour as a lime? The vast fortune which she will bring to England would make her beautiful and angelic in my eyes.
As you will, then, Father.
Faith, your decision pleases me mightily, young Charles. Although 'twould seem I shall be unutterably wretched and my court as dull as ditch water without my dear Buckingham.
'Twill not be for long, sire. As soon as we arrange the alliance, we shall return hot foot to England.
Then the sooner you set out, the sooner will you return.
We sail with the tide tomorrow, sire. Come, young prince. We have much to do in readiness for our journey.
My brother, you say the English prince is expected to arrive in Madrid today?
That is so, sister.
You but waste his time, for I shall never marry him.
No, it is a most desirable alliance, sister.
Desirable? You, a strict adherent to the Catholic faith, to call an alliance between your sister and this Protestant prince desirable? Has forgotten the diabolical tyranny of his father, which has made the lives of all who follow the Catholic faith in England a hell on earth?
Oh, it is because of these unfortunate people that I favor the alliance, my sister. For I intend to make it a condition that if a marriage between you and Prince Charles is arranged, his father must sign a treaty permitting all Roman Catholics in England to exercise their religion freely.
There she is, Buckingham. If faith, her beauty rivals that of the flowers in her garden. Were it not for this cursed war which separates us, I'd have her in my arms in a trice.
No wall would stand between me and my pleasure, young Charles.
Nor mine. An agile leap will carry me to her side. I'll do it.
Oh! This is an outrage. What seek you here?
A kiss from your soft red lips, my beautiful dove.
Your impertinence matches your audacity. Who are you?
Your future husband, Charles of England.
My future husband? You take much for granted, sir. I have not said I would marry you.
Nay, but you will.
It would become you to remember, sir, that you address the Infanta of Spain, not some wanton serving wench.
You are a very haughty maiden, a condition which does not please a prince of England.
A prince who outrages our ancient customs, which forbids a man to thrust his unwanted presence upon a maid, alone and unchaperoned by her duenna. Truly, sir, your uncouthness shocks and amazes me. I like it not. Nor do I like the monstrous ego and colossal conceit which puffed out your chest like some game rooster, and I would not marry you. No, not for all the gold in the Indies.
In a rage, Charles returned to England and forced his father into a war with Spain. But before much could be done, James fell ill. It is now the 27th of March, 1625. James is dying. Buckingham is at his bedside. Buckingham, if only a man could look into a silver mirror and see the future fate has designed for him.
Perhaps 'tis as well such a thing is denied us, sire. I fear me it would make cowards of us all.
None could have been more cowardly than I, Buckingham. I am 59. I have reigned 22 years, and not one good deed do I leave behind me to be remembered. My court has been a hotbed of vice and corruption, where no man could keep his honour and still retain my friendship. Lord Bacon, that able philosopher and wise judge, became a public spectacle of dishonesty. Raleigh fell a victim to my vicious spite, and all those others who have fallen from grace have fallen through their association with me. Truly, James the First of England has been a plague which has infected all who came in contact with him.
Cavalcade of Kings. Charles the First, Part 1.
The Cavalcade of Kings rides on. James the First has passed, and his son Charles now approaches. Charles the First of England was born at Dunfermline on the 19th of November, 1600. He was a sickly child, unable to speak till his 5th year. Later he outgrew his defects and became skilled in tilting and marksmanship, as well as an accomplished scholar and a diligent student of theology. He was created Duke of Albany at his baptism, Duke of York in 1605, and Prince of Wales in 1616, 4 years after the death of his brother Prince Henry, who left him heir to the crown of 3 kingdoms. Later he became betrothed to Princess Henrietta Maria, the sister of the French king. On March the 27th, 1625, Charles succeeded his father, James I, to the throne. Some weeks later we find the young king awaiting the arrival of the Duke of Buckingham, his late father's favourite, who was the most cordially hated man in England.
Your pleasure, sire.
My good Buckingham, it is now 6 weeks since I wed by proxy the beautiful Princess Henrietta Maria. 6 weeks, mark ye, Buckingham, and as yet I have not so much as kissed the hand of my wife.
Oh, such a condition is not to be borne, sire.
Indeed, 'tis not. That is why I am sending you to France to attend Her Majesty and escort her safely to England.
Oh, that will I gladly do, sire. To be the special envoy of Cupid pleases me mightily.
On your way, Buckingham, and see to it that ye linger not at the French court.
'Twill be difficult to tear myself away, sire. For the most beautiful flowers in Europe, they tell me, blossom at the French court.
Wantons, every one of them, whose white arms and red lips are but traps to ensnare romantic fools such as you, my friend.
But how sweet a fate, sire, to fall into the trap of a woman's arm.
Fall into her arms as often as it pleases ye, but never fall into her hands. Why don't you take a wife and then put an end to all your philandering?
Oh, my artistic soul shrinks from such dull monotony, sire.
You are as fickle as the wind. But mark me, the fish that is soon caught that nibbles at every bait.
Maybe that's right, sire. But what matters the hook if the bait be sweet?
I can see thee, Buckingham, dangling on the end of a line, a fish in velvet breeches and plumed hat.
If such a sorry fate should o'ertake me, sire, I trust that you will unhook me and throw me back into my particular pool.
Not I. I'll assist the fair angler to cook you in the matrimonial pot. And now, get ye gone, my friend. And remember, you are on the King's service, which brooks no delay. Return to England with Her Majesty by June the 13th. I shall await you at Dover.
Charles, my beloved husband.
Henrietta, at last. Oh, what a joy it is to see your sweet face again.
I still make you somewhat ravaged by the severity of the crossing. The seas were mountainous, the wind a raging gale. I thought every moment would be my last, and in truth, my courage would have failed me had it not been for the presence of my Lord Duke of Buckingham.
Her Majesty is as gracious as she is beautiful. If her humble servant,
might be permitted to say so.
Oh, my Lord Duke can say the most charming things and the most outrageous with equal grace.
Come, my sweet. Our coach stands waiting to carry us to London, where you are to be crowned Queen Consort of England.
The English people at first took Queen Henrietta to their hearts, but she held the Protestant religion in great dislike, and had brought over a huge retinue comprising a bishop and 29 priests, with 410 male and female retainers whom the king permitted to worship freely in the Catholic faith. This stirred up strife and made the people hostile towards the queen, and in addition to this, the king's friendship with Buckingham prevented him from being trusted by his subjects. At the moment, Sir Thomas Wentworth, who'd sat in Parliament for a long time and now had gone over to the side of the people, is remonstrating with the young king.
Your Majesty is surely not surprised that Parliament refuses to grant money for a war with Spain, when they know full well that the crazy idea emanated from the brain of my Lord Duke of Buckingham.
Well, they'd better make haste and let me have money, or it will be the worse for them.
Sire, what use to carry on hostilities with Spain? Hast forgotten the miserable failure of our expedition to Cadiz?
A failure that could be turned into a great and glorious success, if only the pig-headed clogs in Parliament had the wit to listen to my new plans.
Parliament is against Buckingham to a man, for he is the cause of many great public grievances and wrongs. And until you rid yourself of the parasite, you will never have the full confidence of your ministers. There is another matter, sire, which is causing grave disruption.
Oh, speak on. Let me have the full content of your words. If was ever a man more plagued than I?
Sire, I am but the mouthpiece of the people and crave your indulgence.
Speak on.
Sire, the people are bitterly incensed over the marriage articles which pledge you, in violation of solemn vows to Parliament, to permit the Queen and all her retainers the free exercise of the Catholic religion, and to give her the upbringing of your children until they reach the age of 13 years.
An arrangement which apparently does not find favor in the eyes of Sir Thomas Wentworth.
Your Majesty, my business is with the king.
No, good sir. Your business is with the Queen, the potential mother of the king's heirs. State the reason why you object to our children, when they are born, being brought up by their mother.
Your Majesty asks the truth.
I demand it, sir.
Then I shall speak it. Parliament and the people both object to the heirs to the throne of England being brought up in the Roman Catholic faith. They also object to the haughty insolence of your Majesty's priests and retainers, who are forever stirring up strife and bitterness amongst the people. And your Majesty would do well for the future peace of the king's subjects to send her troublesome servants back to France. It will be a more comfortable condition for them than a prison in the Tower or the executioner's block.
The king dissolved Parliament, and to raise money, levied certain duties called tonnage and poundage. He also called upon seaport towns to furnish and to pay all the cost of a fleet of armed ships. A new Parliament was called, who was strong enough to fight for the rights of the people. They laid before His Majesty one of the great documents of history, known as the Petition of Right. Later, Buckingham, to gratify his wounded vanity, involved England in a war with France, as well as Spain. We now find Buckingham bidding farewell to King Charles, prior to setting out for Portsmouth, where the Duke was to take command of the fleet.
I was forced to sign the cursed petition of right, Buckingham, in order to get money to send this expedition to the relief of La Rochelle. Its fate is in your hands, my friend.
I shall not fail you, sire. Now I must be on my way. Colonel Pryor awaits me at Portsmouth.
Godspeed and good fortune attend you, my friend.
You're on time, good Buckingham.
Aye, Colonel. I rode hard and long.
'Tis well. The fleet is ready to sail with the tide. We but waited your arrival.
And now that I have satisfied my hunger and rested my tired bones, we had better proceed to our ships.
Night is dark outside. We're here, Buckingham. I'll go inside and summon the servants to bring a lantern to light us to the jetty.
Hey there! A lantern!
My Lord Duke of Buckingham will have no need of a lantern where he is going.
Who are you, fellow, and what seek you?
Your cursed life. Take this!
Ah! Oh! Help! Help! In God's
Turn the lantern this way. Mother of God, he's been stabbed through the heart. The knife is still in the wound. Quickly, search the house and the grounds. The assassin cannot have got far away.
I am the man.
Seize him. He shall be taken before the king to answer for his dastardly crime. You say Buckingham was murdered?
Yes, sire. His assassin struck him down outside the door of my house in Portsmouth.
Where is the ruffian?
He is in chains, sire, in the guardhouse.
Summon my counselors and have the monster brought before me.
At once, sire.
Buckingham dead? Oh, my dear, dear friend, against whom every man's hand was turned, for no other reason than you were the king's man, his loyal and trusted friend and servant.
His Majesty's counselors await the king's pleasure.
My lord, I have summoned you to examine John Felton, who stands self-accused of the brutal murder of my Lord Duke of Buckingham. Bring the prisoner before me.
Here is the man, sire.
What is your name, fellow?
John Felton, your majesty. I am a Protestant and a retired officer of the army.
What did you hate in Buckingham that made you take his life?
I had no personal hatred of the man, sire.
Oh, foul assassin to kill a man in cold blood.
I suggest we put him to the rack, sire, in order to learn the name of his accomplice.
I had no accomplice.
The rack might bring forth one.
Yea, good Marquis. I might even call out thy name in my agony.
Why did you murder him? Why did you take from me my best friend?
Because Buckingham was a curse to the country. I watched him into the house of Colonel Fryer. Sometime later he came out of the front door and stood waiting alone in the darkness. That was my opportunity. I sprang at him and plunged my knife up to its hilt into the black lying heart of the most profligate, contemptible and base creature the court of England has ever produced. It was a blow struck in defense of the security of the people. I am glad I had the strength to do it. Take me, break me, do what you will with me. I am content to die, knowing I have rid the land of its foulest enemy.
Cavalcade of Kings. Charles I, Part 2.
John Felton was executed for the murder of Buckingham, and Charles had now tried to govern the kingdom without the aid of his favorite. He disagreed with the Puritans. Then he disagreed about the payment of duties on exported and imported goods, which duties he had taken without the sanction of Parliament, and which many people refused to pay. The king seized the goods of those people, and one man amongst them, who was a member of Parliament, took the matter up with Sir John Eliot, a member of the House of Commons. At the moment, we find Sir John addressing the House on the subject.
It is an outrage, gentlemen, and I say that the Customs House officers who seized this man's goods should be sent for and punished.
Interrupting me, honourable member, but a message has arrived from the king, exonerating the Customs House officers, whom His Majesty says acted by his orders. His Majesty also commands Parliament to adjourn for a few days.
I protest, gentlemen. The king, saving His Majesty, must not play battledore and shuttlecock with the government of the country. I have brought some strong resolutions forward against His Majesty's chief instruments, and I call upon the Speaker to put them to the vote.
I have been commanded otherwise by the king.
Stop! Hold! Valentine, hold the Speaker! Don't let him leave the chair. Once he does, he automatically adjourns the House.
We've got him, Sir John. He can't get away.
Tis well. Gentlemen, I now ask you to vote that anyone who preaches the doctrines which the Puritans think wrong, or anyone who pays or collects duties without the consent of Parliament, is an enemy to the country.
And what is this I see? His Majesty. Speaker of the House of Commons held by force to his chair. God, arrest these two ruffians who lay such rough hands upon a faithful servant of the king. As for you, Sir John Eliot, you shall be taken before the council to answer for your words in the House tonight.
Sire, it is the privilege of every member of the House not to answer out of Parliament for anything they may have said in it. And I claim that privilege.
A prison in the Tower awaits you if you don't answer, my red-faced bull.
Even the king has no right to imprison a man who is guiltless of any crime.
Odd rot ye, do you dare bandy words with me? Guards, to the Tower with him. Silence, ye vipers! I will have no more of you in your treachery. Parliament is dissolved. Dissolved, you hear? In future I shall govern the country without a parliament, for I am the King of England, not the puppet of the people.
For 12 years, Charles ruled England unlawfully and despotically, seizing his subjects' goods and money at pleasure, and punishing according to his unbridled will all who ventured to oppose him. William Laud, Archbishop of Canterbury, was the king's right-hand man. The people at last demanded another parliament. It met on November 1640 and was called the Long Parliament. Its first act was to impeach Strafford and Laud, the chief ministers of Charles' tyranny. Strafford was beheaded on Tower Hill. Laud was imprisoned. It is now 4 years later, and we find King Charles and his wife Henrietta together. Charles is pacing up and down the room in great agitation.
Calm yourself, Charles. Your agitation will avail ye not. The execution of Cardinal Laud will take place, and nothing ye can do will stop it.
If I had loyal troops, I'd stop it.
Troops. As forgotten when he tried to rescue Strafford from the tower. You had 200 men at arms with you. They were not allowed to enter. Do not attempt such a crazy thing again, unless you want a howling mob to force its way in here, as they did at Whitehall 4 years ago. Laud is an old man. His period of usefulness is over. Put him out of your mind. The executioner's acts will only forestall the sight of the grim reaper by a few short weeks.
Henrietta, there are times when I think you are more devil than woman. What has changed you from the sweet, docile creature you once were?
England has changed me. England, the devil's cauldron of treachery, tyranny, and heresy. But a man's daytime friend is his nighttime assassin. I hate it, loathe it, and I implore you to send me back to France, to my own people.
I did not know you felt like this, Henrietta. I am sorry. You are free to return to France whenever you care to do so.
Charles, forgive me.
No, not another word. It is only to be expected. What use the moon when its light is hidden by a cloud? What use a king when his throne totters beneath him?
That bell, what does it portend?
The hour of Laud's execution. Leave me, Henrietta. Leave me, lest the sight of my tears brings a look of contempt into your eyes. I fear me I could not bear contempt where love once shone.
Charles.
Leave me. If you have one spark of pity left in your heart, leave me alone with my bitter, bitter misery.
Here comes the priest. See his red cheeks. He's rouged and painted like any sin woman, lest we behold the pallor with which fear for his cursed neck has whitened them. How now, old priest? Hast forgotten the torture I endured at your hands when my ears were cut off and my nose split in the pillories? Now it is my turn to laugh. Aye, and to spit upon thee, thou shaggy old cockroach.
My son, you will have the satisfaction of seeing me die. Is not that sufficient revenge for any wrong I have done you in the past?
Cardinal Lord, see where his altars and his duckings and cringings have brought him. Thou priest of Baal, thou raging tyrant.
You are very bitter, my son. Truly my sin against thee must have been of great enormity. Who are you?
William Prynne, a barrister who opined that all bishops were trumpery and the inventions of men. For this I was fined £1,000, pilloried, and disfigured for life. Now I rejoice to know that although I have lost both ears, you are soon to lose your head. Come, mount the scaffold. The executioner is waiting for thee. Ah, he's reached the top at last. If faith, I thought the task beyond his bony spindle shanks.
Good people, ye howled round the Parliament at Westminster for blood. Though I am not only the first Archbishop, but the first man that hath ever died by an ordinance of Parliament. All
my life I have labored to keep a uniformity in the services of God. This I have done according to my honest belief. If I have acted wrongly, then let God and Him alone judge me. I forgive my bitter enemies and their slanders and persecutions, and I ask God to forgive them and to also forgive this servant of Parliament who fidgets so impatiently with his axe, the weapon of my destruction. Good friends, I will not keep you from your prey. See, I kneel in readiness. Move, good people, I pray thee, lest my blood be spilt upon thee. Lord, receive my soul, and have mercy upon me, and bless this kingdom with peace and prosperity. Thy will be done.
There is no need to trace Charles through plot and counterplot with Catholics and Presbyterians, with Parliament and the army. Enough that, quitting his last refuge, Oxford, he surrendered himself to the Scots on May the 5th, 1646, and they in turn handed him over to Parliament on the following January. Charles faced his judges bravely and with dignity. It is now 4 days after the trial. The death sentence has been passed, and Charles has been taken back to Whitehall, where we find him with Oliver Cromwell.
Cromwell, I have been weak, but I have never lied, nor has vice ever claimed me for its own. Yet my whole reign has been beset with difficulty, calamity, and treachery. Tell me, Cromwell, was I wrong in sacrificing Strafford? Should I also have sacrificed my wife, faith, and crown?
Sire, I am a soldier, not a philosopher.
Sire, you still address me as sire.
You are the king. I have always served the king loyally until...
You found, as everyone has found, that he was untrustworthy, vacillating, unable to lead or to be led, intolerant of opposition to his will, superstitious, unsympathetic, and unable to see both sides of a question. I do not blame you, Cromwell, nor do I blame my accusers, for they are right. That is the tragic pity of it all. They are right.
Sire, is there anything I can do to lighten your burden of grief?
My father's heart would bless your name if you could bring my 2 children to me before I die, that their kisses would comfort me on the scaffold. Their prayers would bring peace to my soul.
They shall come to you, sire. I'll see to it myself.
Thank you, Oliver Cromwell, for your generosity towards a fallen enemy.
King Charles of England has never been my enemy. He has been his own. The Cavalcade of Kings. Oliver Cromwell, Part 1. The Cavalcade of Kings rides on, and Charles I is gathered into the mists as the mighty figure of Oliver Cromwell approaches. Cromwell was born at Huntingdon on April the 25th, 1599. He went to London to study law, but his plans in this direction never materialized. In August 1620, he married Elizabeth, daughter of Sir James Bourchier, a London merchant.
In Cromwell's youth, he was wild and drank to excess, a failing which he afterwards conquered completely. He embraced Puritanism and became the bitter opponent of its arch-enemy and persecutor, William Laud. When civil war broke out, he became captain of a troop of parliamentary horse and fought at Edge Hill, and after the Battle of Marston Moor, he stood forth as the leader of the independents. After the execution of Charles I, Parliament abolished the House of Lords and established a Council of State to govern the country, but it still had an army of 40,000 men to deal with, a task with which they could not cope. They decided to send for Oliver Cromwell. He alone could deal with the matter. At the moment, we find Cromwell with his beloved wife, Elizabeth.
Nolly, you're just a big schoolboy after all. Leave the poor cat alone. It hates being tickled.
Not a bit of it. She likes it. She's purring her little head off with pleasure, aren't you, Puss? Ma, you're a nice old cat. But I suppose I'd better do as the little wife bids me. You know, Puss, Betty bullies the very life out of me.
Nolly, I don't bully you.
Well, you should. It's good for a man. Come here, my sweet. Let me look at you. You're still as beautiful as when I first met you. You're a welcome sight to a man who's seen naught but the ugliness of the battlefield these long, weary months.
I hope this is the end of all the bloodshed, my husband, and that our poor, tortured country will find the peace she's been seeking.
So do I, Betty. But I fear peace is a long way off. Men do not easily settle down to the even tenure of their ways after they have been stirred to the emotional crisis of war.
War, foul thing that it is only another name for wholesale murder. It's an affront to God and his holy commandment, which says, thou shalt not kill. Oliver, although I'm so proud of you and the high honors you've won, I regret that you've climbed to greatness upon the dead bodies of your fellow countrymen, even though they be royalists.
Your approaches are hard to bear, wife, but I am no murderer. But the instrument Parliament has chosen to scarify the festering sore which tyranny, baseness, and selfishness has spread over the face of England.
The wound should heal of itself, now that the king and his malignant wickedness have been removed.
This trouble in Ireland and in Scotland, and the very instrument that removed the king and his followers, has turned into a hydra-headed monster which threatens to devour Parliament and the people who employed it.
You mean the army?
Yes, 40,000 men, who now that immediate hostilities have ceased, are out of employment, and the devil soon finds work for idle hands.
A courier has just brought this message for you, sir. He awaits your reply.
I pray it is not grave tidings, Oliver.
We shall soon know. Gracious heaven.
What has happened?
The regiments, under order to sail for Ireland to put down the rising there, have mutinied. One troop of horse in the city of London seized their own flag and refused point-blank to obey orders. The ringleader was shot, which did not amend matters, for both his comrades and the people made a public funeral for him and accompanied his body to the grave with the sound of trumpets and carrying bundles of rosemary steeped in blood.
It will set a bad example to the other regiments. One rotten apple will soon spoil its companions.
I'm going to pluck this particular apple from its branch. I'll even cut down the whole tree if need be to prevent the canker of treachery from destroying the orchard whose fruits men have suffered and died to cultivate. Tell the courier I shall proceed to Burford, where the mutineers are sheltering, with a strong body of my faithful Ironsides. I'll teach the rebel dogs a lesson they're never likely to forget.
Later, Cromwell was sent over to Ireland and soon brought that country to subjection. Parliament then recalled him to deal with the trouble in Scotland, where Prince Charles had been proclaimed king at Scone. Cromwell, upon arrival in London, was made commander-in-chief of all the forces of the Commonwealth of England, and 3 days later went north with an army of 16,000 men to fight the Scots and Prince Charles' supporters. He encountered the enemy at Worcester, completely destroying the Scottish and Royalist forces. Later, Charles escaped to France. We find Oliver and a number of his officers and parliamentary friends at his lodgings in Whitehall.
I agree with you, my friends. The present Parliament has been in office too long.
They've grown smug and complacent in their security. We want progressive men who will introduce legislation in conformity with the constitution of their newly formed Commonwealth.
Friend Cromwell, 'tis easier said than done. The king is dead. Who is there amongst us who has the authority to dissolve Parliament?
I will take a company of soldiers down to the House and dissolve it this very night. Halt! Remain here in the lobby. I will go into the council chamber alone. Be ready to join me when I give the call.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that you now put my resolutions to the vote.
Such resolutions are indeed worthy of thee, Sir Harry Vane.
Cromwell, what is the meaning of this outrage? How dare you force your way in here whilst Parliament is sitting?
This is no Parliament, but the home of iniquity, where each member feathers his own nests and those of his relatives and friends, where bribery closes the eyes of justice and sells the law to the highest bidder. To me, my loyal ironside!
This is outrageous! Indecent! Dishonest!
Sir Harry Vane, you to talk of indecency and dishonesty. You! Would that I had a mirror to hold up to thy face, so that you might behold the most immoral and the most dishonest rogue who ever sat in Parliament.
Oh, damn!
Silence, you whited sepulchres! Silence! You're all but too well known to me. You, Redbeard, sitting so innocently in your chair with a look of outraged dignity upon your face, are the biggest drunkard in London town. You over there in your satins and laces are another dissipated, dissolute wretch whose philanderings are a byword. And you with your finely waxed moustache and pomaded curls are the biggest liar in Christendom. A fine galaxy of incompetence to govern a country. But this is the end. Men, seize the Speaker and walk him from the chair. And remove that bauble. Carry it away. Now clear the house. They have gone. Now I shall lock the door on the empty house. Lord God of hosts, thy servant beseeches thee to guide his footsteps in wisdom's way. Show him the light and help him to restore England's departed greatness and glory. Amen.
The next Parliament, elected by Cromwell and called the Barebones Parliament, was a failure. So he disposed of it, and then the Council of Officers decided that Cromwell must be made the supreme authority of the kingdom, under the title of the Lord Protector of the Commonwealth. It is now December the 16th, 1653, and we find Cromwell dressing, assisted by Elizabeth for the ceremony at Westminster.
Do stand still, Nolly. How am I to hook up this sleeve if you keep waving your arms around?
It is your own fault, Betty. He insisted that I should purchase this new garment. Black velvet, white lace neckpiece. I like not such fripperies which are sinful.
If you could have had your way, you'd have gone off to the ceremony in your old black cloth coat and grey worsted stockings.
And why not?
Don't you understand? Things are different now. You're the Lord Protector of the Commonwealth.
I'm still Oliver Cromwell. All the black velvet and fine lace in the world can't alter that fact. And I can utter justice and make good laws just as well in my old garments as I can in these vainglorious extravagances.
Oh, please, Oliver, don't bandy words with me. You plague me beyond endurance. There, you're dressed at last. My, what a fine gentleman you look. Here's a mirror. Look at yourself in it.
No, I want no such thing. 'Tis vanity.
Oh, to please me, dearest of husbands.
Oh, very well, but only to please thee, my Betty. I seem to have grown taller, and I must confess my shoulders are no mean things. In faith, Betty, thy Oliver is quite a fine, upstanding figure of a man.
The vanity of the man is prodigious, but I'll forgive thee thy sinfulness. How could I do else when I love thee so?
No, Betty, my sweet
No,
love.
don't seek to embrace me, Nolly. You'll crush your laces.
Ah, bless you, my dear.
And now, tell me what the procedure will be at Westminster.
Attended by the judges, the Lord Mayor and the aldermen, and all the great personages of the country, we shall proceed to the Court of Chancery, where I shall be publicly offered the office of Lord Protector.
And after you've accepted the high honor?
I shall be sworn. Then the city sword will be handed to me, followed by the Great Seal and all the other baubles which are handed to kings on state occasions.
But you will not be king?
Heaven forbid. But I shall be proclaimed irrevocably Lord Protector of the Commonwealth.
May God stand forever at your right hand, my beloved, to guide you aright.
Cavalcade of Kings. Oliver Cromwell, Part 2.
Oliver Cromwell was made Lord Protector of the Commonwealth of England, Ireland, and Scotland on November the 16th, 1653. In accepting the high office, he bound himself by a certain paper called the Instrument to summon a parliament consisting of 400 or 500 members, in the election of which neither Catholics nor Royalists were to have any share. He also pledged himself that this parliament should not be dissolved without its own consent until it had sat for 5 months. As we continue our story, we find him bidding farewell to brave Admiral Blake, one of England's greatest sea dogs, who is about to set out with the English fleet to the Mediterranean Sea.
Blake, I have chosen you for this difficult task because I trust you more than any other man in England, and because of your bravery, courage, and unswerving loyalty.
Such praise from you, my lord, is praise indeed. You have but to command me to be obeyed.
Blake, I am a soldier and have no knowledge of sea fighting, so I will not presume to give orders to one of your undoubted ability and experience. I will merely explain what is to be done. How you do it is your affair. You are to proceed with the fleet to the Mediterranean and force the Duke of Tuscany to pay £60,000 for injuries he has done to British subjects and the spoliation he has committed on British merchants.
Ah, 'tis good news, I hear, my lord. The braggart of Tuscany has long boasted of his conquests over the British, whom he speaks of as curs who drop their tails and run in fear at his approach.
So I have heard, and my blood boils when I think that Englishmen, who were once feared abroad, have now become the butt of every white-livered foreigner who speaks of our men in terms of scorn and derision. They must be taught a lesson, and you are the man to do it, Blake. Get you to Tuscany, humiliate him, wipe the sneer from his lips, place an iron heel upon his neck, and keep it there until he begs for mercy. Prove to him that the English are not curs, but bulldogs who'll fight to the bitter end for their rights.
And when I have punished Tuscany?
Go on to Algiers, Tunis, and Tripoli, and have every English ship and every Englishman delivered up to you that have been taken by pirates in those parts. We will let it be known thoroughly throughout the world that England is now governed by a man in earnest, who will not allow the English name to be insulted, slighted, or discredited whilst he lives.
These were not all Cromwell's foreign triumphs. Later he sent a fleet against the Dutch. They met in the English Channel, and after an all-day fight, the Dutch retired from the combat. Later the two fleets engaged again off the coast of Holland. There Van Tromp, the valiant Dutch admiral, was killed, and peace was made. Cromwell then decided to put an end to the domineering, bigoted conduct of Spain. He sent for the Spanish ambassador, and at the moment we find them together.
A moment, Don Alfonso. Answer one question. Who created the heavens and the earth?
The Almighty God, my Lord Protector. But surely you did not send for me to test my knowledge of the catechism.
I would that your royal master, the King of Spain's knowledge was as good as yours, my friend. But he seems to forget that 'twas God and not he who created the land and the sea.
My lord speaks in riddles.
And I shall speak plain English words which I bid you to remember and to repeat to your master. Tell him that Cromwell is tired of his insolence and his arrogance and refuses to countenance the intolerable conduct of Spain towards British subjects any longer.
My lord, this is tantamount to a declaration of war.
Nay, my friend, 'tis a declaration of the rights of all Englishmen. But if war is necessary to enforce these rights, then England is prepared to go to war. Spain must be taught a lesson.
And my Lord Protector imagines that England is powerful enough to teach my master that lesson?
I imagine nothing. I know.
We grow hot and angry. It is not meet that two gentlemen should lose their tempers in matter of diplomacy. Would my Lord Protector be good enough to explain how my country has offended England?
In the matter of South America.
Ah, South America. The priceless jewel which our brave navigators added to the crown of Spain. It is a wonderful possession, my lord. A paradise of unsurpassing richness, whose mineral wealth
was buried in its soil for all men to share. God never intended it for Spain alone, but for those strong enough and with sufficient courage to voyage across the ocean and wrest nature's treasure of silver and gold from the earth. Spain, in her selfish greed, does not acknowledge these undeniable rights of every man and claims all the gold and silver of South America for herself. She also treats the ships of all other countries who visit the shores of this distant land as pirates. Many of these men are Englishmen, English subjects, whom your royal master has thrown into the vile Spanish prisons of the Inquisition.
But the English came to steal the treasure of my royal master.
Once and for all, I bid you tell him that English ships must be free to go where they will, and that English merchants must not be thrown into these devilish prisons for the pleasure of Spain.
My Lord Protector, the gold and silver country and the Holy Inquisition are my king's two eyes, neither of which will I attempt to put out.
Oh, you won't, eh? Well, I shall perform the task myself and damage those two eyes prodigiously. Yea, and before another moon rises and sets.
Another fleet was dispatched under Penn and the Venables for Hispaniola, later returning after taking Jamaica for England. Shortly after, Admiral Blake subdued the King of Portugal. Then he engaged a Spanish fleet, sinking 4 great ships and taking 2 more laden with silver to the value of £2 million. After this victory, he sailed to the port of Santa Cruz, where he found 17 Spanish ships. He dashed into the harbor, captured and burned every ship, and came out triumphantly flying the English flag at his masthead. It was his last victory. He died as his ship was sailing into Plymouth Harbor, where the people had gathered in vast numbers to welcome him. It is now August 1658, and we find Cromwell at the bedside of his favorite daughter, Elizabeth, who had lately lost her youngest son. She is dying, and her father is broken-hearted. His son Richard is also with them.
Grieves me to see the tears falling from your dear eyes. Won't you banish them and smile at me instead?
Betty, my beloved child, you ask the impossible of me when you bid me smile. How can a man smile when his heart is torn with anguish? Oh, my sweet, I cannot bear to see you suffering such bitter pain. You whom I love so dearly, and for whom I would gladly suffer the torture, if by so doing you could be made well again.
I know you would, my dear father, but God wills otherwise. He knows what is best.
But I want to keep you here. You are my flesh and blood. You are part of me. Call it selfishness, call it what you would. But I would move heaven and earth to keep you here. I would sacrifice everything, give up my high office, willingly become a poor wandering beggar if I could but see the roses of health blooming once again in those pale, wasted cheeks. Oh, Betty, Betty, my little girl, your unhappy father's heart is breaking.
Father dear, you must be brave. You must not falter in your courage. England has greater need of you than ever before. Charles Stuart and the Royalists are only waiting for you to weaken. Then they will strike. The glorious edifice you are building, brick by brick, will come tumbling to the ground.
Old Nolly is weakening, Betty. His body is afflicted with gout and the ague, and his heart is sick and sore distressed.
Father, old Nolly is too noble a man to fail in his duty. Promise me that you will go on fighting for England and the rights of the people.
Rights? Rights? Have I no right?
Yes, my dear one. The right to serve the people. The right to do your duty fearlessly, bravely. Forgetting wife, family, self. Forgetting everything. That is your right. The divine right of kings of England.
The divine right of the kings of England.
And of Oliver Cromwell, Lord Protector of the Commonwealth.
Cavalcade of Kings. Charles II, Part 1. The Cavalcade of Kings rides on, and Oliver Cromwell, the Iron Man of history, rides with it. He died in September 1658, a month after his daughter Elizabeth, in his 60th year. His son Richard succeeded him as protector. Richard's protectorate, which only lasted 18 months, is a history of quarrels between the officers of the army and Parliament, and of a growing discontent amongst the people who were tired of the fanatical Puritanism and the lack of amusement. At last, General Monk got the army into his own hands and declared for the cause of King Charles. As the story opens, we find Monk in his place in the House of Commons, strongly advocating the proposals of one Sir John Greenville, who came to the House with a letter from Charles Stuart, addressed from Beda.
And I say it is a high time an end was put to all this quarrelling and discontent, unless we want another revolution on our hands. Sir John Greenville has read the letter from our king over the water.
Interrupting you, General Monk, but the king's letter gives no promise to govern well, nor to abide by the laws set down by Parliament. I think it would be safer to extract a pledge beforehand from Charles as to what he plans to do for the benefit of the kingdom if he ascends the throne.
You appear to doubt the king's sincerity.
He is a Stuart, and the Stuarts have ever been weathercocks.
Charles is not as the others.
Still, I think it would be safer if we bound him hard and fast to the people's service.
The king will be pleased to serve his loyal subjects. In truth, this hath he sworn to do.
You seem anxious to set a Stuart on the throne again, my good general, and yet, not so many years hence, we were compelled for the sake of the peace of the people and the welfare of the kingdom to remove a Rather forcibly, I fear, his father from the same high estate.
Yes, but you...
I implore your patience, my good general. 'Tis a matter of such grave import that we must ponder well before we give our decision. Has it been considered what the young king's actions will be towards his father's judges? I myself think he would be scarcely human if he did not desire their heads.
My friends, we cannot hope to weigh our pros and cons and find a satisfactory measure for each and every one. The point at issue is, who else is there but Charles to rule England, since we no longer have a mighty Cromwell, rest his soul, to govern us? Again I ask, who else but Charles, the rightful heir to the throne? "'Tis well. Our country will prosper under him, and the people will rejoice in the restoration of the royal house. Let us light the bonfires and ring the bells. Let us pull down the arms of the Commonwealth and hoist the royal standard in its place. Let prayers be said in the churches for the Stuarts, and let our commissioners to Holland, where our king dwells in exile, to invite him home."
We now find General Monk with the Kentish nobles and a vast concourse of people at Dover, kneeling before King Charles as he lands.
I thank you. England, oh, happy man am I to set my weary exile feet upon my native soil again.
Your Majesty's subjects welcome their king with loyal and loving hearts.
Men of England, this day your king stands before you, almost a stranger in a strange land. I gaze around me and see the tents of the soldiery flying the royal standard. I see flags and tapestries streaming from the houses. I see smiling faces, thousands of them, all smiling upon me. I see noblemen and gentlemen in rich dress, train bands, drummers, trumpeters. Oh, it seems like a heavenly dream from which I shall awaken. Convince me, I implore you, that I am not dreaming, and that all this pageantry, this show of loyalty and love is real, and meant for poor Charles Stuart, the exile.
"'Tis no dream, sire. The people rejoice at their king's return."
I am content. Come, my good General Monk. You shall ride beside me in my coach and acquaint me with the wishes of Parliament and of my people as we journey to Whitehall. It must be my own fault that I did not come sooner back, for I find no one but tells me he has always longed for my homecoming.
And so, on May the 26th, 1660, Charles II was recalled to the throne of England by the fall of the Protectorate. The first 7 years of his reign was the period of the Earl of Clarendon's ascendancy. During this time, his daughter Anne secretly married the king's brother James, the Duke of York. Clarendon also engineered the king's marriage to the Princess Catherine of Braganza. And on May the 20th, 1662, the young Portuguese princess, who was now Queen Consort of England, landed at Portsmouth and was immediately stricken with a sore throat and forced to go to bed. The king arrived at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and was received by Clarendon.
Alas, sire, I have unpleasant news for you.
Well, out with it, out with it.
The Queen has been stricken with a fevered throat. She has retired to her bedchamber on the advice of her physician.
Oh, and I shall visit her in her bedchamber. But I fain would gaze upon the maiden I have made my queen, but whom I've never yet seen.
Sire, the Queen begs that you will not visit her during her indisposition.
Oh, and why not?
Well, Sire, the Queen fears she will not find favor in your eyes, being afflicted as she is with a flushed face, a swollen red nose, and eyes from which the water falls copiously.
Then, my dear Clarendon, I will have seen her at her worst, without the deceptive fripperies and artful stares which women use to beguile the hearts of we poor men. In faith, Clarendon, it gives me the greatest delight to command the dazzling beauties of my court, to parade before me in the merciless north light of early morning, after an all-night state function at the palace. Their sparkling eyes, mere puffy slits, their shining curls askew and falling from their pins. Gone their warmly glowing cheeks and luscious red lips of the night before. Gone, haggard. In faith, I'm of a mind to make it a law that each man, before he weds, should view his prospective bride in the cold, hard north light before dawn. It would save many a one from disillusionment after marriage.
You are young to be so cynical, Sire.
Oh, I'm not so much a cynic as an honest man with contempt for all things false. Await me here, Clarendon. I am going to the Queen to offer her my felicitations. So, you are Catherine. I'm a trust wife. I had not thought by the description of you, which Clarendon gave me, that you were of such buxom proportions.
Sire, 'tis the fault of my serving women. They have swathed me in woolen shawls and piled the bed high with many coverlets, so that I shall not feel the bitter cold of this sunless land of yours.
Oh, praises be to heaven. For a moment, I thought they'd sent me an elephant for wife instead of a woman.
Sire, such coarseness is surely not for the ears of your wife.
Coarseness? Coarseness? Oh. Verily, you will be a fortunate woman if your ears hear no worse than that at my court.
Surely the King of England does not permit coarse wit and questionable jest at his court.
No, Catherine, don't plague me. And in heaven's name, I beg of you not to adopt the pose of a Christian martyr burning at the stake. The people have had a surfeit of stiff-backed Puritanism. Now they want gaiety, frivolity, love, laughter, and song. And I intend to give them what they want.
The merry monarch, eh?
The merry monarch, faith, yes.
I hope your merriment will not cause you future tears of bitter remorse, sire.
Sire?
Oh, Charles, then, if it pleases you better.
Oh, it pleases me mightily.
To please you in everything is my one desire.
Ah, my sweet Catherine, your remarks are both womanly and charming. Kiss me.
Oh, alas, I fear I am in sorry plight to receive my husband's first kiss.
Then I shall close my eyes as I kiss you, Catherine, and think only of the time when your malady shall have left you with your beauty completely restored. Cavalcade of Kings. Charles II, Part 2.
On the 22nd of May, 1662, King Charles II of England married poor plain Catherine of Braganza. The marriage was childless, and her influence on English politics negative as compared with his many mistresses, amongst whom was Nell Gwynn, pretty witty Nell, whom Charles sincerely loved till the day he died. Nell was born in 1650 in a little cottage in Pipewall Lane, Hereford. She first sold oranges in the Theatre Royal. Later she became an actress, and one night King Charles, accompanied by the immortal Pepys, saw her. Nell had to recite an epilogue. She wore a hat of the circumference of a large coach wheel, and her little figure looked so droll that tears of laughter ran down His Majesty's face. Nell, catching sight of the King's uncontrollable mirth, saucily put her fingers to her nose at him, and went on with her recitation.
Odds fish, Pepys, did you see the saucy puss? She had the audacity to put her fingers to her nose at her king.
Nellie is no respecter of persons, sire. She's quite the most delightful young savage in London town.
I must make her acquaintance, my good Pepys. Tell me, has Nell Gwynn a lover?
That I could not say, sire.
Never mind. I shall speak to her after the performance is over.
It is an excellent play, sire.
It is indeed. The women do very well in it.
Especially Nellie, sire?
She above all others. But see, they're ringing down the curtain. It is time we left the theatre. Would you be so good as to summon my coachman and bid him attend me at the entrance to the stage?
It is useless to scold me, my Lord Buckhurst. For what care I for Charles of England? He's just the same as any other man. No better, no worse. Odds fish, this hat of mine plagues me.
Even as it becomes you mightily, Mistress Gwynn.
Who speaks? I know not the voice, and I can't see his face. Odds fish, man, why do you skulk in the shadows? Is it because there's a blight upon you?
Quiet, Nellie. Hold thy fish head's tongue, you address them.
Not another word, I pray thee, my Lord Buckhurst. Leave me. There's a good fellow. I would have speech alone with my lady of the coach wheel.
Come back, Lord Buckhurst. Come back, I say. Don't leave me here alone in the lane with this rapscallion. Bucky, come back. Can't you hear me shouting at you? Come back. You promised to give me a bite of supper at the Mermaid Tavern. As faith, he's disappeared round the corner as fast as his knock-knees would carry him.
Most churlish of my Lord Buckhurst.
As faith, 'tis you who drove him away. Come out here and stand under the lantern so as I can see your face. And if I don't like it, I'll tweak your interfering nose for spoiling a good night's fun for me.
At your service, fair lady.
What's fish? It's King Charles himself. Faith, I'm undone. Oh, what'll happen to me now?
I'm going to escort you to my coach.
What are you going to do with me, sire? Behead me in the tower?
No, I'm taking you home to the palace to supper.
Oh, forsooth, 'tis good news, sire. Poor Nellie could do with a good square meal. But there'll be blood and anarchy when Moll Davies hears about you entertaining Nellie Gwynn at supper.
Dismiss Moll Davies from your mind.
There's still my Lady Castlemaine. That haughty baggage will scratch out my eyes if she sees me supping at the king's table. Perhaps I'd better not go.
Will you enter my coach, or must I carry you?
Oh, please, sire. I'd like that.
In fact, I'll do it. Come on. Oh, what a bundle of charm you are, Nellie.
Have a care of my hat. Odds fish, it won't go through the coach door.
Oh, then throw it away.
Throw away my lovely hat? Not I. Look at the ostrich feathers on it. Look at the velvet and gold laces. Throw it away. You must be a crazy loon to think of such a thing.
Oh, Nellie. You're very rude to your king.
Bah, you're no better than any other man, even though your breeches are of cloth of gold.
Oh, you're a wily young animal, but I'll tame you.
Faith, you'll have a hard task, sire, for I kick, scratch, and bite like this.
Oh, you little devil. Oh, you...
Well, sire, do you think you'll like the task of taming Nellie Gwynn?
I'll adore it.
That was the beginning of a mutual love which lasted throughout the lifetime of Charles and Nell Gwynn. She took her place at court as the king's favourite, and was loved and respected by all for her kindness and generosity, and her delightful wit, and wild, untamed personality. Amongst her many deeds for charity was the founding of the Royal Chelsea Hospital, an edifice which still stands today. We now find Charles in his private apartments, It is 8 o'clock in the morning, and the Earl of Clarendon has just been admitted, much to the King's annoyance.
Odds fish, Clarendon. You must have a guilty conscience that won't allow you to rest. Is it necessary that you should disturb me at this unearthly hour in the morning? Before I've even been attended by Killigrew, my barber.
The diligence of your Majesty's Chancellor should be rewarded, not reproved, sire. Moreover, England would be lost if we were all lie-a-beds.
Well said, good Clarendon. In faith, you should be feeling more comfortable now that you've eased yourself of such a heavy burden. But by the same token, I'm growing weary of your pedantic bombast. 'Tis such heavy fare to digest. Therefore, I beg of you to cultivate a sense of humour. Then you'll be able to laugh at yourself, and so make others laugh at you. Now, state your business, for I see there's to be no more sleep for me this day.
'Tis of Lord Berkeley that I would speak, sire.
Oh, well, I've decided to make him Deputy of Ireland if we can find no better. What think you?
If you seek to rid yourself of his presence at court, then the plan is a good one, sire.
I'll do anything short of committing a crime to rid myself of the insufferable puppy. Faith, he plagues me beyond endurance.
Then Berkeley is as good as on his way to Ireland, sire.
Ah, then 'tis settled. Now, there's the question of naming a secretary for the Scots kingdom.
Truly, sire, you have so many things to think of, I wonder that you sleep at all.
Yes, and my ministers do their utmost to rob me of what little sleep I do get. Now, there's the matter of the Dutch hostilities.
Sire, you do not hold me responsible.
No, but it galls me to think that De Ruyter was able to sail up the Thames and burn several ships at Chatham right under our very noses. Where were my soldiers? What were the guards doing?
Perhaps Shaftesbury could tell you, sire.
Shaftesbury? Yeah, you hate him, don't you?
I hate all men who pit themselves against the Holy Roman Church.
Hush, you fool! It is your open profession of Catholicism which has made you so unpopular, especially as your daughter Anne is married to my brother James, the heir apparent to the throne. Oh, but have done with affairs of state. It isn't decent for a man to talk before he's barbered and dressed. Summon Killigrew to attend me.
As you wish, sire. Summon His Majesty's barber at once.
You know, this fellow Killigrew is decidedly clever. Here is a book of his plays.
Sent for me, sire?
Ah, Killigrew, yes. Shave me and comb me. I'll sit by the window. I was just remarking about your plays, Killigrew. You know, you're an awful liar. What account will you give on the day of judgment of all the idle words in this book of yours?
Well, sire, I shall give a better account of all the idle words in that book than your Majesty shall do of all your idle promises and more idle patents which have undone many, but my idle words have undone no person.
You like not your king, 'twould seem.
Sire, there is a good, honest, able man that I could name, that if your Majesty would employ him and command him to see all things well executed, all things would soon be mended.
Oh, and his name?
Charles Stuart, who now wastes his time in profligate idleness.
Strong words, good Killigrew. But I'll not hold them against you, for you're one of the few whom I trust.
I think none of your Majesty's officers is trusted more than I.
Oh, how so?
Holding the razor as I do, why, faith, I could cut your throat when I liked, your Majesty.
Archfish, the very thought is treason. Get thee gone, Killigrew, you grinning devil. You shall shave me no more.
They were merry times indeed, but the reign of Charles II was soon to end, and with it ended the most profligate and licentious reign in English history. It is now Friday, the 6th of February, 1685. Charles is dying. He has just received the communion from a priest who had been brought secretly to his bedside.
Good Father Athelstan, you once saved my life after the Battle of Worcester. Now you've come to save myself. It is a great comfort to me to know that I am to die in the Catholic faith.
Be at peace, my son. Thy sins are forgiven thee.
Thank you, good Father.
The Queen has sent to say she is too prostrated to attend you. She begs you will pardon her.
Alas, poor woman. She to beg my pardon. I beg hers with all my heart. Take back that answer to her, Father.
Is there anything else I can do for you, my son?
Yes. Yes, Father. With my last breath, I beg you not to let poor Nellie starve. Cavalcade of Kings. James the Second.
The Cavalcade of Kings rides on, and Charles II, the merry monarch, joins his spirit companions and rides with them, leaving his brother James II to succeed him on the throne. James was the second surviving son of Charles I and was born on the 15th of October, 1633. A short time before his father's execution, he escaped to Holland. Then he went to France. After the restoration of the Stuarts, James returned to England, was recognized as the Duke of York, and made Lord High Admiral of England. In November 1659, he married Anne Hyde, daughter of the Earl of Clarendon. After her death, in 1671, he made a public avowal of his conversion to the Catholic faith. In 1673, the English Parliament passed the Test Act, requiring all civil and military officers to receive the sacrament according to the rites of the Church of England. James refused and was obliged to resign the office of Lord High Admiral. Later, he married Mary, daughter of the Duke of Modena. After the Popish plot, James had to retire to the continent, and during his absence an unsuccessful attempt was made to exclude him from the throne. At the death of Charles II in 1685, James became King of England. At the moment, we find him in conversation with Sancroft, Archbishop of Canterbury, who is remonstrating with the king.
I say you're being false to the promises you made to the people and to Parliament, my son, by forming this secret council with Father Peter.
Take heed, meddlesome priest. I will brook no interference from you or Parliament or the people in the matter of my religion. Remember, I am the king and my word is law.
You have been made king by the loyalty of the people, my son.
And as long as they allow me to worship God in my own fashion, I will uphold all the rights of the English Church and the people. This I swore to do on my accession to the throne.
Full well I know it, my son, that you have broken your solemn vows. Immediately after your accession, you proceeded to levy, on your own warrant, the customs and excise duties which had been granted to your brother Charles only for his lifetime. Furthermore, it would seem that the one object of your reign is not to uphold the English Church, but to re-establish the Catholic religion in England, and this you are doggedly pursuing with stupid obstinacy.
You pompous old fool! Dost dare to cross your crozier with the sword of your king? I'd rot you of a mind to throw you into the tower for your temerity.
Your threats do not cause me a moment's fear, my son.
Perhaps not, but the sizzling of a pair of red-hot pincers as they meet upon thy wagging tongue might cause you to reflect upon the wisdom of a closed mouth.
You would need many pincers, my son, for there are many such tongues as mine. The laws of England are set down by Parliament, and no man, even though he be King James, can set them aside of himself.
Then 'tis high time the king made the laws.
Many far greater and stronger kings than you, my son, have pitted themselves against the bulwarks of the people and smashed their kingly skulls in the attempt.
I have many loyal supporters. The Tories are with me to a man.
And the Whigs have risen to a man under the Duke of Monmouth and have gathered a mighty army together to fight for their rights. They landed at Lyme in Dorsetshire but a day past.
You lie, else I would have heard tidings of such a revolt. Ha ha, Monmouth indeed. Monmouth, the base-born son of my brother. The carrion would not dare pit himself against King James of England.
Continue as the ostrich, my son. Bury thy obstinate fool's head deep in the sand. Continue to blind thyself to facts, and live on in thy self-created world of idle fancy. But be prepared to pay the bitter penalty of having your gorgeous plumage plucked from your stupid carcass by stronger and wiser birds.
Sire, I crave speech with thee.
By the saints, am I to know no peace?
There is no peace in England this day, sire.
What meanest thou?
My Lord Duke of Monmouth has landed at Lyme in Dorsetshire with an army, and has raised a revolt in the southwest of England. 'Tis said the people are flocking to his banner. He is marching to Bristol.
Oh, cursed swine of a base-born traitor! Marshal my troops! Marshal my troops, do you hear me?
Your Majesty forgets that I am but his courier, not his general.
Do my bidding, you dog. Don't bandy words with your king. Marshal my troops now at once, do you hear? Or rot you.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Sancroft, this is some of your doing. But you'll pay for this day's work. By the saints, you'll pay for it.
Thou art weak, my son, and like all weaklings, you seek to lay the blame of your own iniquities on the shoulders of another.
I am not to blame for this cursed revolution.
You and no other is responsible. You sent a mission to Rome. You hear mass ostentatiously in public with regal splendor. You have become, like your brother, the pensioned slave of the King of France, making the interests of your kingdom subservient to the ambitious designs of that monarch. You have struck blow after blow at the liberties of your people, and at last they have risen against you.
They were dice at war and revolutions. They are but toy soldiers. Nothing will come of it.
My son, a river of blood may yet flow throughout the land. Have a care lest you are not drowned in it.
Monmouth and his followers encountered the royal soldiers at Sedge Moor near Bridgewater, and in the last pitched battle to be fought on English soil, Monmouth was defeated, captured, and beheaded. After the Revolution, a terrible vengeance was wrought upon his followers. Jeffreys, the cruelest and most infamous of the judges, presided over what will always be known as the Bloody Assize. It began at Winchester, where a poor old lady, Mrs. Alicia Lyle, was charged with having given shelter in her home to 2 fugitives from Sedge Moor. 3 times the jury failed to find her guilty, and at the moment we find Jeffreys bullying them into giving a false verdict.
Not guilty? Not guilty? You dare to look me in the eyes and declare this Jezebel, this wanton traitress, not guilty? This woman is proven to have sheltered the king's enemies. She is the wife of one of the judges who signed the death warrant of our king's father, Charles I. She's black with sin, yet you will not declare her guilty. 'Twould seem, gentlemen, that ye dare not do so, lest she in turn denounce ye all as traitors to the king. So I shall save ye the trouble and denounce ye myself, and as such ye shall suffer the same fate as all who have plotted against the peace and safety of our sovereign. Guards, arrest the jury and arraign them by the side of this woman, so that they may share her punishment, as they have beyond doubt shared her infamous treacheries.
We declare the prisoner guilty, my lord.
Oh, you declare her guilty, eh? So I've wrung a just and proper verdict from you at last, gentlemen. I knew that when you gave the matter due and careful consideration, the scales would drop from your eyes, revealing the path of duty shining clearly before you. We must all do our duty, gentlemen, no matter how much it costs us. And if I had been one of you and this woman had been my own mother, I would have found her guilty. I sentence this traitress to be burned alive this afternoon. Take her away. Next case.
Matthew Coates. The Father Court, my lord, charged with seditious utterances.
My lord!
Now do you plead, Matthew Coates?
Not guilty, my lord. I swear before God I'm not guilty. Don't kill me, my lord. Don't in mercy's name kill me. I'm an innocent man. I swear it.
The innocent do not shiver with dread. Guilt is writ clear upon thy traitor's face. Guards, have him taken outside the court and hanged. Then cut him down and steep his carcass in the cauldron of boiling pitch. Then hang him on a pole by the roadside as a warning to others who dare pit themselves against the king.
Jeffreys executed in all 300 victims, besides whipping, imprisoning, transporting and selling as slaves a great many others. For this he was rewarded by James and made Lord Chancellor of England. This act, together with the suspension of the Test Act by the king and his persecution of the 7 bishops, roused the indignation of the people to fever heat, and his expulsion from the throne became necessary. James fled from England, and the throne was declared vacant. It was then decided to invite William, Prince of Orange, and husband of Mary, daughter of James II, to rule England. At the moment, we find William and Mary in Holland, discussing the matter with 7 of England's most influential politicians.
Gentlemen, although I have a nearer title to the English throne than Prince William, my husband, I cannot accept the high honor you would confer upon me unless my husband and I rule as joint sovereigns. At the moment, the land of my birth needs a strong man's hand to guide her out of the chaos and confusion for which, alas, my father, James II, is alone responsible. The hand of Prince William is both strong and just, even as his heart is loving and merciful. These are not the words of an adoring wife who sees all the virtues and none of the faults in her beloved husband. They are the words of an English woman whose heart bleeds for her suffering countrymen and who would give her life to restore peace and prosperity to the kingdom which her father, in his intolerable obstinacy, has done so much to ruin.
There is wisdom in your words, madam, and I, for one, am ready to agree to your conditions, knowing as I do the bravery and trustworthiness of your good husband, Prince William of Orange. What say ye, gentlemen? Then 'tis agreed, gentlemen, that Prince William of Orange and Princess Mary, his wife, shall be elected King and Queen of England by Act of Parliament.
Oh, we thank you, gentlemen. My beloved wife and I will devote our lives to England and her people, and try with the guidance of the Almighty God to justify your faith and trust in us.
Cavalcade of Kings. William and Mary. The Cavalcade of Kings rides on. James II draws rein and stands watching with silent resentment the approach of 2 of England's greatest monarchs, William III and Mary, who was the daughter of James II and Mary of Modena, whilst William III was the son of William II of Orange, his mother being Mary, daughter of Charles I. Charles II had sold England to France, and James II had betrayed her to Rome, and the people had at last reached the limit of their endurance. Pressure was brought to bear, and Parliament sent its commissioners to Holland to invite William and Mary to become the joint sovereigns of England. The offer was accepted, and after a stormy voyage, William landed at Tor Bay with an army composed of 15,000 Dutch and English troops on November the 5th, 1688. News of the prince's landing was brought to King James II at Whitehall on the 16th of November. In a furious rage, he summoned Lord Churchill, the commander-in-chief of the English army.
How came the yellow dog of a Dutchman to land an army on British soil unmolested? Answer me, Churchill, or by heaven I'll have your head.
Sire, I do not fear for my head, for the power and authority to strike it from my neck is no longer in your hands.
Insolent dog! Hast forgotten I am James Stuart, King of England?
James Stuart, yes, but a king no longer.
This is treason!
Nay, it is the truth. Parliament and the people have reached the limit of their endurance. You have driven them too hard and too far. At last they have thrown off the yoke of bondage.
Ah, 7 hours sleep will make them change their mind.
In 7 hours, Prince William and Princess Mary will be at the gates of London.
What has the Dutchman and that white-faced baggage Mary to do with the matter?
The Prince and Princess have been invited by Parliament to rule England as joint sovereigns.
I'll never do that whilst I live. I'll fight William and his cursed Dutch guards to the bitter end. And when I've vanquished him, I'll cut his heart from his body and nail it high up on the tower as a warning to others. Get ye gone, Churchill. Marshal your troops and concentrate on Salisbury. I'll teach this yellow dog a lesson he'll never forget.
Sire, a wise general always knows when he is beaten. The troops are with William to a man. The nobles are flocking to his banner. Even yesterday, Prince George, the husband of Anne, your daughter, joined William's forces. And I...
Yes, and you, Churchill?
I shall give my loyalty and support to the man whom I know will lift England and her people from the deep pit of despair into which your obstinacy, cruelty, and selfishness has cast her.
Then I stand deserted by all.
You have yourself to blame. There is one last service I will perform for you, sire.
How very generous of you, my Lord Churchill.
You can please yourself whether you accept my offer or not, sire. It is a matter of indifference to me.
And what is this service, my lord?
Safe conduct for yourself, your wife, and family from England to the continent.
I will not flee from an imaginary danger.
The danger is very real, sire. When William and Mary arrive at the gates of the city, there is no knowing what the people will do to James Stuart, a man who is responsible for all their suffering.
You really mean my life is in danger?
Look ye down into the street, sire. That crowd. Think ye they are lovingly disposed towards ye? In truth, I fear if ye were to show yourself at the gates of the palace, they'd tear ye limb from limb. Best take advantage of my offer, sire. 'Tis your only hope of safety.
I will. But one of these days I'll return and take back that which is rightfully mine.
James escaped with his family to France and became the honored guest of King Louis XIV. Soon after, William and Mary were crowned joint monarchs of England. The adherents of James held out for some time in Scotland and Ireland, but the fall of Dundee at Killiecrankie ended the activities in Scotland, and the fall of Londonderry and Limerick and the battles of the Boyne and Aghrim ended the trouble in Ireland. At the moment we find William and Mary discussing affairs of state with Bishop Burnet.
My Lord Bishop, I grow very weary of the debates and quarrels which rage between the Whigs and the Tories. The King has rapidly restored order. He is a hard-working man. He has chosen his ministers freely, as he hates the notion of being king of one particular party, and therefore has tried to divide office between the chief Whigs and Tories. But his efforts in the cause of peace and good government are being frustrated by his ministers, who insist upon quarreling fiercely with each other.
There are many others who support His Majesty. Aye, there are hundreds of men who would willingly die for him.
Yes, my Lord Bishop. But at any moment they will swing round like the weathercock. And those who cry, all Hosanna today, tomorrow will perhaps cry, crucify him. I came to England with a heart that was full of compassion for her long-suffering people. I swore a solemn oath to restore to them the peace they crave by giving them good laws and sane government. But the very men whom I have chosen to help me
and whom I have counted upon to support me in this difficult task, are cutting away the foundations of the great structure of national security I am trying to erect with the axes of their own spiteful spleen and selfish personal issues.
My son, I have tried to reason with these disturbers of the peace, but to no avail. The Whigs support William and Mary, but the Tories wish to restore James with the regency. Others declare that Queen Mary alone is the rightful heir to the throne, and that her husband is an interloper.
Stop, my Lord Bishop. Such words are an insult and a humiliation to my husband, who has done so much for this ungrateful country. And I bid you publicly declare in my name that the cruelest injury that could be done me is to set me up as a competitor of my husband, and no person who takes such a course shall I regard as my true friend.
You are very wise, my daughter. With your permission, sire, I will retire and put the Queen's commands into execution at once.
Perhaps it is as well, my Lord Bishop, for whilst this bickering continues, the object for which we strive will be frustrated.
I will attend to the matter immediately, sire. Very well, your majesties. God keep you.
At last we are alone. Oh, William, my dear, why are they so ungrateful? Why do they so willfully misunderstand and mistrust your goodness?
Hush, beloved. All will be well. I have yet to break down the barriers of prejudice which stand between the English and the Dutch. When I have accomplished this, when I have proven myself a loyal and faithful servant of the people, then will I reap my reward in the love and trust which I know their generous hearts will shower upon me. And when I have won their affection, I shall be able to carry out my great ambition.
And what is your great ambition, beloved?
To form a coalition between Holland, England, and Spain against our common enemy, France. No, my sweet, let us forget affairs of state for a while. There are domestic problems which call for immediate adjustment.
You refer to my sister, Anne.
Yes. Mary, what is the cause of your quarrel with her?
Oh, William, she is completely dominated by Lady Marlborough and her husband, the Duke. They think for her, speak for her, plan for her, and Anne's household is ruled entirely by this scheming woman. Ever since we returned from Hampton Court, Anne has avoided being alone with me.
Oh, beloved, don't you think you are both a pair of foolish girls? Come now, dear, be generous with your sister. These family quarrels are detestable.
William, I hate to tell you this, but I'm forced to do so. Anne has been secretly making attempts to get a revenue settled upon herself.
Your sister is the direct heiress to the throne if we should die childless, and as such is justly entitled to a revenue. How much does she ask?
£50,000, as well as a settlement of all her debts.
I will commission Lord Shrewsbury to attend to the matter at once.
But, William, this is all Sarah Marlborough's doing. She's forcing Anne to claim this money in order to get her share of it.
No, Mary, it matters not to me if Anne throws it into the Thames upon receipt of it. Her claim is just. She is the heiress apparent to the throne and must be maintained in a manner as befits her rank.
William,
Oh, not another word, Mary. I have decided to grant the money to your sister.
Must I remind you, William, that we are joint monarchs?
No, Mary, nor is there any need for me to remind you that Parliament has decreed that while we both live, I alone shall govern the country.
Queen Mary died of smallpox in 1694, leaving behind her, as her memorial, the Greenwich Hospital, a refuge for sailors disabled in the service of their country. It is now 1702, and we find William riding with a party of friends at Hampton Court. They are discussing the insolent actions of King Louis of France.
Louis will have to be taught another lesson, it seems, Albemarle.
He has long been the enemy of our peace, sire. All these years he has sheltered James Stuart. I not only sheltered him, but aided and abetted him in his nefarious schemes to regain the English throne. The invasion which failed, the plot to assassinate your majesty which also failed, no doubt are his work.
And now that James is dead, Louis has the audacity to proclaim James' son, of whose parentage there is grave doubts, King of England.
Such insufferable insolence is not to be borne, sir.
Oh, have no fear, good Albemarle. This time we'll fight to a finish,
For I mean to secure the Protestant succession, which will be the safeguard of the liberties of the English people, even as I welded the alliance that stemmed the overwhelming preponderance of France. And I thank God that at last I have roused England to a sense of her place amongst the nations of the world.
Once England was the paid hireling of France.
Now she holds the balance of power in Europe, eh? We have established religious toleration and the freedom of the press. And we have also established public credit on a sound basis and... Quiet, sir! Quiet, laddie, quiet, sir. Oh,
wretched animal, plunging and rearing. If he stumbles on one of those cursed molehills, he'll unseat you, sire. Quickly, the king has fallen.
Sir, are you hurt?
Oh, my wretched collarbone is broken, I think. Oh, attend me, good friends, to the palace. And ponder well upon the puniness of kings, for it has taken but a miserable molehill to lay William of England low.
Cavalcade of Kings. Queen Anne. The Cavalcade of Kings rides on. Anne, Queen of Great Britain and Ireland, approaches. She was born at St. James's Palace on the 6th of February, 1665, and was the second daughter of James II and his first wife, Anne Hyde. In 1683, Anne married the handsome young Prince George of Denmark, and soon after appointed Sarah Churchill, wife of John Churchill, afterwards the famous Duke of Marlborough, as one of her ladies-in-waiting. It is March 1702. King William is dying in his palace at Kensington. Anne sits in her green room at St. James with her husband, Prince George, awaiting news of her royal brother-in-law.
If only there was some way in which we could help him. But we can do nothing but sit here and await the end. Poor William.
A brave king, a fractious horse, and destiny in the shape of a molehill. It is too bad. William deserved a grander fate than that, Anne.
Yes. I can see him at the head of his army, leading his troops to battle, dying as he turns defeat into victory.
Instead of it, he is dying of the ague and a lacerated lung, which was caused by a broken collarbone.
He tried so hard to promote a more kindly relationship between Mary and me, but failed. Mary's only reason being that she loathed and detested my dear friend, Sarah Churchill.
You were not to blame for the unhappy state of affairs which existed between your sister and yourself. Mary was ever unduly harsh and bitter towards you, Anne.
Hush, dear. Mary is dead. I bear her no malice.
Are you cold, dear?
No, George. I don't know what made me shudder. Unless...
William.
I wonder.
Anne, have you thought of the colossal task that lies before you, and of the responsibilities which will fall upon your shoulders when William passes and you become queen of this great and glorious kingdom?
Yes, George. And whilst I know my path will be beset with many thorns, I have faith in God, to whom I pray nightly for guidance, to give me courage and strength of purpose to do my duty, loyally and faithfully to England and her people. At the moment, all is chaotic. No orders are obeyed, no faults punished, because of the ill intelligence amongst those in authority and the dissensions in the council. I mean to put our house in order, George, and you are going to help me do it.
I help you, Anne? Any authority I might once have possessed has been stripped from me by the humiliations I have suffered at William's hands.
I do not think he really meant to be unkind, George.
Anne, I have not forgotten, if you have, the time I took part at my own expense in the king's expedition to Ireland. I fought for him and served him loyally, but he ignored my presence during the campaign and even refused me a seat in the royal coach. Later, when William was on the point of leaving for the war in Flanders, I begged in vain to serve at sea as a volunteer, without any command. He merely laughed in my face, and took a far less able man. These are not the only occasions when William has humiliated me to the dust. And if I had not loved you so well, Anne, I could not have borne my suffering.
Does my love mean so much to you, my dear?
More than you'll ever know, beloved.
News at last. Enter. My Lord Bishop.
I bring sad tidings, my daughter.
The king
has passed away.
Poor William. God rest his soul.
My daughter, you are prepared to assume the high estate which is rightfully yours?
I am prepared, my Lord Bishop.
It is well. Our late king's ministers will arrive at any moment to confer with you, my daughter.
Enter.
Your privy councillors have arrived, madam.
Admit my lords immediately.
Yes, madam. Enter, my lord.
My lords, I am extremely sensible of the general misfortune of this kingdom, in the unspeakable loss of the king, and of the weight and burden which has fallen upon my shoulders. The great concern I have for the preservation of our religion and the laws and liberties of my country are very dear to me. And you may depend upon it that no pains or diligence shall be wanting on my part to preserve and support them, to maintain the succession in the Protestant line and the government in church and state as it is by law established.
Madam, England is fortunate in possessing such a worthy successor to our late beloved sovereign. What say ye, my lords?
I thank you, my Lord Mulgrave, and my lords. I think it is proper, upon this occasion of my first speech to you, to declare my own opinion of the importance of carrying on the preparations we are making to oppose the great power, France. And I shall lose no time in giving our allies all assurances that nothing shall be wanting on my part to pursue the true interest of England, together with theirs for the support of the common cause. My lords, I know my heart to be entirely English, and I can sincerely assure you that there is not one thing you can expect or desire of me which I shall not be ready to do for the happiness and prosperity of England.
On St. George's Day, April the 23rd, 1702, Anne was crowned Queen of England. Shortly after, she made her husband Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Lord High Admiral of the Fleet. She created Lord Mulgrave, who had once been a suitor for her hand, Duke of Buckingham and Lord Privy Seal, and Marlborough was reappointed Ambassador Extraordinary to The Hague and the chief in command of the army on the continent, which was to make war against France. It is 1704, and Queen Anne is anxiously awaiting news of Marlborough's activities in the Netherlands. Colonel Park arrives, worn and mud-spattered after his 7 days' ride across Europe.
Colonel Park, I insist that you drink a glass of wine before you speak. You are well nigh exhausted. I shall pour it for you myself. Here, drink it. 'Twill revive you.
Thank you, Your Majesty. The wine is almost as good as the glorious tidings I bring from Marlborough.
We have been victorious.
It is the greatest victory since Agincourt, Your Majesty. The British troops are safe, and England exalted beyond our wildest dreams.
And France?
The Battle of Blenheim has humbled France and completely crushed her power over Europe.
Tell me every detail, so that I can appreciate to the full the bravery of my troops and their general, my Lord Duke of Marlborough.
The French army was in Bavaria. Marlborough suddenly marched up the Rhine and across the wooded hills of the Black Forest. He found the French army at Blenheim on the Danube and utterly defeated it. It was the first time a French army has been defeated during the reign of Louis.
My heart thrills with pride, my good Colonel Park. God bless you for your diligence in hastening home with such glorious tidings. I now take pleasure in offering you the customary reward of £500, which is always given to the bearer of good news.
Gracious lady,
£500 means a lot to a poor soldier. But there is something I would treasure far more than 500 times £500.
And what is that, Colonel Park?
The gift of your Majesty's portrait.
Sir, such a poor thing is a most inadequate reward for the faithful service you have performed.
It is something that money cannot buy, ma'am, and only you can bestow.
Then I shall give you this miniature, which was painted by Nella. Take it with my heartfelt thanks and my blessing.
God bless you, ma'am. It is a singular honor to be privileged to serve such a gracious lady as Queen Anne of England.
In 1708, Prince George died, a blow from which Anne never really recovered. Burdened during the whole of her reign by foreign wars, she never wavered, and once in 1703, when Godolphin failed her and Marlborough threatened to resign, the Queen alone stood firm for the ardent prosecution of the war until the time arrived when all political reasons for continuing it were ended. It is August the 1st, 1714. Queen Anne is dying. Her ministers are with her, amongst them being the Duke of Shrewsbury.
My lord, I have been most fortunate in being surrounded and supported during my reign by many brave men. Marlborough, Rooke, Buckingham, Bolingbroke, Harley. Men whose names will be written in letters of gold on the pages of England's history. How very grateful I am to them all for their loyal and faithful service to me, their queen.
We have counted it an honor to have served your Majesty.
Ah, Shrewsbury, that has not always been the case. Many times have the Whigs hectored me and tried to frighten me into a compliance with their wishes. They thought, because I was a woman, I would be pliable and weak, but they were mistaken.
No man could have ruled England more wisely than Queen Anne has done.
That is a great compliment, my Lord Duke. And now, tell me, what is this talk of a Jacobite restoration I hear?
A move is on foot to place James Fitzjames on the English throne.
Then I shall frustrate the intrigues of these disturbers of our peace, placing the white staff of the Treasurer's office in your hands, my Lord Duke. See to it that you serve my heir, George, Elector of Hanover, with the same zeal and diligence as you have served Anne Stuart. And now, good Shrewsbury, there are some personal bequests I would make. Sir Christopher Wren, John Evelyn, Doc, and Isaac Newton. Here is the list. I know I can rely upon you to perform this last service for me.
It shall be my most sacred trust, your Majesty. Cavalcade of Kings. George the First. The Cavalcade of Kings rides on. Queen Anne has passed, and George the First, the founder of the Guelph dynasty, approaches. He was the son of Ernest Augustus, Elector of Hanover, and Sophia, granddaughter of James the First of England. He was born in Hanover on May the 28th, 1660. Lord Clarendon was sent a special envoy to Hanover to acquaint George that he had been proclaimed King of Great Britain and Ireland. It is August 1714. And at the moment we find George in the orangery at Herrenhausen, a few miles from Hanover,
awaiting the arrival of the envoy from England. His son George is with him, and, as usual, they are quarreling fiercely.
I forbid you to mention that woman's name in my presence.
She was my mother.
Sophia Dorothea was a wanton, whom I married and raised to the highest state of princess. She rewarded me by trailing her honored name in the mire of the gutter through her licentious conduct with Philip von Königsmarck.
I do not blame her for seeking the sympathy, love, and understanding which, by all accounts, were denied her in your household. It is only since I've grown to manhood that I realize just what she suffered at the hands of your mother and yourself.
What do you mean?
Just this, that you married my mother when she was a beautiful girl of 16. She was half French and passionately craved the affection which you denied her. She was miles away from her own people, and you left her for months at a time, shut up in that grim old castle, guarded, spied upon, and subjected to all manner of humiliations by the harsh, bitter old woman who was your mother.
And in spite of everything, she found ways and means of carrying on an intrigue with the dashing von Königsmarck.
Your own slate is not so clean, Father. I have just learned of your many peccadillos at home and abroad. In Venice, for example, you seem to have sipped the honey from many flowers.
Ah, I am a man with a man's privileges.
When I think of how you divorced my mother and afterwards imprisoned her in that desolate castle of Alden.
She deserved the punishment for her frailty.
And whilst punishing in her, you live openly with your mistresses. Good gods, the savages have a higher moral code than that. By the way, von Königsmarck disappeared very suddenly, didn't he? 'Tis rumored that he conveniently died in some mysterious manner soon after his affair with my mother was discovered.
Are you suggesting that I murdered him?
I wonder.
If I had my sword, I'd run you through.
You've always hated me.
Oh. My Lord of Clarendon, the special envoy from England, has arrived.
I shall be pleased to receive my Lord of Clarendon immediately.
Yes, Your Highness.
I will leave you to your discussion, Father.
I pray you will remain, young sir. For that which I will discuss with your noble father also concerns yourself.
As you will, my lord.
With your gracious permission, may I deliver this document into your hands?
What is this, my lord?
It is a formal notice from the British Parliament, Highness, stating that, in virtue of an act passed by legislature, you now occupy the illustrious position of King of Great Britain and Ireland. Long live the King.
What? Why, it is a singular honor, my lord, to be conferred upon an obscure German prince. But tell me, what of James Stuart, the son of James II? Is he not the rightful heir to the English throne?
Sire, the Protestant succession must be kept inviolate. James Stuart is a Catholic. His religion is the barrier which stands between him and the crown of England. Immediately after our late beloved sovereign Queen Anne died, you were proclaimed king, and your son Prince of Wales.
My lord, I deeply appreciate the honor, and I pray that at all time I shall faithfully remember the glorious motto of my predecessors, Ich dien. And now, if you will excuse me, I will retire. My heart is very full, and we Germans cannot always hide our emotions.
'Tis well, young prince, that you cannot. For a man with iron around his heart cannot appreciate nor understand the sufferings of his neighbor.
I think I like the English point of view far, far better than the German.
And what is the German point of view, young sir?
Metal to metal.
I understand. Would my sincere and honest friendship help?
Friendship, love, understanding would mean more to me than you'll ever know, my lord.
My hand, young sir.
My eternal gratitude, my lord.
Ah, this is all very touching. But I'm afraid I don't understand what it is all about.
You wouldn't, Father. Pray excuse me.
Thank heaven he's gone.
Oh, sire, I think the young prince and I are going to become very dear friends.
Oh?
Yes. My sympathy always goes out to young things who have been bruised on the wheel of fortune, and I fear me the young prince has been bitterly hurt, more than either of us fully realize.
I dismiss him from your thoughts, my lord, and let us celebrate the great honor that has befallen me.
Where and how you please, sire. I am yours to command.
Then I shall order my carriage. We shall drive to our fantasy, the villa of Baroness von Tomaszek. Ah, such a delightful creature, the Baroness. So charming, so generous.
We pay the lady a farewell visit, I presume, sir?
Oh, perhaps, my lord. It just depends upon the beauty of the roses which bloom in the English gardens, eh?
George I arrived at Greenwich on the 29th of September and was crowned at Westminster on the 31st of October, 1714. The king's personal part in the history of the reign was but slight, the actual ruler being Sir Robert Walpole. Walpole represented His Majesty and assumed the office and title of the first Prime Minister of England. George detested the Tories and Jacobites who clung to the banished House of Stuart. At the moment we find George I conversing with the Duchess of Kendal, his acknowledged mistress, who had a great influence in English politics, but who was cordially hated because of her greed for wealth and power.
Sire, it was a most terrifying experience. I shall never forget it while I live.
Oh, tell me, my Liebe, exactly what happened this morning.
I was driving in my carriage through the streets. A crowd of people saw me and mobbed my carriage. They hooted and shouted at me.
Ah, what did you do, my Liebe?
I say to them, why you abuse us? We only come here for your goods.
And their reply?
They say, I curse you for our goods and our chattels also. Oh, sire, I was so distressed. It makes me so unhappy.
Ah, I will speak with my minister, Sir Robert Walpole, and see if he cannot control this filthy rabble. And now, let me dry your tears. Such beautiful eyes were not meant for tears, but laughter and love. Ah, mein Lieber, you are the most delightful of any woman I have ever known. Now, kiss me.
You love me, George.
I adore you.
Promise me you will never grow tired of me and send me away from you as you have banished so many others.
I shall never part with you, mein Lieber. No other woman shall ever come between us. Ah, Emma, why do you intrude yourself upon us?
I humbly crave your Majesty's pardon, but the guests you have been expecting have arrived. Lady Montrose, Lady Percival, and Lady Blackmore.
Oh, this is delightful tidings. Admit my charming guests immediately.
Yes, Your Majesty.
George.
Well, what is it? What is it?
Rumor has not lied then. Oh, how could you humiliate me by bringing those women here?
Ah, if you are wise, you will see all, hear all, and keep a still tongue in your head. Otherwise, dear ladies, I am charmed to receive such a fragrant bouquet of exquisite English roses, and I take pleasure in bestowing a kiss upon the lips of the most beautiful rose amongst you. It is you, my Lady Montrose. No, it is you, my Lady Percival. Better, I'm mistaken. What is you, my Lady Blackmore? How charming, how delightful. Caresses such as these are like 3 goblets of priceless golden wine that steals the senses and warms the heart, the very susceptible heart
of George of England. The Cavalcade of Kings. George II. The Cavalcade of Kings rides on. George the First, founder of the Guelph dynasty, is past, and his son George II, who succeeded him as Elector of Hanover and King of Great Britain and Ireland, approaches. George II was born in Hanover on the 30th of October 1683. In 1705, he married Caroline of Ansbach, a woman of many attainments and a great force of character. In 1743, George showed great courage at the Battle of Dettingen, the last occasion on which an English sovereign took part in actual warfare. In 1745, the French won a hard-fought battle at Fontenoy in the Netherlands. This war revived the hopes of the Jacobites. France once more favored the cause of the old pretender's son, Charles Edward, bonny Prince Charlie, and he landed with a few companions in the Western Highlands, where we now find him calling upon the clans to help him regain the English throne for the Stuarts.
Men of Scotland, with courage and perseverance, will conquer all before us. The clans are all well represented here today, because loyal Scottish hearts beat strong and true beneath their respective tartans. Fierce, proud, courageous hearts, through which flows the unsullied blood of the invincible Highlanders who were their forefathers. Hearts which will not accept as king the German usurper from across the water. My father, James Stuart, was deprived of his throne because he stood firm for his religion, claiming the right of every man to worship God in his own fashion. His sufferings and many disappointments have sapped his life's blood and left him but the husk of a man. But I'm young, I'm strong, and I want vengeance for the injustices and humiliations that have been showered upon the royal house of Stuart. And I, the last of our line, am ready to fight and willing to die for the honour of my house. Will ye follow Charles, who is your rightful king, or are you content to remain the vassals of George of Hanover? Then, gird on your broadswords, give voice to our ancient Gaelic battle cries, and to the droning of the pipes, let us march on, never turning back until we've fought our way to freedom.
George II and his wife Caroline were seated at dinner at Whitehall when news of the revolt was brought to them by the Prime Minister, Henry Pelham.
Oh, Caroline, my sweet, not another word, I pray you.
But, my dearest, it is perfectly true what I've been telling you. The gander, such a huge gander, George, was chasing poor old Martha round and round the kitchen garden.
Oh, tell me, what did Martha do?
Well, you know how fat she is. She could do very little, except pick up her skirts and waddle as fast as she was able into the kitchen. Even then the Gandans pursued her. Oh, George, a good laugh is like a tonic. But I'm sure our statesmen and ministers would be shocked if they could hear us.
Oh, well, even a king must laugh sometimes, Caroline.
Sometimes. I wish I were a simple peasant woman, nursing my babies, churning my butter, tending my ducks and fowls, and most beautiful of all, awaiting the return of my dearest to his supper after his long day's work in the field.
Oh, and why would you prefer the simple life of a peasant to that of first lady in the land, my sweet?
If I were a peasant woman, I could have you all to myself. I wouldn't have to share you with England, your ministers, your courtiers, and your people. Oh, I know I'm being selfish, George, but I can't help it. You see, there is only one man in the world whom I love, and that man is you, the dearest and best husband that any woman ever had.
Oh, but Caroline, I fear me you'd lose your ardor for me if I were forever tied to your apron string.
We've been married 40 years, George, and I still feel a nasty little ache in my heart every time we are separated from each other. Yes, even though it's only for a day.
Oh, you dear sentimentalist.
Yes, I suppose I am, and it's very stupid of me at my age. But I'll never change.
I hope you never will. You know, dear, all my life I have been misjudged, unloved, unwanted, even hated by my own father. Then you came into my life and gave me the tender sympathy and love for which I had craved so long.
Have I meant so much to you, George?
I refuse to answer that question, my sweet. You're just angling for compliments, and I will not add to your conceit.
Oh, George, I'm not conceited. I was only curious.
I'll tell you this, though. Your old husband adores the very ground you walk on with those absurdly tiny feet of yours.
You used to be very proud of my feet when I was a young girl.
Oh, I still am. They're the daintiest little twinkling things I've ever seen on a woman.
I really must kiss you for that nice compliment.
Oh, not before the footman, dear. See, he's just entered the room.
Mr. Pelham has arrived, sire. He begs that you will receive him at once. He says the matter is very urgent.
I will see Mr. Pelham. Conduct him here.
Yes, Your Majesty.
It is most unusual for Mr. Pelham to disturb us at this hour. I wonder what has happened.
Well, we shall soon know, my dear. My dear Mr. Pelham.
Good evening, Your Majesty. Forgive this intrusion upon your privacy. I've come on a very urgent mission.
Be seated, sir, and let us discuss the matter over our coffee.
Thank you, sir.
Now, tell us what is causing you the concern, which I see so plainly upon your face.
The Jacobites have risen again, sire, and with Charles, the young pretender at their head, have invaded England. They've passed through Cumberland, Lancashire, Derbyshire, and are rapidly moving south.
Has he many followers?
The Highlanders are loyal to him, and the Catholic malcontents are flocking to his banner as he passes through the various towns.
Then a small force must be sent at once to intercept the young fool and his hot-headed followers.
And if a small force is inadequate to deal with the rebels, sire,
then I shall send an army commanded by my son, the Duke of Cumberland, with orders to stamp out these Jacobites who constantly harass the peace of my kingdom.
The battles of Prestonpans, Falkirk, and finally in 1746 Culloden were fought before an end was put to the last of the Jacobite revolts. Charles escaped to the continent, where he afterwards died. During the war, the brothers Pelham became the two chief ministers. The elder, Thomas Pelham, Duke of Newcastle, was a most incompetent man, but cunning in intrigue and the art of bribery. The younger brother, Henry, who was prime minister, was nearly as good a businessman as Walpole, and whilst he lived, party strife was hushed. He died in 1754, and the style of William Pitt rose on the horizon. He was the greatest statesman of the 18th century. There was also John Wesley, the founder of the Methodist movement. What Pitt did for politics, Wesley did for religion. It is now 1760, and George II is lying on a couch under the trees in the palace gardens. He is very feeble and ill. William Pitt is with him.
Pitt, what a strange country this is. I have never known but 2 or 3 men in it who understood foreign affairs. You are one of those men.
It is my duty to understand foreign affairs, sir.
I wish Newcastle had devoted a little more time to the subject and less time to his absurd intrigues and briberies. If he had, we may have avoided the last war, which dragged on and on for 7 weary years, followed by Admiral Byng's shocking cowardice in the Mediterranean.
Admiral Byng's conduct was dishonorable and discreditable, sire. But the man has paid the supreme penalty for his lapse, and I, for one, say, let his soul rest in peace.
Ah, yes. You are very pure in thought and noble in character, my dear Pitt. But I'm afraid idealism will not help England in a crisis.
Sire, had it not been for idealism, England would not be England. Why do men go to far-off countries to do battle for their motherland? It is not always the lust for slaughter that sends them, nor is it always for mercenary gain. It is something more noble, more glorious than those mundane things. They go forth to fight for an ideal, and I pray to God that it will always be so.
Pitt, as I lie here in the evening of my life, thinking, dreaming, and waiting for the King of Kings to call his servant home, a deathless army of England's great sons pass like a vision before my tired old eyes. I see each man with his particular background, his particular victories and triumphs. Robert Clive and the Battle of Plassey, which gave India to England. Wolfe at Quebec, which gave Canada to England. John Wesley, who through his earnestness raised the whole tone of English religious life. Then I see you, Pitt, standing firm as the Rock of Gibraltar, safeguarding our destinies at home and abroad, like the brilliant young statesman that you are. Yes, Pitt, perhaps you're right. Without the idealism of her sons, England would not be England.
The honor and the glory of our motherland is an ideal worth fighting for, sire.
It is indeed. And I thank God for the blessed idealists who have made the reign of George II of England prosperous and victorious with the glorious luster of their heroic deeds.
Cavalcade of Kings. George III, Part 1. The Cavalcade of Kings rides on. George II has passed, and his grandson George III approaches. He was born at Norfolk House, St. James Square, London, on the 4th of June, 1738, and was the son of Frederick Lewis, Prince of Wales, his mother being Augusta, daughter of the Duke of Saxe-Gotha. It is significant that in an age of luxury and extravagance, George was simple. In an age of unrest, he was steadfast, and in an age of licentiousness, he was full of domestic virtues. Though not a drop of English blood ran in his veins, George III was a typical, intensely patriotic Englishman. His reign was marked by many vicissitudes, and it extended over 60 years. Decisive battles were fought in America, India, and Europe, and many grand conquests achieved. Great statesmen such as Pitt and Fox adorned it, and men such as Nelson and Wellington made their names famous during its course. It is now October the 25th, 1760, and we find young Prince George with a party of friends.
Continuing the subject we were discussing at breakfast, Your Highness, I still affirm that as children, our acting ability was far better than that of some of the professional adult actors we listen to today. Does your Highness remember how we portrayed the characters in Cato? I'll wager 100 crowns that not one of us could remember a single line of our parts if our lives depended upon it.
I'll take you, Lord. Now listen, and I'll recite the prologue to Cato, which was written for me to speak by my Lord Earl of Bute.
Bravo.
To speak with freedom, dignity, and ease, to learn those arts which may hereafter please, rehearse the poet's labours on the stage. Nay, more, a nobler end is still behind. The poet's labours elevate the mind, teach our young hearts with generous fire to burn, and feel the virtuous sentiment we learn. To attain these glorious ends, what play so fit as that where all the powers of human wit combine to dignify great Cato's name, to deck his tomb and consecrate his fame? There you are. You owe me 100 crowns, my Lord North.
'Twas worth much more to hear your Highness speak those dear familiar lines, which we pondered over but could never quite comprehend when we were children.
A messenger from His Majesty the King.
Admit him.
Your Highness. Your Highness.
Yes? What news have you, messenger?
Highness, I am the bearer of grave tidings. Your grandfather the king...
Speak on, man, speak on.
Highness, His Majesty has been seized by an illness which threatens to be fatal.
What? This can't be true. No, it's impossible.
I trust nothing untoward has happened, Highness.
My lords, we must hence post-haste to London. The king has of a sudden been stricken with an illness which his messenger views with extreme gravity.
While on the road, the royal party of horsemen were met by the coach of Mr. Pitt, who had hurriedly left London bringing tidings of the death of George II, and to formally convey the intelligence of the young prince's accession to the throne. George, now King George III, entered the coach of the Secretary of State, and silently they drove to Savile House, where later we find the new king surrounded by his courtiers. At the moment, His Majesty is conversing with the Earl of Bute.
I can well understand Your Majesty's distress of mind. The blow fell with such unexpected suddenness.
Death is the great leveller, my Lord Earl of Bute. It respects neither prince nor pauper, but strikes as fate decrees. I pray to God that I shall be strong enough to carry the burden of responsibility which has so suddenly fallen upon my very immature shoulders. If I have the loyalty and cooperation of my ministers, I should succeed. But I fear me we are living in a society from which the great factor of sincerity has been withdrawn.
Faith is a deplorable times, Your Majesty. Religion and morality are at their lowest ebb. Society is decadent, licentious, abominable. The cause of our moral decay is hard to define. It is like that which preceded the fall of the Roman Empire.
The increase of commerce, population in the towns, unaccompanied by any religious or educational advancement, is partially responsible. The people are half-starved, violence is rife, and although thieves are brutally hanged by the dozens, yet so desperate are the lower classes that they callously brave death in order to rob their more fortunate neighbors of the common necessities of life. There is but one remedy as I view it. We must tear out the present social system root and branch and substitute simplicity for gross extravagance, steadfastness for unrest, religion and education for moral turpitude and ignorance.
I shall deem it an honor to serve Your Majesty to this end.
Thank you, my Lord Earl.
Sire, forgive this intrusion, but your counselors await you.
I am ready, my Lord Duke of Newcastle.
Sire, before we proceed to the council chamber, may I take this opportunity of pledging my loyalty, my sword and my life to the service of my royal master, King George III, and to kiss his blessed hand as I kneel in homage to him.
Thank you, Your Grace. There are great difficulties lying before us, but with loyalty, courage, and perseverance, we shall overcome them and earn the blessings of the people in whose name I rule this glorious kingdom.
I am the king's man, sire.
And I am deeply touched by your expression of loyalty, Your Grace, which I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And now let us attend to immediate needs. Mr. Pitt and my ministers await my presence. I must join them at once.
His Majesty King George III.
I trust Your Majesty will pardon this intrusion into his hour of grief, but the urgency of our business makes it necessary. I quite understand, Mr. Pitt. No apology is needed, I assure you.
Grace of your kingly courage, sire, is as a mantle of gold which sets nobly upon your majesty's youthful shoulders.
Mr. Pitt, spare me your eloquent flattery, I pray you. Let us proceed with our business.
You have but to command, sire. As Secretary of State, I have prepared a paper outlining the speech which will be most proper for your majesty to repeat to the Privy Council.
Your paper will not be necessary, Mr. Pitt. I have previously viewed the subject and have myself already prepared my speech to my Privy Council.
In being overzealous, I had forgotten for the moment your majesty's well-known gift of oratory. I crave pardon for my lapse, sire.
Your glibness savours of insincerity, Mr. Pitt. I like it not. Pray excuse me. Come, my Lord Earl of Bute. Please attend me to the council table. My lords, the loss that I and the nation have sustained by the death of the king, my grandfather, would have been severely felt at any time. But coming at so critical a juncture and so unexpected, it is by many circumstances augmented, and the weight now fallen on me much increased. I feel my own insufficiency to support it as I wish, but animated by the tenderest affection for my native country, and depending on the advice, experience, and ability of your lordships, and the support of every honest man, I enter with cheerfulness into this arduous situation. Born and educated in this country, I glory in the name of Britain, and the peculiar happiness of my life will ever consist in promoting the welfare of a people whose loyalty and warm affection to me I consider the greatest and most permanent security of my throne.
Later we find His Majesty bidding farewell to Hannah Lightfoot, a beautiful young Quakeress with whom, as Prince of Wales, he had been madly in love.
To me, our romance has been a very beautiful thing, sire. I shall always cherish the memory of it as a sweet perfume of the past.
Hannah, you speak so irrevocably. Do you mean that this is to be the end of everything between us?
Yes, sire.
I thought you loved me.
I do love you with all my being, and I shall go on caring till the end. Oh, my dear, can't you see there is no other way but to part? You are the king of a great and mighty nation. In the life of such an exalted personage as you, there is no place for one so lowly as I, except as your mistress.
No, don't utter that odious word, Hannah.
But we must face facts, sire. We could never marry. To do so would rouse the bitterest antagonism of your ministers towards me, a condition which I could not bear with equanimity. There would be turmoil, strife, and discontent. Neither you nor I would know a moment's peace. And love, being the delicate thing it is, would die between us. No, my beloved, to part now, still retaining our mutual respect and regard, is far the better thing to do. Goodbye, my dear one.
Hannah, I can't.
Please don't make it harder for me. I've prayed night and day for courage to meet this moment bravely. Help me not to weaken, please. Oh, please help me, George, to give you back to England.
As you will, my beloved. Goodbye, and God keep you always.
Cavalcade of Kings. George III, Part 2.
Cavalcade of Kings. It is the year 1765 and the 5th year of the reign of George III. He lived a very simple life with his wife, Queen Charlotte, who shared her husband's love of the country and farming. George was honorable and religious, but he wanted more than anything to choose his own ministers. His hatred of the Whigs was shared by the people. George never saw the greatness of Chatham and turned this great statesman and his contemporary, the Duke of Newcastle, out of office as soon as he could. In 1763, he made peace with France, retaining Canada and other concessions for which England had fought so bitterly for 7 years. George's blunders caused much trouble at home, but the worst mistakes he made were in dealing with our American colonies. At the moment, we find the king conversing with his prime minister, George Grenville.
Chatham, that name. I'm tired of hearing it.
He is a very capable man, sire.
Capable, but untrained. I admit, Grenville, he threw himself into the task of making England successful where before she had failed. I don't wish to detract from his achievements, but to attribute to Chatham all that our armies have accomplished in India and Canada is absurd.
The people regard him as the savior of England, sire.
Robert Clive and Hawke, products of Chatham's genius. Wolfe's conduct at Rochefort, where he alone emerged with any credit, was surely not inspired by Chatham, who had blundered so terribly. Is it not a reflection on Amherst's valor and strategy to say that he would not have effected the capture of Louisbourg if Chatham had not been in office? He's an actor, a demagogue. I do not like his high-flown phrases and the theatrical attitudes, nor his preposterous assertion to the Duke of Devonshire, I know that I can save the country, and I know no other man can. Oh, the audacity of the fellow.
Chatham was called to the ministry by the people, sire. They worship him.
Enough of Chatham,
Sire, are you not feeling well?
No, Grenville. For weeks now I've suffered the most agonizing pain in my head. It comes and goes, but never leaves me entirely in peace. Sometimes I think it will drive me mad.
Sire, I beg of you to consult your physician.
That's a duty I have not neglected, Grenville. His medicine has not improved my wretched condition, but his words have prepared me for the worst. Grenville, a terrible shadow hangs over your king. I pray it will not strike me down before my work is done.
I don't understand, Your Majesty.
No matter. Let it pass. We have important business to discuss.
Sire, I beg of you to rest. You work too hard. The strain of the war.
Yes, the war, and its reaction on our American colonists. That is the question I wish to discuss with you.
But, sire, you are a sick man. Please do not drive yourself so hard. Our business can wait.
No. We will attend to it now. It is of the greatest importance to the state. My illness of none but to myself.
As you will, sire.
Now, regarding the war, Grenville. During its 7 years' course, the 13 English colonies in North America helped us to drive the French out of Canada.
They but did their duty to their motherland, sire.
Quite. It has been a very expensive war, Grenville. And I think the colonists should pay something towards it. We could perhaps ask them to make a voluntary contribution.
Sire, to proceed along these lines would be most illogical. If it is left to the colonists to make a contribution, they will not give a tithe of what they should pay.
Well, perhaps you're right. Have you any alternative plan?
Yes, sire. I suggest that Parliament orders the Americans to use stamped paper on which they write legal documents, as is the law in England.
Yes. That might accomplish our object. Put it before the House, Grenville. Of course, my American colonists might refuse to be taxed by the Parliament at London because they send no representative to it.
They are British subjects, sire, and must abide by the laws made by the British Parliament.
Quite true, Grenville. Oh, my head. The hammers of hell are beating a tattoo upon my brain. I can't stand it, Grenville. It's driving me mad. Mad like Margaret Nicholson, who tried to stab me 2 years ago. Grenville, my enemies weren't satisfied with that. Now, They're trying to poison me. Poison me, do you hear?
Oh, sire, I beg of you to calm yourself. No one is trying to poison you.
They are, I tell you. Those cursed apple dumplings they set before me at luncheon were full of poison, but I didn't eat them. No, Grenville. I was too cunning for my would-be assassins. I placed them in my napkin and later buried them near the sundial in the gardens. But they were poisoned, I know it. Apple dumplings. They've often puzzled me, Grenville. How does the apple get inside the dumpling? Answer me, or I'll... Oh, my head. Oh, God, my head.
The king's illness lasted 2 months, in which his reason was affected temporarily. When he had recovered, he once more took up the reins of government, and the next 10 years proved arduous ones for him. At the moment, we find the king walking in the gardens of the palace with Queen Charlotte. The king is very worried over the outrageous conduct of his son, George, Prince of Wales.
Aren't the roses beautiful this year, George?
Very beautiful, Charlotte. Would that decency and morality thrived in the heart of our son as the roses thrive in our gardens. And I fear he is degenerating into the most polished young blackguard in London.
It's the profligate creatures he associates with. Have patience with him, my husband. He's so very young.
Patience? He's just a vain, selfish, pleasure-loving, vicious young rake. He needs a sound thrashing to bring him to his senses.
George, something is underlying all this. What has he done to cause you to speak so harshly?
What has he done? I'll tell you, although it's not a fit subject for your ears. Some time ago, he became entangled with a Mrs. Robinson, an actress who obtained a bond from him for £20,000 and letters which he threatens to make public.
The woman's a vile blackmailer. She should be exposed. My poor boy, how terrible that he should have fallen into such a creature's hands.
Save your pity, Charlotte. He's not worth it.
But what are you going to do? This woman must be punished.
Make the name of the Prince of Wales stink in the nostrils of every decent man in Europe?
But, George, we must buy those letters from her. Do anything to save our boy's reputation. She has her price, I suppose.
Yes. A peerage.
What?
Would you care to receive her at court?
George, even to think of such a thing is an insult to me. Is there no other way of getting the letters?
Yes. Failing the peerage, she says she's willing to surrender the bond and the letters for £5,000 and an annuity of £400.
You'll agree to her terms, George. You must, for our boy's sake.
I have every intention of doing so, Charlotte, my dear.
God bless you, George. I don't think you'll regret your action. Perhaps our son will profit by this lesson and alter his unconventional mode of living.
I hope so. If he doesn't, the court of England will become a cesspool of vice when George IV mounts the throne.
In 1788, the colonization of Australia began. 1789 saw the outbreak of the French Revolution. Later, England declared war against the French. In 1796, the star of Napoleon rose in the firmament, and in 1798, Nelson won the Battle of the Nile. Some time later, he returned to England accompanied by Sir William and Lady Hamilton. His reception was a mixed one, for many censored his unconventional association with the beautiful Emma Hamilton. At the moment, we find him at the palace, where he is received with frigid politeness by the King and the Queen.
My lord, you acquitted yourself nobly at Cavalcade. The sinking of the French fleet was a magnificent achievement, one of great naval importance to England in this regrettable war.
I, too, would like to add my congratulations and thanks to those of the King. You are a very brave man, Lord Nelson. Your wife must be very proud of you.
I thank your majesties for your kindness, but I have only done my duty. As for Lady Nelson, yes, She is very proud of the fact that her husband has been raised to the peerage, but for no other reason.
My lord, sarcasm is the wit of fools.
And what greater fool than I, your majesty, for counting on the friendship and understanding of the man for whom I have fought, and would have considered it an honor to die. Good deeds are soon forgotten. A moral digression seldom, if ever. And if a man once falls from grace, all will tread on him.
My lord, society never forgets nor forgives a man for breaking the laws of decency and decorum. No, even though he be a national hero.
I crave pardon, madam, for offending your majesty's susceptibilities. But I am a plain man who speaks plain words. And I say openly and for all to hear that I care nothing for the opinion of a society whose own doorstep is none too clean. And now, with your permission, sire, I will remove my unwelcome presence. Tomorrow I shall volunteer for active service again. The people may censor my morals, but they'll never be able to censor my courage.
Would to God that woman had never been born to drag the name of one of England's greatest sons through the filth of the gutter.
Sire, the woman you speak of so contemptuously may yet mold the destiny of this kingdom. Men who go forth to fight must have some ideal to fight for. Emma Hamilton is mine. Her love, the only reward I ask or shall receive for doing my duty to king and country.
Cavalcade of Kings. George the Fourth. Cavalcade of Kings. In 1810, George III's youngest and best-loved child, the Princess Amelia, became dangerously ill. The possibility of her death preyed on her father's mind and brought on his third attack of mental derangement, which incapacitated him from ever reigning again. In 1810, his worthless son, George, Prince of Wales, was appointed Prince Regent. George Augustus Frederick was born on August the 12th, 1762 at St. James's Palace. Till the age of 19, he was kept under strict discipline, against which he often rebelled. At the age of 20, he met Mrs. Maria Fitzherbert, with whom he fell madly in love. 2 years later, we find them together at her house on Richmond Hill.
I love you, Maria. Ever since I first saw you that night at the opera, you've been in my thoughts night and day. I can't get you out of my mind. Won't you try and return some of the deep and lasting affection I bear you?
Your Royal Highness, please let's not discuss the subject again. You must be content with my friendship. If that does not suffice, then we must part.
I'll never let you go, never. You're the one woman in the world for me. I need you. My whole happiness depends upon you.
As it once depended upon Mrs. Robinson and the many others who have found favor in your royal eyes, only to be cast aside when you've grown tired of them. I assure you, Highness, I've no intention of joining the long procession of the prince's lighter loves.
Maria, my feelings towards you are different. Don't you understand? I love you. Those others, fair game for any man who had enough money to purchase their favors.
Those are scarcely the words of a gentleman, Highness, but of an errant cad to whom decency and honor are of no account. Will you please go?
Oh, Maria, don't send me away. I'll apologize. I'll do anything. Give up everything. If only you'll try to love me a little in return.
If I thought you were sincere, but... Oh, what's the use? The state would never sanction our marriage, even if you desired it. I am a Roman Catholic, and my religion will always be a barrier between us when it comes to a question of marriage. And I will not lower my standard by consenting to share an unconventional union with you. The role of the prince's mistress does not appeal to him.
Your mind has been poisoned against me. You've listened to the lies and the scandalmongers and their wagging tongues. Oh, Maria, Maria, if only you knew how much I love you and how bitterly you have wounded me tonight.
Highness, I want to believe in you. I want to love you in return, but my heart tells me you're not sincere. Please go now. Let me think this out for myself. It's so big, and if you really are in earnest and truly love me, so sacred.
Very well, my darling. I'll leave you now. But before I go, I want to tell you again that I love you truly and sincerely. Think of those words when you go to sleep. Dream about them. I mean them. Good night.
Good night.
Wake up, Cumberland. Wake up, wake up, wake up.
What's that? Oh, 1,000 pardons, Highness. I must have dozed off to sleep in the carriage whilst waiting for you.
Well, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, my Lord Duke, but I couldn't tear myself away from Maria. Dad, she's beautiful.
Divine. Allow me to fix the rug around your knees, Highness.
No. Thank you. Drive to White Club.
Yes, Your Highness.
That woman's in my blood, Cumberland. I'll have her by fair means or foul.
I trust the lady was more amenable tonight, Highness. Frankly speaking, I prefer my women a little less beyond suspicion than is Mrs. Fitzherbert.
Well, I prefer something I've got to fight hard to get. The thrill is in the chase, you know, my dear Cumberland.
I've never yet seen the woman I'd put myself out for.
My Lord Duke, forget...
Except, of course, Mrs. Fitzherbert. Delightful creature. That she is.
Oh, well, here we are. We've arrived. I wonder if Brummel will be here tonight in his usual sartorial splendor. Yet to see him sitting at the bay window of White's is to see one of the sights of London.
They tell me he's invented another interesting mode for the cravat.
I must prevail upon him to teach my valet how it's done. Though I consider he'll never prove on his genius in starching the linen. It's set so perfectly that way, you know. But come along. Let's go into the club. The play has probably started already.
What shall it be, Highness? Hazard or faro?
Faro. I'm always lucky at that game.
Which is more than can be said of Lord Thanet. One night last week, he lost 120,000 at the game.
No, he was cheated.
That's what I told him. And he laughed and replied, "Then I consider myself lucky not to have lost twice as much."
I admire the fellow's sang-froid.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Duc.
Good evening, Count.
Say, tell me, who is that man?
The Count de Montron. They say he's the most agreeable scoundrel and the greatest reprobate in France.
Is he, Batum? Then let's ask him to dinner, tomorrow night.
Count Montron.
Ah, my friend, and what can I do for you?
His Royal Highness, the Prince Regent, wishes you to dine with him tomorrow evening at 9.
Oh, but yes, I shall be charmed. Thank you, Your Highness.
Oh, don't mention it, but what on earth are you staring at?
Your Highness, I am always puzzled as to whether my friend, Monsieur le Duc, have 3 legs or 3 swords. They all seem to hang so close together and are of the same thickness.
The same thickness. Begad, sir, I agree with you. You'll have to pad your legs, Cumberland.
I shall be delighted to follow your royal example, Highness.
Ma foi, that was an excellent parry, my friend. So, the Prince Regent pads the legs, eh?
Enough! Tell the Count. I have changed my mind. The invitation to dinner is cancelled. Come, my Lord Duke. Let us proceed to the card room.
Prince George later went through a form of marriage with Mrs. Fitzherbert and lived with her openly as man and wife. By marrying a Catholic, he forfeited his title to the throne. When the matter was mooted in Parliament, he basely repudiated the marriage, and Mrs. Fitzherbert left England in disgust. It is now 1815, and in war-scarred Europe, all eyes are watching the activities of Napoleon, who has returned from Elba, bent on recovering his lost domains. The struggle culminated in the Battle of Waterloo, where the combined English and German forces under Wellington and Blucher gave battle to the indomitable little Corsican. It was some days before the issue was known in England, and the tension of the situation was strained to breaking point. But it never affected the Prince Regent, and at the moment we find him carousing with some of his boon companions.
Well, I'm a 3-bottle man and proud of it. Hey, listen. Did you know that they'd warned me off the course at Newmarket? Yes, warned me off the race course. said I tampered with one of the horses.
And did you tamper with the horse, Highness?
Oh, you never can tell. You never can tell.
Highness,
Oh,
the courier has arrived.
Courier? What courier?
From the Duke of Wellington, Highness.
Oh, the Duke. Oh, well, you idiot. Don't stand there gaping. Admit him at once.
Yes, Your Highness.
My lords, the courier has arrived. Let's have a wager on the news he brings from Wellington.
6-4, we've lost the battle.
Oh, a fine Englishman you are.
10-1, we've trounced the Corsican.
That's it.
Highness.
Well.
Due for nearly 2 hours.
What of it?
I bring very important news, sir. News which every man has been anxiously waiting to hear.
It would have become you better to have spent the time in changing your linen before bursting into my presence. Your clothing is foul with blood and mud.
Yes, Highness. Mud and blood from the battlefield of Waterloo, where men have died for their country, while the Prince Regent caroused at home like a pig in a sty.
By God, I'll run you through it.
Highness, this man's tired to the point of exhaustion. He has ridden far and fast to bring us the tidings. Hear him, I pray, with patience, and in mercy's name forgive him his outburst.
Well, I'll overlook it this time.
Well, what's the news, courier?
I bring news of the great and glorious victory which my Lord Duke of Wellington has won for England.
In 1820, George III died, and his wretched son succeeded him on the throne as George IV of England. His coronation took place on July the 19th, 1821, and his wife, Princess Caroline of Brunswick, whom he had married in 1795 and whom he had always treated abominably, died a month later. It is now 1830, and George IV is dying of dropsy. The Bishop of Chichester is standing at his bedside.
The first gentleman of Europe, dying alone, deserted by all, not a friend left to close his eyes and sleep when the breath of life departs from his miserable body. But what do I care for any of them? I've lived my life in my own fashion. I've been a man, not a cipher as my father was before me. Perhaps I've suffered pangs of remorse for the things I've done and the things I've left undone, but that is my affair. I've been the master of my own fate, and I'm answerable to nobody. Nobody.
Nobody except God, my son.
Cavalcade of Kings. William the Fourth.
The Cavalcade of Kings rides on. George III and George IV ride at the end of the long procession of royal monarchs, which slowly recedes from sight as the stout little figure of William IV, the sailor king, approaches. He was born at Buckingham Palace on the 21st of August, 1765, and was the third son of George III and Queen Charlotte. Rough, garrulous, and diffuse of speech, bustling in his movements, undetermined in character, without much intelligence, but with great good nature and love for his fellow man, William IV was one of England's best beloved sovereigns. As a lad, he joined the Navy, and later married Princess Adelaide, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Saxe-Meiningen. It is now the evening of the 25th of June, 1830. King George IV is dying at Windsor Castle. Very early next morning, his brother, William, Duke of Clarence, is up pottering about in the garden of his house at Bushy Park when the Prime Minister, my Lord Duke of Wellington, is announced.
Ahoy there, Your Grace. You're stir bright and early this morning?
I have just come from Windsor Castle, sir.
Windsor Castle? Oh, I trust the King spent a more comfortable night, Your Grace.
The King is dead, Your Majesty.
Dead? Oh, poor George. God rest his soul.
My deepest sympathy, sire, in your sad bereavement. Of course, Your Majesty realizes what this means to you.
Aye, my Lord Duke. And I'm quite ready to assume my responsibilities. I shall be needed in London today.
If it is convenient, Your Majesty's presence will be required at St. James as soon as possible to sign the declaration papers.
I shall be there at 1 o'clock, Your Grace.
Then I shall proceed on my way, sire. The members of the royal family must be acquainted with the intelligence of your accession immediately.
We shall meet again in council, my Lord Duke. Till then, good day to you, sir. Adelaide, are you awake?
Yes, come in, William. From my window I just saw the coach of the Duke of Wellington turning into the drive. Does he bring news from Windsor?
Yes, Adelaide. The King is dead.
God's will be done. Oh. This, then, is the end of our life of seclusion and simplicity which is so dear to us. Oh, William, I can't bear the thought of all the publicity, the ceremony and fatigue that awaits me as the wife of the King of England.
Now, you must be a brave little woman and help your old William to do his duty to his people. No, come, my love. Don't cry. Damn it, I hate to see a woman in tears.
You will have to go to London today.
I must be at St. James Palace at 1 o'clock. Now, you'll help me get ready, won't you? That confounded valet of mine would annoy me beyond endurance today. Already he started bowing and scraping. Oh, it's sickening.
Of course I'll help you, dear. You'd better wear your admiral's uniform. I'll lay it out for you myself.
Oh, I hope I haven't grown too stout for it. Excuse me, Adelaide, but I must hurry.
William, have you thought what all this means?
Yes. It means that the people will have a king who loves his subjects and understands their needs. A king who wants to be their father as well as their lord. A man whose one ambition it is to give them happiness, prosperity, contentment, and assisted by his ministers, sane government.
Not only sane government, William, but a reformed government. My dear, cheering crowds and smiling faces, dinners, reviews, drawing rooms and state balls will follow in quick succession. You will be a popular monarch. But neither the king's popularity nor the splendor of court ceremonies will blind the vast bulk of the people to the heavy taxation that cripples them.
I mean to put an end to the abuse of power by the privileged classes and to the appalling waste of public money which is responsible for the heavy taxation. The recent revolt of the French, followed by that of Belgium, has shown me that example is the most powerful incentive.
Indeed, yes. And I fear this irrepressible dissatisfaction and unrest which is at the moment stirring England might, under prolonged strain, burst into civil war.
Oh, that's a condition which can easily be avoided.
How, William?
I'll tell you, my dear. One interest alone, that of the landed proprietors, is adequately represented in Parliament. Commerce, shipping, the great industries that have brought power and wealth to this kingdom have little or no voice in Parliament. And so the great landowners have held the whip hand. They've only supported the laws that have suited them and thrown out the others. It is high time that all towns and that all branches of the community, as well as commerce and industry, had full and proper representation in the government. That is what I mean to fight for. If the government reform bill is passed, peace and contentment will return to our people.
The Reform Act was passed after great opposition from Wellington and his party. Then followed the abolition of colonial slavery in 1833 the reform of the Poor Laws in 1834, and the Municipal Reform Act in 1835. All these were the result of the great constitutional change which had taken place in England. Wellington, failing to recognize the demand for parliamentary reform in 1830, declared against it, and thus brought about the fall of his government, becoming so unpopular that he was hooted by the mob on the anniversary of Waterloo, and the windows of Apsley House broken by stones. The King and Queen, whilst never shirking their duty, oft times would steal away from the strict routine of the court and spend a few long looked-for hours of rest at Brighton. Here the bluff old sailor king would fraternize without any ceremony with some of the superannuated admirals who had once served with him in the fleet. At the moment, we find their majesties walking unattended along the waterfront. The Reform Act was passed after great opposition from Wellington and his party. Then followed the abolition of colonial slavery in 1833, the reform of the Poor Laws in 1834, and the Municipal Reform Act in 1835. All these were the result of the great constitutional change which had taken place in England. Wellington, failing to recognize the demand for parliamentary reform in 1830, declared against it, and thus brought about the fall of his government, becoming so unpopular that he was hooted by the mob on the anniversary of Waterloo, and the windows of Apsley House broken by stones. The King and Queen, whilst never shirking their duty, oft times would steal away from the strict routine of the court and spend a few long looked-for hours of rest at Brighton. Here the bluff old sailor king would fraternize without any ceremony with some of the superannuated admirals who had once served with him in the fleet. At the moment, we find their majesties walking unattended along the waterfront.
Egad, she's blowing a stiff nor'easter. Better hold on tightly to your bonnet, Adelaide, or else it'll find a watery grave.
The wind is rather strong, isn't it? Oh, look. There's a little fishing boat way out there on the water. It's tossing about like a cork. They're not in any danger, I hope.
Not them. Those men know what they're about. Which reminds me, I'd like a day's fishing.
It would be a pleasant relaxation for you, my dear. Only please don't go out too far. The sea's very rough, and those boats are such frail affairs. Oh, here comes your friend, the Admiral. I'll leave you to talk to him whilst I call upon poor little Mrs. Frost. I want to leave a gift for her new baby. Give my regards to the Admiral.
All right. He'll be charmed to receive them, my dear. Farewell till luncheon.
Try not to be too late. There's the dear man.
Ahoy there, Admiral. Ahoy. How goes the watch, eh? Well, come on. Come and sit you down on this bench and let's have a yarn.
Your Majesty is very kind.
Fiddlesticks, and for goodness sake, let's get away from formality for a while. I'm on holidays, man, on holidays.
Well, indeed you earn these brief interludes of rest, sire.
And heartily enjoy 'em, Admiral. Especially when I meet some of my old cronies. I gad, it takes my mind back through the years when I was a boy sailing the seven seas. I gad, that's the life, sir. The sound of the wind whistling high up in the shrouds, the smell of the sea mists and the sting of the spray. Ah, those were the days, my boy. Those were the days.
It's rumoured, sire, that before very long ironclads will take the place of the old wooden ships.
I hope I never live to see the day when our dear old hearts of oak are dispensed with. Wooden ships have served us nobly and well right from the time of Alfred the Great, the father of the British Navy, until now. It would seem like an act of disloyalty to an old friend to replace them.
I agree with you, sire.
Now, take the ships of Alfred. Great long vessels they were, rowed by 30-odd pairs of oars. Then there was the Great Harry, built by Henry VII, at a cost of £15,000.
She was accidentally burned, wasn't she, sire?
Yes. Of course, the honour of having laid the foundation of the British Navy as a distinct service really belongs to old Bluebeard.
Bluebeard, sire?
Well, Henry VIII, then. Well, egad, it's past 1 o'clock. The Queen will be waiting for me. Come and have lunch with us, Admiral.
Oh, but, sire, I couldn't intrude upon Her Majesty like this. She may have made plans for this afternoon.
Nonsense. The Queen will welcome you. She does nothing after luncheon but embroider some flowers, and she'll enjoy listening to our conversation. God bless her.
Oh, but, sire, I have no suitable clothing. I haven't a pair of court breeches to me name.
Then come without them, me boy. Come without them.
Oh, Your Majesty.
You know what I mean, damn it. Come on. I'm hungry and I want my lunch.
now the 20th of June, 1837, and the 7th year of the reign of William IV, and the 73rd year of his life. He is dying at Windsor Castle. The Queen and the Archbishop of Canterbury are at his bedside.
I've just had some quiet sleep, Adelaide. Come and pray with me and thank the Almighty for it.
And shall I not also pray to the Almighty that you may have another good day, so that you can once more enjoy the glory of the setting sun? You love the splendor of the setting sun, don't you, my darling?
Yes, Adelaide. The glory of it brings hope and encouragement, the promise of better things to come. But I fear I shall never see another sunset. And yet I wish I could have lived another 10 years. Victoria would have been so much older then, poor child. What a weight of responsibility is soon to fall upon her frail shoulders. My Lord Bishop, please repeat for me the Lord's Prayer. Cavalcade of Kings. Queen Victoria, Part 1.
The Cavalcade of Kings rides on. Amongst these proud monarchs, none bore their burden of responsibility more gloriously, more courageously, or more graciously than England's greatest queen, Victoria. The shining example set by Victoria and her beloved consort Albert in the practice of every domestic virtue, together with their stainless lives, piety, and tender care of their 9 children, have borne rich fruit in the stability of the English throne. Victoria was the only child of Edward, Duke of Kent, 4th son of George III. Her mother was Princess Victoria Maria Louisa, daughter of the Duke of Saxe-Coburg and sister of King Leopold of Belgium. Victoria was born at Kensington Palace on May 24th, 1819. It is now June the 20th, 1837. At 2 o'clock in the morning, William IV of England had passed away. At 5 o'clock on the same morning, His Grace the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Chamberlain, Lord Conyngham, arrived at the silent portals of Kensington Palace.
The palace is as silent as the grave, my son. It is regrettable that we're forced to place such a heavy burden upon the frail shoulders of this sweet girl. It is a pity that she could not be permitted to enjoy a few more years of youth, untrammeled by the cares and responsibilities of statecraft. But God wills otherwise.
The call of her tender years will find an echo in the hearts of every Englishman, my lord. It will arouse their chivalry and inspire them to a loyalty which perhaps no king could kindle in their breasts. Great men will rise and go forth in the name of their queen. They will conquer their adversaries at home and abroad. Stirring deeds will be perpetrated and great glory won for England in the name of Victoria.
My son, is it not a little premature to forecast such things?
I speak as my heart directs me, my lord. The blood that flows in the veins of our gentle little queen is the blood of Alfred the Great, from whom she is descended. And I sincerely believe that Victoria will prove worthy of her glorious heritage. I do not fear for her. I pity her, for her burden will be a very heavy one to carry. Come, our Lord Bishop, have no misgivings. The dawn is breaking. The sun of a new era is rising in the sky. The reign of Victoria the Great has begun.
May God shower his blessings upon her. And now, my son, time is passing.
Knock upon the door and rouse the servants. Our business cannot wait. Porter is probably asleep on duty. Knock again, my son.
Ah, we've roused someone at last.
And what might your business be? Oh, your pardon, my Lord Bishop. And you, my Lord Conham. Will you please enter?
Thank you.
Can I be of service to you, my lords?
Yes, my man. We seek an interview with Her Royal Highness, Princess Victoria.
Now, my lord?
Yes, now.
But, my lord, Her Highness is not yet awake.
Our mission is of the gravest urgency. Be good enough to deliver our message to Her Highness.
Yes, my lord. Will you both kindly wait in this anteroom? The fire's still burning. I will rouse Madame Lazen, Her Highness Governess.
Come, my Lord Bishop. This hall is like a tomb. Ah, this is more cheerful. Let's warm ourselves by the fire. I hope Madame Lazen will not keep us waiting long.
Madame Lazen. A very estimable lady, my son. But I do not entirely approve of the authoritative and possessive attitude she adopts in regard to the princess. We must watch Madame very closely. She must not be permitted too great an influence over her young charge.
It is a most unusual hour, my lords, to call upon Her Royal Highness. I must protest. The princess is in such a sweet sleep that she cannot be disturbed.
Madame Lazen, we have come on business of state to the Queen, and even her sleep must give way to that.
The Queen? That can only mean one thing, my lords. King William has passed away.
At 2:00 this morning, madam.
Then I shall arouse Her Majesty at once, my lord. Pray excuse me. Wake up, my child. Wake up. Wake up.
Oh, good Lazen. I implore you to let me sleep. It is not yet time for
My child, His Grace the Archbishop of Canterbury and my Lord Cunningham have arrived. They seek an interview with you.
With me? So early in the morning? Are you sure they wish to see me, Lazen?
Yes, my child.
Oh, I shall have to dress.
No, do not wait to dress. There is no time. Your dressing gown and a shawl will suffice. Quickly put it on. Here are your slippers.
My hair?
Your hair doesn't matter. Hurry, child.
I am ready, Lazen. Let us go down.
You must go alone.
Oh, but Lazen...
Alone. I must arouse your mother.
Oh, it is a pity to do so. Poor Mamma is in such a sound sleep.
The Duchess must be roused just the same.
Lazen, what is the matter with you this morning? You speak so harshly, so strangely.
Ah, my little one. Can't you see that my heart is almost bursting? Only my stern control prevents my tears from falling. You are so young, so pitifully young. Too young for such responsibility.
I don't understand you.
My child, I call you that for the last time. For you and I must bid farewell to the sweet intimacy that has existed between us. You are no longer my charge. I no longer your governess. Your carefree girlhood has ended. And when you return to this room from the momentous interview which awaits you downstairs, you will do so as the Queen of England, the highest state for which I have striven so arduously to prepare you. Go now. You have a duty to perform.
Queen of England. Queen of England. Oh, Lazen, at last my call has come. I won't have to wear any more mended muslin dresses. I'll never have to bear any more scoldings from Mamma. I'll not have to... Oh, Lazen, what am I saying? My head is in a whirl. I am being unjust, unkind. I must apologize to dear Mamma when she awakens. Are you sure it's proper for me to go downstairs clad in my dressing gown?
Quite proper, Your Majesty.
Then I shall go at once.
Your Majesty will not falter in her duty.
No, Lazen. I promise I shall not falter. But I wish my knees wouldn't tremble so. Perhaps if I run downstairs quickly, I shall not notice them trembling.
The Queen of England does not run downstairs like a hoyden to give audience to her lord. She goes quietly and with dignity.
Well, I had better go now and... Oh, Lazen, I implore you to come with me. Just to the end of the corridor. Please, Lazen.
As Your Majesty commands.
Let us go then.
After you, madame.
Must you be so formal?
Your Majesty forgets.
Oh, please, my dear Lazen, do not raise a barrier between us. I want you always to remain with me as my friend. And now, I will go to my lords, alone.
At last, someone is approaching. Your Majesty.
My lord, then it is true my beloved uncle the king has passed away.
But 3 hours ago, madam.
My lord bishop, my heart grieves for him and mourns his passing. But I think 'tis a happy release. He suffered such bitter pain.
He suffered agony, but thank God his end was peaceful.
And my dear aunt the queen, how is she bearing the blow?
Very bravely. It was by her desire I came here. The gracious lady thought an account of the peaceful end of the king would console his successor, from whom she asked permission to remain at Windsor Castle till after the funeral.
Tell the queen that I beg she will consult nothing but her own health and convenience, and to remain at Windsor as long as she pleases.
Madam, in speaking of the Queen, the word dowager must now be prefixed.
I know that, my Lord Cunningham, but I will not be the first to remind her of it. And now, there are certain matters at stake you wish to discuss with me.
Yes, madam. My Lord Melbourne, the Prime Minister, will soon arrive to instruct your Majesty in the forms to be observed. And at 11 o'clock, your Majesty will meet her first council fair at the palace.
I shall be ready, my lord.
Are there any instructions your Majesty would care to give me?
I have none to give, my lord. You know all this so much better than I do, and I leave it all to you. Ah, my lords, this awful responsibility imposed on me so suddenly and at so early a period of my life has, for the moment, robbed me of complete control of myself. But I will try diligently to do my duty, for I have learned from infancy to respect and love the constitution of my native land. All I can say is that I shall be loyal to my trust and my sacred duty to England and her people, and all I ask in return is that you will be patient and forbear with me until my feet are firmly set upon the right path.
Cavalcade of Kings. Queen Victoria, Part 2. Victoria was crowned Queen of Great Britain and Ireland at Westminster on the 28th of June, 1838. She found on her accession Viscount Melbourne at the head of the Whig government. He became her constant companion and chief adviser. He was her prime minister and her private secretary, and he shared with Madame Lazen, now Baroness Lazen, the Queen's most private confidences. The belief that she was Queen of England by God's will enabled Victoria to walk alone into her first council meeting without the slightest nervousness, though her two uncles, the Dukes of Cumberland and Sussex, who had terrified her as a child, preceded her. But overshadowing her was the malignant influence of Baroness Lazen, a woman whom the Queen's mother, the Duchess of Kent, loathed and detested, as did the Queen's ladies. Some time after her accession, we find Victoria and Baroness Lazen in conversation at the palace.
Dear Lazen, I am a very fortunate queen in having such an admirable man as my Lord Melbourne at the head of my government. He is indeed a truly honest, straightforward man, with a noble mind, a man in whom I can safely place confidence. There are not many like him in this world of deceit. He is my friend, and I know it. Moreover, he is your friend, my dear Lazen, which makes me more fond of him still.
I am very grateful to my lord for his friendship towards me. I fear I have no other friend.
You have many friends.
In Germany, yes, madame, but in England, no. I am hated here. Hated because your Majesty favors me with her confidence.
Nonsense, Lazen. Nobody hates you.
You do not see, madame, what I see, nor hear what I hear. The ladies of your household jeer at me. They mock me and treat me abominably when your Majesty is not present. Lady Flora Hastings laughs derisively at my fondness for caraway seeds and openly insults me. But soon my turn will come, and I shall see this proud beauty humbled to the dust, her name a byword, her reputation trampled in the slime of the gutter.
These are strong words, Baroness.
And if I did not know you so well, I should be inclined to think you guilty of being vindictive and malicious. As it is, there must be good reason for the fierceness of your remarks. Pray tell me what actuates you to utter them.
Madame, the subject is too scandalous to discuss with such a young and innocent person as your Majesty.
Surely my Lady Flora Hastings has not been guilty of such conduct as cannot be mentioned before me.
Madame, I must tell you, it is my duty to do so in order to preserve the purity which surrounds your court. My Lady Hastings has been guilty of breaking the rule which every decent woman holds dear and sacred. To be brutally frank, Madame, it is rumored that the woman has given herself to an unknown lover without the benefit of the clergy.
Nathan, that is a dreadful accusation to make. Unless you have proof.
I have proof, Madame. I beg you to rid yourself of the woman before this scandal, which is hovering over the court, descends upon us.
The scandal was unfounded, being but the malicious uttering of a vindictive woman. The Queen tearfully, but privately, apologized to Lady Hastings, but did not even reproach Baroness Lazen, a fact which caused the people to lose their affection for the Queen. And when, some 4 months later, the unfortunate Lady Hastings died, the indignation increased 100-fold, and so great was the public anger felt against the Queen that she was hissed when she appeared in the royal enclosure at Ascot. We now find Her Majesty in conversation with Lord Melbourne.
But my dear Melbourne, I don't want to marry yet for years and years.
Madam, it is your duty to marry, and very soon.
There's nothing romantic in marrying for duty's sake. Oh, Melbourne, I'll do anything, make any sacrifice for my country. But I implore you not to force me into a loveless marriage with the Prince of... No, I can't bring myself to mention his name. I loathe him. He is so different to dear Albert. Dear friend, my childhood and girlhood have been totally devoid of affection. Always it has been duty, 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 and stern discipline, and to go on through the years without knowing the tenderness and romance which only love can bring would be a condition which I don't think I could bear.
I thought our gracious lady had found romance at the recent state ball, when the handsome young Grand Duke of Russia was our honored guest.
Alexander. Ah, Melbourne, he is a dear, delightful young man, and I enjoyed dancing a mazurka with him. He is so strong, and in running round in the dance, I had to follow very quickly to keep up with him. After that, he whisked me round and round till my head grew dizzy in that rather shocking new dance, the valse, which I must confess was very pleasant.
I thought your Majesty appeared quite interested in His Highness' conversation, too.
Ah, Melbourne, dear Alexander can say the most shocking things in the most unshocking manner.
Unshocking, lady?
Oh, well, you know what I mean, Melbourne. He was bold, but not blatant. Gallant, but not disdain. In fact, he was a most refreshing young man. I thoroughly enjoyed his spicy wit, even though I did not quite comprehend it all the time.
Your Majesty has an affection for His Highness?
I could love him as a brother.
I had hoped otherwise. Gracious lady, do you realize that the throne of England must pass into the hands of your uncle, the Duke of Cumberland, whom, forgive me for saying so, the people call the Hanoverian ogre because of his appearance, and who refers to your Majesty as a brother's brat who stands between me and the throne? There are several sinister incidents in his life which have never been cleaned up. I refer to the murder of his valet, Celis, and the suicide, it was called, of Lord Graves.
Oh, please, don't you horrify me.
Your Majesty, I am forced to tell you this. I am deeply sorry if I have wounded your susceptibilities, but we must protect the Queen of England against, well, to be blunt, assassination.
Melbourne, No, you can't mean that my uncle...
He is capable of doing anything to gain his own ends. Oh, madam, you must never allow him to mount the throne.
He never shall, my lord. You have shown me clearly where my duty lies. I shall marry as soon as possible to give England an heir. But I must be allowed to choose my own husband, Melbourne. I do insist upon that.
Providing he is of royal birth, no objections will be raised, madam.
He is of royal birth, Melbourne.
His name?
My cousin, Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg.
Do you love him, gracious lady?
With all my heart and soul, dear friend. Albert, I do not think it possible for anyone in the world to be happier than I.
You were an angel.
An angel? Mein lieber Frau. But no, I am just a man. A simple man who means to make himself indispensable to his beloved wife. Not only as her husband, but as her sole counselor. To put his will, his perceptions, and his portability entirely into our service.
Oh, you are very good to me, Albert. And I love you so. You have given up father, brother, country for me. God grant I may make you happy and contented, dearest and best of all men.
It is in your power, my lief, to make of me the happiest of men.
Tell me how, my beloved, and I'll do it.
Give me your confidences in big things as well as small. Let me advise you when you need advice, for I have no politics to sway me nor to prejudice me. I am prepared to give to England of my best, my loyalty, my love, and a life of faithful service. I do not seek to be her king, my little Victoria, only her humble servant. But I must have the confidence of my wife, the Queen.
God bless you, my darling. I shall gladly come to you when I am perplexed with the problems which beset my path. I shall do more. You shall be present at all my future interviews with the ministers. You shall indeed be master of your house, not merely the husband of its mistress. Although it would seem that I'm scarcely mistress of it myself.
Victoria, there is something else I wish to discuss with you. I refer to the Baroness Leysen.
Leysen has always been my comforter and companion, ever since the days of my unhappy childhood, Albert.
But everything has changed since then, Victoria, and unfortunately Leysen does not realize the difference your marriage has made to her own position. She is stupidly jealous of me and endeavors to cling to a control she should have relinquished when you ascended the throne. She interferes in matters of state, or attempts to. And frankly speaking, her management of your household is clumsy, extravagant, and uncomfortable.
I do not want to part with her, Albert. Please don't ask me to do that.
But, my dear, she is a menace. Her vindictive slander of an innocent woman has had very disastrous reactions upon yourself and your ministers.
I'll think it over, Albert, and see what can be done. And now let us go to the music room. I want you to hear a new song I've learned, especially for you.
Prince Albert's death in 1861 was a very bitter blow to Victoria, and for years she mourned him. He had endeared himself to the English people and helped to place on a firm foundation the very shaky edifice of the English throne. Weakened and robbed of its dignity by the Hanoverian brothers, during the reign of Victoria, the names of such patriotic giants as Peel, Palmerston, Russell, Disraeli, Salisbury, and Gladstone shone like stars in the political firmament. And the names of Chinese Gordon, Lord Roberts, Lord Kitchener, and one of the noblest of all, Florence Nightingale, glorified the fields of battle. It is now the new year of 1901. Victoria, a very tired, frail old lady, has driven down the convalescent home to visit the soldiers who have returned from South Africa. She saw Lord Roberts and invested him with the Order of the Garter. After the ceremony, we find them chatting together.
The whole nation is with me to see this war through without intervention. And my country, which is suffering from so heavy a sacrifice of precious lives, will resist all interference.
You are right, madam. A settlement with the Boers after the defeat in December would have forced us to surrender all we have fought and bled for.
Oh, my lord, I shall never forget how you defeated General Cromwell at Paardeberg, nor how you relieved Ladysmith after its long siege.
Soon, madam, peace and prosperity will return to South Africa, and the angelic message of goodwill towards all men, which at Christmas was lost in the shrieks of red-eyed shells and dying men, will be heard ringing loud and clear like a paean to glory.
Honorable peace for England is what I pray for every day, my dear Robert. And now, please escort me to my carriage. Oh, it's been a dreadful year, Robert. A very dreadful year. And I am very tired. And old.
Will you accept my arm, madam?
Gladly and proudly, my lord. For that arm has nobly borne an honorable sword for queen and country. We are both very grateful.
I am proud to have been of service to such a queen and such a country, madam.